interact with.
Don't say gravity. Don't say gravity.
So
It will.
let's
It will interact with
let's say
strong
that
Light has no
gravitational
mass.
forces.
Light has no mass.
let's
Well,
say
it can
this.
still interact with gravity.
I shoot a laser beam straight ahead. Is it gonna stop? Is it gonna get obstructed?
You're just making like a random. I don't even like if you shoot it at a wall, then yeah, it's gonna be obstructed,
No, if I shoot it in an open field,
right?
when will it get obstructed?
When it meets its first obstruction, right?
And what would the obstruction be?
Whatever, anything, right? Whatever matter is in front of it, right?
Will the Earth's curvature stop
Whether
it by
that's
any chance?
why would the Earth's curvature stop a laser?
No country, you need to do some
Because the
more
laser shoots
research about
straight.
your model.
Because the laser shoots straight. It doesn't bend with the curvature.
But why would a curvature stop a laser?
Yeah, to be fair,
Oh,
the
the head
curvature
hurts,
really
bro.
wouldn't stop it. It would just
At a certain
go
elevation
up.
height, you should be due to the curvature rate, exponentially an even rate. At any elevation height, at some point, the curvature rate should be obstructing your view of the object on the other side, right? Or with something you're trying to hit, something you're trying to see, it's being obscured by the curvature, right? Don't you agree?
I'm not understanding. Could you explain that again?
You're impossible.
Oi, mate, you need to do some fucking research on your fucking globe model, man. You're clearly very ignorant. I'm sorry. You're very fucking ignorant.
In no country.
You don't have to get mad,
listen,
right? You don't have to get upset.
I'm not getting mad. You don't know nothing about your model. Like we know more about your model than you do, and you're claiming stuff. Are you telling us we're coping?
You said it's a globe. That's your model,
Your
right? You think the
mom's
Earth
a
is a
globe,
globe?
bro.
You believe what NASA tells you? You think the Earth is a globe with the radius
Why
3959?
would
Do you know the radius of the globe even? What's the radius?
What?
The circumference?
What's the circumference of the Earth?
The radius.
Yeah. Do you know any of that? When I was talking about curvature rate, how do you acquire curvature rate based off what?
I would guess it's like
oh my days, it's gonna
32,000
guess
miles or something, right? It's like 32,000.
All right, so you're making your own globe size. It's inflatable, is it?
Come on,
I don't know the exact circumference of the Earth, dude. I'm not. It's not what I do for a living.
How about do some readings then?
But you're not explaining to me how a line that is tangent.
No, you're not explaining to me how something curving away from you is not going to be at some point obstructing your view. Example, a boat going on the horizon or something else in the distance. At some point. But you don't know anything about the goddamn radius.
But you're
all the math involved in it.
You are explaining to me a line that is tangent to a circle, right? If I stand on a circle, right, anywhere I stand on a circle.
Yeah, from point A to point B. You don't think there's going to be an obstruction at some point? From point A to point B on a curvature?
Hold on, wait a second, right? Do you know what a line? Do you know what a line?
You clearly don't know, man. Jesus
Christ. Guys, I think y'all have this wrong. If you're shooting a laser straight on the curved Earth, it is actually going to go up. It's not going to be obstructed.
Depending on the elevation height. You need to use the math, globe math first.
Hold on. The curve is going
8
to
inches per mile squared.
The laser.
That's the formula. Right. 8 inches per mile squared. That's the drop curvature. 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, so if the curvature is dropping and the laser is going straight.
So you're missing some variables. You need the elevation height and the distance to the object, and then look up the curvature form calculator online. Put in the numbers and see how much of the hidden curve should be obstructing the object. Simple as that. Doesn't take much. It's not science. Simple geometry, measuring, using some math. That's it.
Okay, so
anyone
in my
can
head, do it. Just okay. Before you don't swear at me, right? I'm just trying to clarify something. If you draw a circle, right, and then you pick anywhere on that circle and draw a straight line.
Okay, you can't draw a straight line on a circle, man. What the fuck? What's wrong with you?
Okay.
How do you draw a straight line on a circle?
You don't have to swear, or you don't have to get upset. A line.
Can you explain to me how you draw a straight line on a circle?
No. Look, he's telling, like, he's making sense, but that's still, like, it's still wrong, dude. The light doesn't go to the sky.
Line on a circle.
The light doesn't go up. The light doesn't go away from the surface. If you point it straight, it continues to head straight. It doesn't
Right.
magically hit a point where it starts going up and up and up, and then you're staring at the sky. It doesn't work like that. Either way, it doesn't work, dude.
The laser will never hit the Earth because the Earth, like you said, the drop curvature,
Yeah, but
right,
it doesn't get further from the Earth either. It stays the same.
over what distance though? Over
Any
100,000
distance.
miles?
Any
No.
yes,
So
100,000.
you're saying if you shoot a laser, if you point a laser at the fucking sky and just shoot a laser into the sky, you're telling me that that laser is getting closer to the Earth, or the light is propagating away off into the.
You're not shooting it into the sky. You're shooting it straight
Who
ahead.
says the sky, man? We're talking about the surface, measuring the surface.
But it doesn't matter because you can shoot a laser in any arbitrary direction from where you're standing, right?
Yeah,
You
but
can
you're
How
trying
do you
to
measure the
measure.
surface by shooting in the
Yeah,
sky?
you're trying to measure the surface, dude.
What is wrong with you, man?
What is wrong with me?
I don't know. Are you high? Are you drunk? I don't get it. Like, why you don't get it, man? We're
All
saying
right,
about
look,
the
dude.
surface, measuring the surface, not the fucking sky. What is wrong
Why are
with
you
you?
why are you so upset, dude? This is
Why you keep
debating
talking
flat
about the
Earth.
sky when we are pointing you down to the the surface? I don't understand.
Well,
Like, are you that
can
thick?
point,
Are you that
can
thick?
point
I don't
wherever you
understand.
want. You can
We
point
talk about
wherever
simple
you
terms,
want.
layman terms with you. You still don't
Right.
fucking get it. I don't get it, man. Are you here to
Why
just
are you so
instigate, or
upset,
what is your fucking agenda here, man?
I'm
Hey,
just
hold on.
making a case for the Earth being spherical, right? It's an
Okay, but
oblique
you
spheroid.
haven't. But you haven't, though. You haven't.
You haven't presented one
Listen,
fucking
look, look,
shit
look, look,
since
look.
you've been in here, man.
I think the
Just
curve
talking
thing,
out of your
right?
ass.
Fairly speaking, I think you don't know too much about the curve thing. So, I mean, can there be anything else? Like anything that you can say to put the Earth around? Anything? One thing? Just one?
Why? One thing, what? I already explained gravity, right? I explained why
Yeah,
mass
but hold on, hold on. Look,
Why
look,
does
look.
mass accrete towards the center of like heavy gravitational pull, right? Like there's a reason, right?
That
Like we
doesn't
already
prove the Earth is round.
hold on, wait a
Gravity
second,
is.
just wait. We already agreed that celestial bodies can be circles, right? So we know that some celestial bodies can be circles. That doesn't necessarily imply that Earth is a circle or a sphere. But what we know from gravity is that circles and spheres exist in the universe, right? Are you debating that those things are true? Is anyone debating that circles and spheres exist in the universe? I don't
You
think
have no
anyone's
way of
debating that.
verifying what's
understand?
up in the sky. We have
Hold
told you that
on.
many times. What do you
Hold
don't
on.
get it, man?
You
Buddy,
have
look.
told me that, right? But that
Buddy,
doesn't mean anything, right? You
buddy.
saying that doesn't actually mean anything,
Hey, listen.
right?
Okay,
You
so who has to tell
saying
you, Big
that
Daddy?
we can't
Let me
verify
let me tell you something,
doesn't
dude.
mean anything.
Let me
Right? That's
it
like
The only
me
actually
things
means
you
saying,
can say
everything.
about the things in the sky are luminaries. That's all you can say when you observe them. That's all you can do and say.
no,
You have
can
no way of
observe
verifying
that they
anything
are
about the things in the sky. You
circles.
can't.
You can
Can you get
observe,
to the
you're getting
vacuum? Can
triggered.
you even get up there by yourself? Can you?
You're
No. So why are
getting
you talking out of
triggered,
your
right?
ass then?
You're upset. I understand that you're upset, right? Your life is probably a.
Okay, this guy is not here to have an honest and rational, respectful discourse, and he's going to be put on mute. Sorry, he's a time waster. Apparently, he has presented, demonstrated that. I've asked him for proof, evidence of his fucking sphere. Done nothing but talking out of his ass. When talking to him in layman terms, talking about measuring the surface of the Earth, he fucking hand waved it and went back up to the sky again, talking about object in skies. Holy shit! Talk about an fucking brainwashed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say idiot, but
I just wanted him to prove.
yeah. Let's move on to another guy. Someone else. He can be put. He needs to have a break. He seems to me he's broken, and he's not getting anywhere with this fucking talk anymore. We're not getting anywhere. If we're gonna prove stuff we're claiming, what's the point of just talking out of asses? What's the point?
Right.
He doesn't even want to defend his globe, even. Just want to talk about some stuff here and there. What is that?
If I say rocks are hard, prove it by feeling
This is
a rock. Very simple.
ridiculous, man.
The Earth is
Jesus.
round. Okay, how? Very simple.
I mean, I don't mind. He can believe in the round whatever the fuck he wants. No one cares. But if he start making claims and not providing evidence, it's not going to get anywhere. It will be more fruitful conversation if he actually presents something. We go through it and we see if he understands. If he understands actually the paper presented and the claims behind it as well. He talked about gravity. He talked about many things. These things has. If there is something called gravity, there should be a scientific experiment proving that. There's none.
I mean, even
Yet he
if
didn't even provide one.
gravity is real, like, how does that prove the Earth is round? I just don't get it.
He think the word gravity is magically everywhere. It does more than one thing. It does a lot of things. It's that and this and that. It doesn't matter what it is. Yeah, it's gravity. My life is involved in gravity. Holy shit. That's the the brainwash talking. That's not him talking. He's just uttering nonsense. Knows nothing about it. Knows nothing about the globe model. Just brainwash talking. Pretty sad, but yeah. This is what we have to witness every day, basically, with these globers. Some of them, at least, when they are like this.
Does anyone in here think the Earth is round?
You seem to be coming in kind of low on your mic.
My
if you
bad.
can. Now it's not that great. It was a burr. Maybe too close. Try again. Anyway, anyone else want to talk about the shape of the Earth? What they think there might be? The globe?
So what is the main argument for the Earth being flat? Because
What
I'm not
is
really
everybody so low today? What the fuck's going on? Wait, I need to pop the volume. 1 sec. Can you repeat again?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good. Flumux, I was hearing coming kind of low though.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh no, thank you.
All right.
All right.
So my question is, since I'm not very knowledgeable about the subject, what
And
is
it's
the main
fine.
argument?
And it's fine as long as you ask questions and you are inquiring to know more. Not like this no country for old guy that kept yapping for the last 30 minutes out of his ass and knew nothing about what he was talking about. That's not a fruitful conversation, to be honest. But anyway, go on. Sorry for interrupting that.
So what's the main argument for the Earth being flat? What is the
That it's not
objective
round.
of round?
That it's not.
Yeah,
round.
we basically, yeah, we falsified, like how to say, like if I'm gonna explain it in basically we falsified the claim of the globe based of its measurements. You know, we have the numbers, the radius, everything, the circumference, and based of that those numbers, you can take those numbers and go out in reality and check for yourself. Basically, look for something like a drop of a distance from point A to point B. You have a distant marcation of some sort, or maybe something in distance that you know is fixed. It's at that certain distance, and then based off your elevation height, there should be a hidden obstruction, basically, of the curvature. So close, you know, so something should be obstructed at some point. Yeah, if you live on a curvature on a ball from point A to point B, there should be some kind of obstruction at some point based off your elevation height. So
what do you mean by obstruction?
Of the curvature, the curve.
Okay, so you measure
I mean,
hundreds of kilometers because, of course, the radius is, the circumference is, you know, the Earth is big, right? So assuming that
the Earth is big, but it's not that big. It's not that big to not be able to look for that curvature. Basically, you can do it at 10 miles. You can do it at 20 miles. You don't have to go like 100 miles. Yeah, you can do it at 10 miles even.
So 40 Okay, so how do you deal with the altitude and the longitude? Because of course, yeah, sure, it's a globe, but then again, you have mountains. It's not just a plane. It's not just a smooth ball, right? Even a marble. It's like a marble, but if you really zoom in, you're gonna see that it
Okay,
has.
let's say like this. I will give you an analogy. Think of a basketball. Put your finger, the closest one to you, and the other finger. Use the other finger to cross over the surface of the ball until you don't see your finger anymore. What would that be obstructing?
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
The
I don't
other
understand.
finger.
So he's
Holy shit.
saying that, you know how on the globe model, you believe that where you're standing, if you go straight down, you will eventually come up on the other side of the earth. You understand that, right?
Uh-huh.
This means that if you look straight, eventually the curve of the earth will stop you from seeing further because, you know, the other land is on the other side of the earth. You understand that?
But if you're measuring from the surface of the earth,
Right.
right? How
Right.
can you measure that obstruction?
Because
Like, how does
because
that happen?
well, because that's how science works. You take the
No, it's not
radius.
how science works. So
No,
he's
no, no,
telling
no.
you
It
No,
has
no, no,
nothing
it
to do with
is.
science. No, no,
Trying
no,
to
no,
It
measure.
is.
no,
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 no, no,
no,
it
no,
is.
no,
It's
no,
called
no. Measuring is not about
Gravitational
science.
force of the
Hello,
Earth
stop it, stop it,
no, no,
stop
no,
it.
no, 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 no.
is
The
Stop
obstructed
it.
from
formula,
the
well, I
surface. It
guess it's
doesn't mean
not
it's
science.
impossible at all. Okay,
Oh,
that's
There's a
science, but it doesn't
formula.
mean anything. So going
you
back
There's
to
guys,
a
are,
the other guy.
you guys are
there's
talking
a
over each other. Please.
there's a formula that you
I
can
want an answer
use.
from you, not from this other guy. I'm talking with you. I don't know why he is interjecting. So I'm asking you.
I was
I'm trying to
trying to give
understand what
you.
you
I was
said.
trying to give you an analogy with a basketball. Is like when you have a finger placed on the surface of the ball, one finger, and the other finger you cross it over in a straight line over it, based off the ball curvature. You know the roundness, till you don't see your finger anymore. That will be the obstruction of the curve of the ball, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can take that. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
So in this case, in nature, in reality, we talk about drop of a distance. Basically, something the same analogy I just put you with the basketball. You know,
Well, it's not the same
most.
because you cannot do the same with 20 miles. Like that's the thing I have an issue with. It's not like you're.
I can show you.
You are
Relax,
traveling.
relax,
Okay.
relax,
No, I'm
relax,
relaxed. I just find it
relax.
funny.
I can
You're
show
not,
you.
You're not
I'm just
traveling
telling you right
fast.
now something, and I can show you
Listen, I'm not
demonstrations.
done. So
There are
listen, I'm
hundreds.
gonna tell you what I
I'm
don't
not saying you're
understand.
dumb. Hold on. Can
Listen,
you
I'm not
chill?
saying
Can you just let me finish my
I
sentence?
don't understand.
I'm
I want to
just
tell you
gonna.
what I do not understand so you can explain it better.
Can I
Okay?
just
I'm gonna explain you my
finish my
doubt so you
sentence?
can
Okay,
answer.
okay,
But
cool.
you're interrupting
Can I
me.
just finish
Go
my
ahead.
sentence?
Go ahead.
Can I finish my sentence?
You can
Hello?
interrupt. Go ahead.
Holy shit. This is very exhausting talking with you like this if you're not going to let someone finish their sentence. What I'm saying right now is I'm going to explain some stuff and then I'm going to show a demonstration how it works over certain distances. And then you can use something called the Earth Curve Calculator to punch in the numbers, you know, the math, do your thing there, magic there. And also, we have a link we have a link to a site with hundreds of demonstrations with long distance observations and measurements, so-called drop over distance. Supposedly, we're looking for the curvature, basically the drop over distance. Hundreds of those. Laser tests. We got all of those things. I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm not just saying here, look, believe my fairy tale magic, whatever wand I'm waving here right now. So I'm now just explaining some stuff just to see how much you comprehend what I'm saying. And then I'm going to demonstrate. I'm going to show demonstrations to you how that's applicable in reality, how you can do it yourself as well. I'm not saying to believe. I'm not saying just believe what I'm saying. Anyone can go out and do the same. Just go out to the ocean, to some beach. It doesn't matter. You have any distance markers, anything, you name it. You can do it yourself. It's so simple. So, what were you going to say?
Now go ahead.
Well, I explained my part. So, do you want to see the demonstration?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, I guess your metric is the meters and such, yeah? You don't use the miles?
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah. You can just convert it. It doesn't matter. I'm going to post something in the chat of this VC. You can look there. There will be something called a modus tollens above it. The picture of it is a still photo from a video. And the argument in this is the horizon we're talking about, as in where should the horizon begin based on your elevation height. So if you, I'm going to post it now. If you read the modus tollens above the still photo of the two oil rigs, read the white part above so you understand what's the argument here.
Okay. So explain the logic in the first part.
Yeah. And you have the numbers, the radius, and so forth. And where the horizon should be based on that.
So where did they get this formula from? Geometric horizon curve calculators. So
Yeah, use the formula is in the calculator as well. You can look it up there. All those Earth curve calculators use the same formula, basically.
So by saying that this is something that I can do, is that you mean that I can go on the site? And I
No,
can
I'm
punch in
saying,
numbers?
yeah, you can punch in the numbers. Use
Yeah,
any.
that does not work.
Okay.
Like it's not really the real measurement.
Huh?
So I can check for myself that, of course, it does
You
not.
can look up those two oil
consider-
rigs. You can look up those two oil rigs. They're known. They're fixed in one place. They don't move anywhere. They're known oil rigs. You can look them up. The distance from the beach to that, from the ground you stand upon towards those oil rigs, it's pretty much the same. So anyway, it doesn't matter. What matters, I'm showing you a demonstration. Like I said, you don't have to believe this. If you have another demonstration showing you otherwise, with numbers, we need the data, not just an observation. This is, you have the numbers here, yeah? We're not just showing you an observation. We're giving you the numbers as well. And you have the radius value as well. And then you have the formula 8 inches per mile squared, which is the drop of the curvature rate.
I have a different question.
This
So
is just one example of hundreds others. So, but yeah.
And I'm seeing people that are implying that you don't believe in gravity either. So what is the connection between believing in a flat Earth and not believing in gravity? Why cannot the two coincide?
Well, I mean, when it comes to flat Earth, we're not believing in flat Earth. Like I told you, yeah, the nature is. I mean, if you take it, we say it like this: when you go to the beach, do you see you see the same horizon as I do? Yeah, you see it horizontal. It's level and horizontal. Yeah, when you look out to the beach, like from the beach out to the horizon, you see the same. Yeah, the nature presents itself that way. Correct? You don't see anything else from the surface where you stand upon. Mm-hmm. So it's horizontal. The horizon.
Do you get my question?
Yeah, but you have to start off from somewhere. I don't say we believe in flat Earth.
No.
We observe.
So do you believe in gravity? Let's start with this. Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't believe in gravity, no.
Okay, so what is
There's nothing to believe in something that should be scientifically known. It's not even scientific proven.
But this is my question. What is the connection between the two? Like, why do you reject gravity?
Why do I reject gravity? I mean, to begin with, no one knows what gravity is to begin with. Even the scientists don't know what gravity is. Even the
gets defined. So we stand on the same ground. And let's see if you agree or disagree with it. Okay, so let's start with the definition. So the force that attracts the body towards the center of the Earth. So since you don't believe that it's not a globe, so there is no center, I would assume, or towards any other physical body having mass. So just this attraction of the body towards, let's say, the bottom of the Earth, it being flat or a globe. So do you reject this statement? Do you not believe in it?
Flat is not a shape. I never claimed the shape.
Sure, but flat is just a simplification as opposed to a globe. Okay, so just your belief. I mean the chat is called
I'm only
flat
I'm
Earth.
only I'm only
That's fine
describing
because you defined it. Flat Earth.
I'm only describing the surface of the Earth. I'm not claiming any shape.
All right.
If you want to claim a shape
not
for
a
us, that's on you, but that's going to be a straw man fallacy.
Listen, I'm not claiming any. I'm not claiming any shares. I'm just
Okay,
using
I'm just
the name of
saying.
the channel to
It's cool.
represent what you believe. So I'm not claiming any shape. I'm just using your words to
Yes.
define whatever theory you push. Okay. So
Okay, sure.
this is my question. My question is, let's go back to the main topic. So why? I'm sorry.
Is it the cognitive dissonance kicking in? I'm sorry for you if that's happening.
I'm not even.
It
it's
is.
okay. I'm not laughing at you. It's just,
No, listen. This is not. Listen.
No, wait,
this
wait.
this
No, wait.
flat Earth
Let's go back to the question.
it's been around for a long time. I don't know how much you've been involved in this topic before. Maybe you're completely new to it. I'm not sure.
Don't take it personally. I just find
I'm not taking it personally because we see the signs of cognitive dissonance quite often. This happens.
There is a cognitive dissonance.
It is when you start laughing like that.
But you don't know what I'm laughing about. Maybe I just saw something. Don't
yeah, you think I don't believe. You think I don't believe. You think.
Anyway.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you don't think I believe in. Okay, you don't believe. I don't believe in gravity. I told you why I don't believe.
No.
Stuff. Believe is not a fact. It's not science. We don't do faith and beliefs in science. I'm sorry.
Quite. I think we're getting lost in semantics.
Go on.
Like same
go
thing
on.
with the flat Earth thing. I'm not trying to push any narrative. I don't have a horse in this race. I'm just trying to understand. Let's go back to that. I laughed because we were focusing on the wrong thing when I'm asking you a completely different question. I found that funny, but I'm not laughing at you. So let's go back. I'm sorry if it seemed disrespectful, but laughter is good. That's what I believe. So let's go back. So the definition of gravity is this force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth. So when I say it's just, well, do you agree that, do you feel this force? Because of course we all feel this force that, when you hold something, it drops down. So that's how we define gravity. So now
that's called the effect. That's called the effect. That's not the cause.
Wait a moment.
That's not the cause.
So, wait a moment. I'm trying to understand here. So now that's how it's defined as gravity. Now, how do you describe that phenomenon? That's what I'm trying to understand. Do you have different words for it? So you said that's an effect.
No,
So
I don't have any. I mean, if I'm not gonna use gravity, I'm gonna tell you we use buoyancy density. That's all we need. You don't need gravity, to be honest.
Okay, explain that.
The object that is running is in the medium it is in. As in you drop something that's heavier than the air, it goes down. Mm-hmm. Something lighter than the air goes up, okay, so like helium.
Okay.
Yeah, simple.
All right.
We don't need gravity in this part. It doesn't have any real meaning, to be honest. You have buoyancy density, and like I said, the medium it is within the object determines where it goes, up or down, basically. You don't need gravity in this.
Right.
And also...
that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you can demonstrate. Anyone can do that. But like I said, gravity, when you said you drop something from your hand... You're watching the effect of it. You don't know what the cause is. You say it's a force, but how do you know that? I don't know if you have the citations here with it, but a lot of people within this field are saying gravity is not a force. I'll see if I can get those citations just to show you. They're not claiming it is a force anymore. The gravity. There are citations for that. From universities and so on, from professors and scientists and so forth. They are saying now gravity is not a force. So this is the dilemma when we talk to people who believes in the globe. They usually they're not following the mainstream narrative, so to say, if so to speak. Because many people come in here and say, "Oh, it's a force," and then when we show them citations, and the others are saying, "No, it's not a force." Others, I'm talking about people in universities and so forth, the professors. they're saying it's not a force. So which one is it? You know, you can't have both. You can't go back and forth at your will. You know, it doesn't work that way. That's not science. So, do you understand the dilemma? Like, I will see if I can find those citations so you don't think I'm just talking out of my ass.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So
may I ask
yeah.
a little bit of a more personal question? As in the fact that, of course, since we get taught a specific, how do you say, framework for how the universe works and how our planet is, when did you start having doubts about it? When did your personal research about this start? And why? Like, how did it happen? Why did you doubt that the Earth was a globe?
Well, since I couldn't find any curvature, basically, when I started looking into the globe model, I found myself not finding the curvature that's supposed to be there, based off the math, like I said, the radius and all that. So it's doesn't take much. Like I said, it's not a belief. I told you that. It's not a belief. I'm just saying, flat earthers do not claim a shape. We only have to show you the globe model has been falsified. It is scrutinized. It's been scrutinized, tested. So, I mean, what else do you want me to say? I don't know. We go from there, and then you can make up your own point of mind about it. It's up to you. But we only here to present information and have a discourse about, the shape of the Earth, basically, to see if it actually holds up in reality or not, or only on paper.
So you're looking for the truth. You're not trying to push a narrative. You're just
just the truth. Yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, why doesn't this make sense? Like, if you're telling me this is how it works, I'm checking it out for myself. It's not really panning out as it's supposed to be, as it's supposed to work. All right.
You can do it yourself. Like I said, don't trust what I'm saying. You don't have to trust my words. Please go out and do your own testing yourself. Use the globe math. Use some predictions. See the curve rate where it should be. Like I said, over the plane. Like easier to do it over a beach, especially because the physics of water is always level. A calm water will always remain level. It seeks, when you fill any container with water, it always seeks its own level. So undisturbed water will always be level. And most of the time on the beach, you will see the water is level, yeah? Except storms and whatnot. So, but like I said, calm water. It's always level, the water. That's the physics of water. And yeah, basically. So, yeah, I don't know. What is your thought about so far about this?
Well, again, it's not like very logical. What you're saying, like, looking at what you're looking at, so the things that you're valuing and the variables that you're putting in this, again, in the way you explain it, it's logical. You're not really coming up with this and you're like, oh, this is how it is, and because it's true. You try to actually make a discourse and try to explain logically and rationally why that's the case, which is good. So again, it makes sense. I understand why you believe. I mean, to a degree. Of course, I haven't spoken to you for long enough and haven't researched this, but I see where you're coming from to a degree.
All right, cool. Yeah, but I mean, we're not crazy people, as you thought.
No, I didn't. I mean, I didn't think.
So I want to ask you, how are you new to the topic? Like within this, like discussions with flat earthers, or have you talked to flat earthers before?
I have never spoken with a person who believes in this theory. I have consumed content. For example, there was this video about taking scientists and flat earthers and having them have a conversation. And that was quite interesting.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I know which one you mean. That one is kind of bad, I would say, because those people sitting there, they talk.
They were religious, so they were. They were taking a different approach from you. They were like, "Oh, it's written in the Bible, so it must be true." So
yeah.
There was one guy which was trying to explain it more, but he was very cocky and very, very disagreeable and not really likable, which kind of tends to take away from whatever argument you try to push. Like just having that that type of attitude just makes people want to listen less.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I've consumed so far about the topic.
Okay. Interesting. Well, if you're approaching with an open critical mind, and it will be a lot easier looking into this, I would say. I mean, especially when you start looking into the globe model first, and then understanding our point of view, basically why we're saying this stuff. It will make much more sense, basically. But again,
Okay.
it's up to you, like I said. So we
I
have the
I'm
go
sorry
on.
to interrupt. So I was looking now things up, and of course, when you try to look, for example, I was looking at what is the relationship between gravity, buoyancy, and density. Right? What is the explanation behind it? And you find a lot of models, like 3D models, created, and then you say image credits, and then you say NASA, right? NASA, and you're like, okay, so why are they trying to push this specific theory? I mean, they research space, so they must know the truth. Why would they push this narrative when they know that it's not true, assuming that, again, your theory is the correct one? Like, is there an explanation behind that as well? I don't see really an incentive on doing that. What is the reason behind that, you think?
I understand what you mean. You think the vacuum of space is real because of NASA. But once again, we have to go back to science, the natural laws we have on Earth, the natural laws, the gas laws and everything else. If we are to claim, I don't know how much you know about the globe models itself, but it claims to be an open system. Basically, the Earth itself is in an open system next to the vacuum of space. Open system, remember that. Now, what happens to all gases, if we have all the gases we breathe here, gas pressure, here on Earth, and then you have vacuum of space next to it, what happens when there's an open system next to it? It's going to disperse and fill up the available volume in the space instead. Basically, everything will be sucked out from Earth if we're going to be talking like that.
Maintains everything within to a degree. Of course, you have bodies that come from the outside, like meteors and whatnot, but still, the atmospheres just keeps everything inside. That's our protection.
So the air itself is a force field that keeps everything on Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not saying that it's a force field. I don't really want to define it like that because I'm not sure if that's the right way to define it, but I'm just saying, from what I understand, the atmosphere is just our protection. And we said that in planets that do not have an atmosphere, it's really hard to, well, in general, you don't have life in it, right? Because you can't really have something stable without that present.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Gas pressure. A container is required, right, to have gas pressure. Do you agree?
I'm not able to have this conversation in the sense that I have not researched this. I'm not really able to.
No, it's okay. I mean, I'm just asking. It's cool. It's okay. I mean, think about this. We have gas pressure like in tires, and for example, in tires, like you need some kind of containment in order to acquire gas pressure, because how does gas behave? They go in all directions. They don't have a vector. They're omnidirectional. They will go in any direction, and they will collide with each other, the gases. And then when they press upon the walls of its container, it creates that pressure, which becomes a gas pressure, basically. You can only acquire that with a containment. You cannot acquire that without a containment. No one has been able to demonstrate that at all in any scale here on Earth. The only thing we have to believe in is somehow magically the gravity is holding the air together on Earth without dispersing out to the vacuum of space in an open system, which the globe model claims to be. So what we are saying is we must have a containment of some sort. We don't know what it is. We're not claiming what kind of material medium it is. We don't know. No one's been up there to test or verify that. But based on the physics and the natural laws we have here, we must have a containment of some sort in order to acquire gas pressure on Earth, as we have, 14 14 point something psi from the surface of the Earth. That start because the gases they come from the ground initially. That's where they come from. Then they go up. Yeah, they don't come from the sky and go down. So
Alright.
you can
Okay,
look at
I
that.
think
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So
So
well,
what?
so this
what
wasn't my main question.
yeah.
I don't know how we came to this, but so my
No,
question was, why would the general, okay, let's make it very simple. Why would the mainstream narrative be the fact that the Earth is a globe and not the actual? Like, why go so far to even fake all of these models? And, well, people who, we're going to assume, since, we're going to assume that the flat Earth theory is the one, which is, the truth. Why would they go so far to push this narrative? What is the incentive to do that? That's what I
you.
don't understand.
I cannot speak for the people who are lying about the place we live upon. I cannot get into their minds and read what they are actually thinking about. But if you want to have a speculation of some sort, I would say control, power. That's what I could say about it. Basically, imprison your mind with this globe model. I guess there's nothing else to explore. There's nothing beyond Antarctica. There's no more. It could be hidden lands, resources they're controlling. They don't want other people to know about. It could be those type of speculations, I could say, but mostly control and power. Yeah, those people in government and the higher ups.
So,
I don't know why though. I don't know exactly why. I can't tell you why.
so
But
I see what you're saying. Of course, it would make sense. But the thing that comes to mind is, I mean, we say that we have different powers in our world that don't really go along, right? You have Russia and China, you have America and
you would be surprised actually if you look into the Antarctic Treaty. You have over 50 countries collaborating peacefully without
how does
any
that
problem
work?
since over 50. How many years has it been now? 50 years maybe. It's been peaceful and peaceful act. The Antarctic Treaty. If you look it up, more than 50 countries have joined that. They have no issues. You have Russia, you have China, you have US, you name it. All the countries you can think of. And they're all
So here it
collaborating.
says that, so what is the main purpose of the Antarctic Treaty? To demilitarize Antarctica, to establish it as a zone free of nuclear tests and the disposal of radioactive waste, and to ensure that it is used for peaceful purposes only. So,
Yeah, I mean that's
like, I
that's
mean,
the mainstream narrative. But like I said, you said no countries. Like you said, you said Russia and all that. So look, if you look into the countries that have signed that treaty and they haven't broken that treaty once, no country have broken that treaty once. Or how long has it been? It's been 50 years, maybe, I think. And they're doing it just fine, collaborating together with each other, military-wise, and other stuff as well. But yeah, like I said, I mean, this stuff are...
you can't really explain it because you don't really know.
We don't really know, but we can only say as much as we know. But yeah, it goes that far. So, but back to Earth. Like I said, theory, flat Earth is not a theory. Like I said, nature itself is self-evident. It presents itself flat and horizontal at all times for everyone. That's the base axiom for everyone. Now, if you want to believe, things, whatever there might be in the sky, point your finger to the sky, go off what you've been told by the globe narrative. That's a whole nother side of that. But what we are here to, we love talking about science. We want to be able to verify things when we claim things. So I would say the things in the sky are not verifiable. No one can get up there to verify what they actually are, what they're made of, and so on. No one has been up there. You believe someone has been up there, but you don't. No one has been able. No one can go up there. So it's pointless talking about those things and up in the sky to say they are. I see this, planet. Therefore, the Earth has to be a planet. It's not a logical conclusion. I mean, there's no logical. It doesn't make any logical sense, to be honest. If you look up to the sky, you're going to determine the shape of your floor. It
Wait, so
doesn't
you don't
make
believe
any
that we've
sense.
been outside of the planet?
No, like I said, the vacuum space is impossible due to the second law of thermodynamics violation. Like I told you, the gas pressure without a containment in an open system. So you can't have a vacuum space in an open system next to gas pressure, basically, or where you have air. Doesn't work that way. It hasn't been demonstrated in any scale without a containment. So,
Wait, so
why should we
again,
believe
I
in
don't
something that
understand.
can't be demonstrated or shown in physics or science?
Quite, I don't understand if you believe that we've been in space or not. Do you believe that we've been in
Yeah,
to the moon?
you believe that, sure.
No, wait. Do you believe? I'm asking you. I'm trying to
No,
understand.
I
Do you
don't.
believe
Like I said, I'm not going off a belief. I'm going off what we know in the realm of this, the physics of this realm. I'm telling you, gas pressure without containment is not, has never been acquired by anyone, demonstrated by anyone. So I don't know why you should believe there's a vacuum space in an open system next to Earth. What's the point in believing that? If no one can present
Okay.
that, why should I believe that? Just to
So
believe.
do you think that all of the videos from the International Space Station were faked as well?
I mean, whatever is up there, whatever, if they are up there, I don't know if they're up there. No one knows.
How do you explain the lack of, well, I'm gonna call it gravity. Well, you can call it lack of buoyancy and density. Why is that not present there? If they're doing that on Earth, if they're not being to space, you can clearly see that there is a lack of that system going on. There is not that effect. And since you do not believe in the force of gravity, you cannot really just say, oh, there is no buoyancy and density there, if they're on Earth. So how do you explain that?
Sure. Like I said, you can't verify anything up there, but there are plenty of videos where they are, how to say, these so-called astronauts, whatever, in the ISS has been doing some fuck-ups in the videos. That doesn't explain the weightlessness in the environment they're supposed to be in. They could be using, who knows? They could be using harness. They could be using the zero-G plane for a short amount of time. Who knows? There are some other explanations for that.
Well, there are videos
They use
that are
green
hours
screens.
long.
Yeah, but they also use green screens in ISS. We have seen those. We have seen those in the videos.
Listen. So again, I'm going back. I'm gonna just trying to take in your mindset, right? Your knowledge, because you don't like calling it belief. Even if when I say belief, I don't mean a faith based.
No, I said we can't verify if they're up there or not. That's what I only said. We can speculate. You can speculate. You can go off what you have seen. From what I
listen, wait, one moment. I'm just
from
trying to
what
explain what I'm trying to understand here. So I'm trying to take in your knowledge that you just told me, right? The system that you have imported that I'm trying to understand, and based on what you said, right? Based on your belief that gravity is not a force, and you cannot be to space, and of course someone cannot go to space because there is a vacuum. So if that's the case, that means that they're faking it on Earth. But since you do not believe that gravity is a thing, there must be the effect of buoyancy and density for them as well. Like there is no way to fake it since it's not a force. You don't believe that it's a force. So
like I said,
you're saying
no.
there are other ways.
Yeah. Based on that, yes, sure. Yes, based on. I told you we can't verify where they are. I told you. Now I'm going to tell you.
You don't know. That's the answer.
I can't verify. But again, hear me out. One sec. There are plenty of videos where they have done fuck-ups and they're showing green screen. They have shown green screen. They're using green screen in the ISS. Some other guy floating around with a harness on his back. There are plenty of those videos. Now, they have taken those down, of course. They don't want to show the public the fuck-ups they have done. But of course, there will always be some other guy who downloads these videos and share them with the public.
There are other sites other than YouTube, and I'm sure you know, where they post anything and everything, okay? So there are plenty of other, you cannot say just they're not out there. They must be out there. If you've seen them, they must be out there. There is no way. So now, do you have them or do you not have them? That's the question. Can you find them for me?
I don't have them. I don't have them at my hand right now, but I can find them. Yeah, sure. We have a Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with all these materials. I will say videos and all that. So we have a server for all those stuff. collected there. So I will have to look into it, but I don't have it at my hand right now. If you're interested, yeah, I can send you those.
All right.
Yeah.
But still, it's even if they have a harness, you can clearly see that there is no density and buoyancy even for their hair. You can say that everything that they use, it's not really being affected by those rules. So it doesn't
Well,
really, and that's phenomenal.
the anomalies. I mean, if they're telling you they're in space, and then you see these anomalies, you're not going to question what's going on up there, quote unquote.
Well, I'm questioning right now, trying to understand how, again, based on because I'm trying to understand you, not the system itself. I'm trying to understand you, so I'm going to question you, right? So that's what I'm trying to do here. So now I see something that doesn't make sense, and I'm going to ask you because I'm going to assume you did a lot of research about it, and I'm going to assume you have an answer. No, if you don't, that's okay.
So no. I mean, like I said, I don't have the materials at hand. We have those and the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, all the database, all the stuff we save and collect. I can send to you them later on if you're interested. But we can, for the sake of discussion, we can leave that as at the side for now, since I don't have the videos at hand. I can show you those later. I can send you an invite to the server Discord as well if you want to have a look around, see what we have.
All right.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to make clear, like even with the harness, that's still not going to explain the lack of, again, that phenomena, the rules.
So you think harness? You think a harness holding you the hair?
Yeah, you can clearly see that their hair is not really. If they had a harness, this still would have the effect of density and buoyancy to the hair. Like even if they have a harness and they're flying around. So
yeah,
that's
but
the thing, right? How do you fix that as well? There is no explanation. Even if you show me those videos, there is not an explanation.
Yes, it's okay. Relax. There are videos showing them.
I'm just Italian, man. Like really, I'm not
Italian. Okay, Italian. Cool. I'm Swedish. We have very calm energy. So when I feel your energy, yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
So no, not about the hair part. We have videos showing the hair is like someone has used this type of hairspray when you make your hair like really fixed. Do you understand? Like when you make them hardened. Her hair is not even floating around in that ISS. It's like perfectly still in the air. One of them. But yet again, I'll put this for the sake of discussion of the topic. I would say put that outside. I will send you an invite to the server, and you'll see all those materials we have. You will see those videos as well. What we have, the things I was talking about. So,
right.
But yeah, it's a lot of things to take in. I mean, the amount of research and all the stuff and Flat Earthers have done is a ton, a lot of it.
May I ask how old are you, Quet? Just to try to understand, like how long have you been researching this for?
I haven't been a truth seeker for a long time, for quite some time, I would say. Yeah. No.
It's okay if you don't want to disclose your age, of course. I'm just curious.
I would say I'm around my 30s. I will say like this. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, again, if you're a truth seeker, everything leads back to Flat Earth eventually. It doesn't matter where you start from. But yeah, that's another story of it. So, but do you see my point? Things I brought up, like why I can't just believe because of the sake of the narrative of the things they have, presented us since we're kids, brainwashing us with the things in TV, showing you planets, movies, etc., and so on. It's I believed in the globe as well, like anyone else. I used to believe in the globe. I thought we lived in the globe until I looked into it in more depth. I scrutinized it. I wanted to verify it somehow, at least the curvature. Okay, the things in the sky and whatever it is, no one can do that. It's really hard. At least on the surface of the Earth, you should be able to find curvature, but there's none. And we have hundreds. I will send you a link to link to this one. Let's see, copy link. This one is all the observations I was talking about, with the long distance observation measurements.
Did you send it in the side chat or in?
No, side chat. Yeah, I posted right now. It's the wiki247flatearth.org, and the section is observations. You can look into that. There are like hundreds of observations with measurements, of course. Then we have something called FE Core. It's a laser experiment as well. They're doing laser measurements as well.
Why don't you look from the view of the ISS, International Space Station? That from that view, you know the Earth's circle is round. It's not flat.
Like I said, none of us, it's only a selected few that are up there, right? You can't go up there at any point, can you? So what's the point of talking about anything you can't verify up there? You just have to believe them for what they're showing you.
They're trying to commercialize space travel, actually. Like if you have a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. They even sold some, what was it? What the hell was that? Some some lands, something on a planet. I don't remember what that was about. They sold some land properties.
On Mars?
On Mars. Something. Yeah, I was like, what the hell is that? I'm like,
that's interesting.
I'm like, what?
That's an investment.
Like, what is that even? Yeah. Yeah.
So it's called Virgin Galactic. That's quite interesting.
Virgin Galactic, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they show you the curvature, whatever those rocket launches, whatever those people, been inside, and so on. But again, it's a lot of things to take in. First of all, they're using some kind of interesting lens camera that distorts it to be immensely curved, like it's showing that the surface being way sometimes it shows you like Earth being tiny, I guess I would say. Like, how do you fit the continents from that size there, from that height they're up there, even when the curvature is so massive on the sides? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And also mathematically, at that height where they shouldn't be able, even at ISS height, you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth even. That's base of the math itself. And this comes from not from me, comes from someone else, of course. I'll see if I can find that citation.
I was looking around about the private. I'm sorry to interrupt. About private space flight companies, and and another thing comes to mind. So I'm just giving you every how do you say, every contradiction that I seem to see. So let's say that again, the government has an incentive to lie about it, but there are plenty of private space companies, space flight companies, that would not have that limitation to them. So, or do you believe that they
I think SpaceX is funded by the government, if I'm not mistaken, to be honest.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but you have SpaceX, Orbital, plenty. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4 private companies. No,
I mean, who's in the front line when it comes to rockets and so-called space? It's SpaceX. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, anyway, who knows? Sure, I'm not saying the rockets are fake. They are launching.
Just came out one day and just said, the Earth is not a globe. Like, honestly, I can see if that's actually the truth. I can see him doing that. Don't you? Like, that's a character. I don't even see him caring.
I mean, to be honest, also NASA. What's the budget right now? They get every day. NASA budget. They could be incentivized also based off the money they get, because they get like, how much was it? Let me see. Holy shit, 20. What's the budget of this year? $33 billion for 1 year. That's their budget. So imagine that amount of money they get. They could be incentivized to lie even further, because who knows where the money are going? to put in pockets, or to other people or other projects that we don't know anything about. It could be incentivized based on the money as well. The NASA it doesn't, and also what they're showing us is really poor stuff, to be honest, compared to Hollywood. If you're going to compare the quality of the stuff they're showing us, the Hollywood has better equipments, to be honest, than the NASA stuff. Yet NASA has this budget. It's insane. Just thinking about that alone. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I have to go, but I'm gonna thank you about, of course, educating me to some
Yeah.
degree about this topic.
I
And I
mean,
can see that honestly, you just want someone to listen and not have this, how do you assume that they're right? Because I could say that in the beginning you were quite defensive, but as we went on and you saw that my intentions were not, negative or malignant, we just started having a normal discourse. So
yeah. You had
that.
questions and you were thinking like, what is this guy all about? I want to know. I understand. I sent you the link in the chat for the Discord, our Flat Earth Discord, like I said. And once you join that, get you visa verified, and then you can access more other stuff in the server. You have to get like visa verified there as well. But I can verify just based off from our conversation. But if you just join there, ping me.
Okay, let me see. So welcome. Do I have to? How do you do the verification? Sure.
1 second, I'll get you. Are you inside there now? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. 1 sec. Let's see. Can do it from here. All right, I gave you the visa role now. Now you should be able to see more stuff, more rooms, and other stuff open up. But if you scroll down all the way to the additional information, yeah, you have all the topics and so on, and then you can look into the the ISS stuff and so on. Just it's stuff showing anomalies, basically, I would say, and other stuff explaining what they are, celestial navigation, how does that work on flat Earth and not on globe Earth, basically, and so on.
Well, I'm gonna say I'm still very skeptical, but I think this is the right mindset to get into anything. Just be skeptical and ask the right questions.
That's cool. I'm glad you're open-minded. At least most of the people we discuss, they will either call us, they will name us, ad homs, basically using ad homs. They will ask you haven't gone to school, you're stupid, or whatever. Have you even finished school? It's like these kind of things we get on a daily basis as well.
I think it's more like the ambient, the environment. Discord tends to be.
It is what it is. So we are, hardened in a way because of that. So over the years, we've been dealing with Globers. So, but it's very nice to have an open-minded person like you, of course. Like I said, don't believe everything I say. Look into it yourself. Look into it, the information we have presented, the observations, the link I gave you. And like I said, you can go out and do your own testing as well when it comes to the, the observations and the drop of a distance. If you can find the curvature, we'll be very glad to see the, the results of it, I guess. So, like I said, we haven't found one. No one has presented. And also, always when we ask about that, they don't want to talk about it, the Globers, usually. They just point to the sky every time. But what about the moon? What about the sun? What about the eclipses? What about that? What about this? So it's always about the sky, never about the ground, which you should be starting from. You start from the ground, then you can work your way up to the sky. Sure, but start from the ground. If you have no curvature, then it's basically not a ball then. So where's curvature if it's lacking?
Yeah, I would say that it's also because most people they don't really question the beliefs that they've been imparted, from school or from whatever. So they don't have the tools to even explain what they believe in. But someone that, for example, like you, researched and knows why they believe what they believe. And I use belief not as in blind belief, but as in
I understand,
research belief. So there is a difference. So they cannot really explain it themselves. So they just find themselves, well, it's clearly true, because why would they, like, it's just like a more intuitive understanding of what they think is true rather than understanding why that's true. But yeah, I thank you again for this conversation, and I mean, I'll see you around probably.
Yeah, no, thank you. It was
Have a
nice
good
talking
one.
to you. Have a good one.
Bye.
Take care. Bye bye. Nice. I hope you Globers took note from that conversation we had. That's how you have an open discourse, an honest, rational discourse. Now, you don't have to believe in flat Earth. No one said that. We have here Faustus. Faustus. Can't hear you, man. Are you speaking in the mic or to us or hot micing? No, he's hot micing. Anyway. Faustus, either you're hot micing or your mic is really bad if you're trying to talk to me or someone else here.
Nothing that you can't handle in life.
Hello? What's this guy doing, man?
And this is what I got. This is what I got for abiding by the rules.
Faustus, if you're talking to us, we can't hear you. Pretty low.
Wait, did you mention atmospheric refraction to that woman?
In what context are you talking about?
Or when you were talking about the like the horizon, whether or not you should be able to see certain things? Or...
No, we never went into that part. Why?
I was just wondering.
It still doesn't help your globe, though. And you know that, man. Stop denying it every time. It's not going to shift the horizon based off the atmospheric... well, the Atmos... I should be saying Atmo, though. Conditions, sort of saying. It's not going to move...
That's the...
Imagining moving an horizon from 1 mile to 10 miles. That's one order of magnitude. How are you going to compensate that in the... I mean, I don't understand. Like, it's just words saying, yeah, it moves because of the distortions in the Atmos. But do you have a formula for that? Do you have anything that can be backed up scientifically?
Yeah,
showing you that?
I mean, of course.
You know what I mean?
Can, yeah, like for instance, with the black swan.
You have the Rayleigh
you
criteria, Rayleigh criteria. Sorry, Rayleigh criteria, for example. Like, do you have any other formulas that can back up what we are basically observing to be happening?
Yeah,
like the horizon is moving by orders of magnitudes away from what it should supposed to be at.
Yeah,
you know, that's crazy.
I heard you. So, so what you would do is, given that scientists kind of know what refraction to expect given certain densities, you would take a look at like possible temperature, like temperatures that could exist on the surface of the Earth, for instance, and see that if we see the horizon at a certain distance, is there any possible set of like pressures and temperatures that you could have to explain the horizon being further away? I mean, apparently even if it's not like orders of magnitude further away, just in general with the standard atmosphere, the horizon appears to be further away. The distance to the horizon appears to be further. That's just like a standard thing. Of course, if you have some special sort of input values, you can get horizons that are quite far away but not such special input values to the atmosphere that it's like completely insane, like 100 degrees at the surface and then negative 90 a couple feet above that and stuff. Like just with expected temperature fluctuations, you can see quite far away in some cases. Did that make sense?
Sure. I never seen maybe I'm mistaken, but I never seen horizon distort so much that it moves out of its own place where it should be physically, if it's a sphere. So I don't really know how people reconcile with that, to be honest. I mean, there's nothing to demonstrate that otherwise. Like we have to believe what you're based off what globes say. Yeah, sure. The horizon over there. So what? So it's an optical phenomenon then. It's not a geometric one. So what's the case here then? Why are we discussing the globe then to begin with? Do you know what I mean? Like I don't get it. So, and also, like I said, if you have a formula backed up, any like the Rayleigh criteria, that formula, if you have any scientific means backed up, how that can explain that phenomena on the globe where it moves by orders of magnitude away the horizon, is supposed where it should be, and by all means present that. I mean, what's the problem? We love discussing about these things if you can back up these type of claims, because that's a claim. You're going to claim the horizon is orders by magnitude away from the geometric distance of the horizon. How someone's going to believe that? It doesn't make any sense. You just have to believe that in order.
Do you accept that atmospheric refraction is a thing, at least, like that it occurs?
Sure. I said there are distortions in the atmos. Sure, based on the conditions. Sure. I never denied it. So they are there. We can observe it. We see. Well, I mean, like for example, take the black swan, which is a popular one. Yet the argument in that one is the horizon. Yet most of the globers don't want to talk about the horizon. They want to talk about the cranes. But okay, for the sake of this discussion, like the thing you asked me, yeah, you have the distortions in the atmos in that black swan of with the oil rigs, with the cranes. Yeah, there's distortions there. No one's denying that. But that's not the argument. We're talking about the actual horizon, where it should be at based off the math of the globe, but it's not there. It's way beyond in orders of magnitude. And there's no actual explanation for that, for the globe, to be honest. That's backed up scientifically.
Oops, I think I just posted in the wrong chat. 1 second. That's bad.
So no one is denying distortions or, these things in the atmos. No one is denying that. That's not the point as when it comes to what we're talking about.
So I can post an analysis of the what sort of temperatures would have to be expected to see the black swan photo, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, but you're talking about the distortions in the atmos. Can you show me something that mentions the horizon being moved out of its own place of orders of magnitude? Can you show me something that mentions horizon?
Sure.
That's backed up scientifically?
Yeah, so you mentioned, I think, Andrew Thomas Young, or you guys know about him. Like, even he says that the distance to the horizon is shifted. Even with the standard model, it can be much further if you have.
Okay, so basically, he's claiming it's optical phenomena. Then he's not saying it's geometry. Then.
Oh, yeah.
I would say
geometry. Yeah.
Let me just post a picture and see, so you can.
What have you posted? I don't see it.
I haven't posted it yet. Here, it's right there.
Oh.
All right, so you see that thing I posted? This is from the Andrew Thomas Young distance to horizon, web page you've probably seen. Like, you see the distance from, well, I guess S to O is some guy standing up. G is if you want to call that the geometric distance to the horizon. That's like if there was no refraction, it's just sort of the cone of your visibility on top of the celestial sphere that you can see. And then you can see O to H. That's if with light bending, the horizon goes to you can see you can see the horizon appears to be at H. So like I don't know what you mean by optical or geometric. It depends, like in terms of however you want to describe it. But this is kind of just what's going on here.
I mean, what I meant by optical is throughout the days, depending on the conditions of the atmos, like I said, the horizon can be further or closer certain days.
So
like we have seen on those black swan images, right? Yeah. So how does that still help the globe, though? I don't get it. If it is optical phenomena and not geometric.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't really help the global that much. If you're trying to say like, oh yeah, this is like we can show where the horizon is based on based on where it appears to be, because there could always be refraction. So yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But similarly, the black swan isn't evidence that that the horizon isn't where the globe says it because the geometric horizon is like I said, kind of hard to find because of the refraction. Unless you have a bunch of sensor data and try to like work backwards and kind of calculate where it should be, but that's kind of weird to do. I don't know. So yeah, I agree with you on that.
All right, cool.
Does that guy think the Earth is round?
You can ask him.
Think the Earth is round?
Yeah. But anyway, what's your name? Quetzalcoatl. I thought I was just thinking of like an experiment you guys could do, flat earthers, to sort of see, because you keep saying to like see the measure the geometric sort of the shape of the Earth sort of empirically without having to trust NASA or any other satellites, because obviously there are satellites in orbit that do elevation maps and stuff to like see the shape of the Earth. And so we have that data. Like if you want the actual shape of the Earth, they've got like synthetic aperture radar satellites and laser range finding satellites and a whole bunch of stuff with satellite altimeters to try to, in fact, it's actually so precise that you can actually see the tides going in and out and stuff. People use that, but you probably don't trust that stuff. So I actually thought of a way you can do it just with just by yourself if you want.
Yeah, sure. You can post it. Why not?
Oh, I don't have any. It's just something I thought of. But I suppose I can give you some links to it. But essentially, it's kind of it's a well-known sort of experiment that you can do with in high schools or even younger, where if you get the help of an amateur radio club, like a ham radio club, you can actually bounce radio waves off the moon and back, and then determine the distance to the moon. And I just realized that if you're in different locations on Earth, you can basically see the shape of the Earth probably by bouncing the waves, because if you're at the equator and the moon's directly above you, the distance is shorter than if you're at higher or lower latitude. So you could do that. And I was yeah.
Sure, I've heard about this one, but it's a lot of variables to take into account. You don't know what medium is up there, and the electromagnetic field up in the sky as well. Like, could it be influencing the data in a way as well? I don't know how to take that into account.
Yeah, but the thing is it would be kind of interesting if the values that you expected to get matched with the values that the globe Earth model says you'd get, like which I think it would. Like now you could even go up a mountain and then do the test again. I don't know how sensitive the oscilloscopes and stuff you'd need in order to measure the speed of light to that degree. That's something to look into. But I guess, yeah, there could always be some weird phenomenon going on in order to disprove this. Like, oh, maybe there's some weird, thing going on, like with the ionosphere or something. But like, if the values come back and it gives you a model of Earth that's like, 3,000 or 6,300 kilometers in diameter, it's like, oh, well, that's exactly what the globe model says. So it's just providing more evidence for that. And you can do that yourself. You just need you might need to go to your local amateur radio club to, they can help you out with it. But, you can also just buy this stuff yourself.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Um, how does the atmosphere of the Earth not go into space?
Wait, you cut out there.
How does the atmosphere of the Earth not go into space?
Well, basically at this point, we kind of know what gases are. They're like these sort of little molecules that essentially have almost perfectly elastic collisions with each other. So they we even know like kind of what their shape is. Like we've got pictures of atoms. We know like VSEPR theory of molecules. We know like nitrogen, for example, diatomic nitrogen is about like 360 picometers in diameter. We know that like at standard atmospheric pressure and temperature, the average distance between molecules is about 3 nanometers. So then, we have all this information, and basically, the answer to that is what goes up must come down unless it's going faster than escape velocity. And a way to think about it would be if you've got one molecule of nitrogen, say diatomic nitrogen, what would happen? Say it's going up at 300, 760 miles per hour, like the speed of sound. Well, what's going to happen? Well, you can plug it into a projectile motion kinematics kind of calculator, and you'll see what it goes up a couple kilometers and then it comes back down. And so the only way that you would lose the atmosphere is if some of those molecules were going faster than escape velocity at the very top of the atmosphere and they didn't collide into anything and they left, which sometimes happens with things like helium and stuff.
What
But apart from that,
what stops it
what?
leaving? What
Oh,
stops it from leaving, and why does it come back down?
well, there's the basically there's gravity. Like whatever you think gravity is, if it's mass attracting mass or like curvature of space-time, hopefully you'd agree that there is something pulling things down. Like if you have a vacuum
Right.
chamber.
But to my understanding, the closer you are to the center of the Earth, the stronger the gravity, right?
Actually, I think right on the surface the gravity would be strongest. If you go down
Right.
into the center of the Earth, it actually gets weaker. I think possibly because the mass above you would be pulling up, or maybe it would stay. Yeah.
Either way, the further you go from the Earth's surface, the weaker gravity would get, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm just, I guess, kind of hard to understand. If something is rising, right, it's going against gravity. As it's rising, gravity is getting weaker. So then, all of a sudden, I guess gravity gets stronger before it leaves the atmosphere and pulls it back down again.
No, you're right. It does get weaker, but only kind of slightly. Apparently, at the height of the ISS, it's only like, it's the gravity is still like, in the 90s of percent as strong as it
Sure,
is.
but
Yeah, it does get
get
weak.
weaker though, right?
Yeah, so even on the surface of the Earth, you know, if you have a container filled with gas, there's still a pressure gradient. Like the bottom is still heavier. I mean, there's more pressure at the bottom than at the top. Like so, the gravity is always pulling it down and always taking away kinetic energy from the gas. And so, yeah, if you basically do a simulation of all of this, or look up what is it, hydrostatic equilibrium or something. Maybe it's not hydro, but yeah, you can see that this kind of just works out. Like the gravity kind of keeps most of the gas molecules near the surface of the Earth.
Now, you're saying gravity is a force? No.
I think it's more. People say it's more of an acceleration because it depends on the mass of the object. So it's kind of like a false force, or what do they say?
I don't
Pseudo
want to.
force, I guess. But it doesn't really matter. It's whatever you want to call it. It seems like there's an acceleration downwards depending on the object's mass. So
yeah, the average agreed upon acceleration. Yeah, but that's the effect, though. That's not the force. Isn't
I
it?
don't want to. I don't mean
I
to
don't know what you
interrupt.
mean. I don't know what you mean by effect, or that's just kind of something.
Yeah, you're observing the effect of that speed. You don't know what the cause is.
Yeah, we don't need to know what the cause is. Everything I'm saying, like I was saying earlier, it still holds true even if we don't know about what actually causes this thing, the pseudo force of gravity pulling things down.
So we don't know. We don't need to know. We don't know. So I can just name it whatever I want to. The cause I could say is unicorns.
Yeah.
Being the force, I guess.
Yeah, but
since we have no definitions for the gravity, would be
the only thing you need for this argument is given that this thing is a scientific observation or a fact or a something that seems to occur. We don't know what causes it, but something that occurs. We can then explain stuff like the atmosphere.
This is what I've been hearing all this time from you guys, Globers, sort of say in general, that you don't need the cause to know what gravity does.
What do you mean
really
cause? Do you mean the mechanism of why gravity?
Like yeah, the independent variable.
Okay.
Because
so
you're naming.
That's a separate thing. I was talking about mechanism. You're talking about the independent variable being.
Yeah, the cause and effect relationship. What's causing the effect? You only talk about the effect of gravity. You never talk about what's causing it because no one knows what the cause is. There's no scientific experiment showing what's the cause. And that's kind of baffling to me because if you're going to follow the scientific experiment, the scientific method, which is the IV involved in that as well, it seems to be rooted out for you Globers for some reason. You just want to talk about the effect. That's not a scientific method at all. Not following the scientific method. Basically, that's pseudoscience.
Well, no,
you're taking half of it.
Okay. So the like cause and effect, like independent and dependent variables, those are things that
natural phenomena.
Those matter when you're doing experiments. But in this case, if we're just trying to in this case, when it comes to things just dropping downwards, I suppose what we're doing is just making more of an observation than a scientific experiment. I suppose the cause can be if I let something go, it drops down, if you want to do it that way. But mostly, I think it's just probably better to think of this as an experiment. Not an experiment, an observation. Kind of like how, like science does include observations as well as experiments. A lot of people think it's just experiments, but it's also observations. Like, Francis Crick looked at a picture of an X-ray diffraction image of the DNA to figure out its structure. That's an observation. There's
observation, but still doesn't follow the whole scientific method. No, observation just first. That's one part of it. That's not the whole part.
Yeah, well, that's part of figuring out.
Observing natural phenomena. Then you create your hypotheses, and then you have the variables, the IV and the DV. That you want to manipulate the IV to see what's causing the effect, to come to the conclusion. What based off your hypotheses to begin with.
But yeah,
it has to be based off your hypothesis first, and then you go back to the natural observed phenomena, which is the first step. You don't have a natural observed phenomenon when it comes to gravity. You don't know what the cause is. You only observe the effect. That's the issue I'm having with you,
Well,
Globus, when you speak of gravity being a force most of the time, and then not being a force for some reason, just only effect description of it. It's kind of interesting.
You can use observations as well as experiments to lend support to a hypothesis. You can also just
not when you neglect the IV. No, that's not going to hold it. That doesn't follow it. That's pseudoscience. Then you only take one part out and then you use the rest to suit your explanation. That's not going to work, man. That's not the science. That's not even science, then, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure you can use observations. Let me find a citation for you, possibly.
But ruling out IV is not science. Then you're not following the scientific method. If you're going to do science, you need to follow the scientific method. If you're going to rule out one variable out of it because you can't explain what it is, what's causing it, then you don't have science. You have pseudoscience.
Well, no, basically when it comes to science, what you do is you say, given this hypothesis, we'd expect to see these certain things. And then you can make an observation to see that it does follow what you'd expect. There's no independent variable there. That's only for experiments.
And gravity is supposed to be proved by experiment, a scientific experiment, so to say. So if
it is every single time we've ever dropped.
You say it is, but it's not.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, if you want the experiment to be, dropped or something.
Yeah.
That's more of an observation, though, I guess. But it's
that's observing the effect. You drop something from your hand. You drop an object through the medium it's in. Sure, that's an effect we observe, but we don't know what's causing it. It's saying gravity. I don't know. Do you understand? Like, no one knows what gravity is, even. Not even the highest, your high priest, so to say, quote unquote, knows what it is. If they can't explain it, what it is, but they explain in the same way you do, we don't know what it is, but we can explain what it does. How does it make any sense? You don't know what it is, but you know what it does. That's a very interesting logical conclusion to come about, to be honest. I just can't wrap my head around that when it comes to a scientific experiment.
I'll post some
do you get my point? Like, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
If we are to follow the scientific method, so to say, we're not making up things on our own, are we? We are actually following the scientific method. There can't be some variables not included. Like the IV is important, man. You need to know the cause. The cause is the first step in order to know what's making that effect, not the effect explaining what could potentially be the cause. It's not the other way around, is it? But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, so I just posted a bunch of stuff to do with whether or not you can have observations as scientific evidence, and also whether or not this whole scientific method is some well-defined thing, or if it's more like a kind of a, I don't know, a loose set of rules. But basically I can read, maybe I'll try to read something for you. 1 second, let me find a quote.
So,
Yeah, so
explanation.
this is from The Scientific Method in Practice by the Cambridge University Press. The scientific method is often presented as a fixed sequence of steps. It represents rather a set of general principles. Not all steps take place in every scientific inquiry, nor to the same degree, and they are not always in the same order. And yeah, and then the AAAS, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, says scientific method. Yeah, that's scientific method is often misrepresented as a sequence of steps. It's a highly variable and creative process. The claim here is that science has a general principles that must be mastered. Yeah, I don't know. And a lot of, and also I posted the science, the definition of science based on the Oxford Dictionary, and it mentions observations and stuff. Yeah, the AAAS is the world's largest scientific society and the umbrella organization for almost 300 scientific organizations and the publisher of the prestigious journal Science. Accordingly, the AAAS position bids fair as an expression of the mainstream opinion. I also have a citation from the University of California at Berkeley, in which they say that
Yo, what up, dog? Like, dude, the Earth might be flat.
oh, you still there?
No, the guy left.
Oh.
It was interrupting.
Yeah. But basically, from the university, let's see. Yeah, this is from their website. I can post a link to it, but they have misconceptions of science. Experiments, this is the misconception. Experiments are a necessary part of the scientific process. Without an experiment, a study is not rigorous or scientific. Yeah, I'll post a, that's a misconception.
I don't see how gravity falls under this category, that you can't use the principles of the scientific method.
Well, if you think about what science is, I mean, we can go through definitions all day, but they, to be honest, we just came up. People that came up with these things are just people probably know smarter than
testing
you or me
and knowing. It's knowledge.
To try to figure out, how to do stuff. I mean, so yeah, my point is all these definitions are just made up by people studying the philosophy of science. But if you think about it, what is science? Well, it's like the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation. So it's essentially like if you're going to use logic to try to figure out like the universe, things that are like concrete objects, the set of things that actually exist in the world, through your 5 senses and logic, like how are you going to do that? And if you drop a bunch of stuff, drop them in a vacuum chamber, do a bunch of observations, you can figure out that, okay, there seems to be this accelerational field towards the ground, right? Now that is kind of, a useful piece of information. It's not like, it's not illogical or anything.
Yeah, that's why the gravity so-called explanation of the speed is average. It's not constant. It's never.
Yes,
there's no constant speed of gravity.
Yeah. It varies.
It's an average.
It varies based on if there's different densities under the surface. You can see like a map of the surface of the Earth and gravitational anomalies.
Even in the experiment with a vacuum, it's an average. It's not constant in the vacuum.
Yeah, because of the altitude. As you get, as the object drops, the acceleration might get more and more. Is that what you mean?
But in a vacuum, there shouldn't be any resistance there, though. Or are there some other unexplainable forces we're talking about? Maybe that's making the dropping things in vacuum that don't fall at the same rate.
Oh, they would fall at the same rate if the gravity's the same.
Yeah, it would, based on your explanation of the gravity, yeah, sure. But there's an experiment showing you in vacuum, sealed vacuum, with objects in there, dropping at various speeds.
What?
Not the same.
Are you serious, bro? Like, they did that on the fucking moon, like, to demo it. Like, in one of the astronauts, they had a feather and a weight.
I'm talking here I'm talking here on Earth, not space. Thank you very
Tomato,
much.
tomato. It's the same thing. It's about vacuum.
Yeah, what we can do an experiment here on Earth. Thank you very much. I'm not going to believe what people have done up in space.
I mean, what's the citation
Tomato.
for that? Because it could
I
be.
mean, same thing is happening on Earth. NASA is the fucking largest vacuum chamber on Earth.
It could be like if the things are small enough, maybe they have different static charge and stuff. So like, I'd like to see a citation for that, because if it's a very small object, maybe there's different things occurring.
I'll have to look that up. There's a video about it showing you how it's demonstrated, but I'll look it up.
But anyway, in
hand.
general, the reason
Yeah,
why
I'd
we're
love to
talking
see that.
about this is because we were talking about why doesn't the atmosphere escape? But like that, in terms of the globe model, that's
And
essentially what it is. It's just
I
gravity.
mean, your explanation didn't really make sense though, because things rise because energy is seeking a higher level of entropy. And
That's an
so,
interesting explanation.
I mean, that's literally what it is.
Mm.
But like for example, when energy is transferred to water, it heats up, turns into water vapor, and it ascends because the energy is being lost, seeking a higher level of entropy.
Your
So
mic is bugging out, man.
it's eventually gonna get to a point where it wants to enter the vacuum of space. And I mean, how is gravity gonna pull this down? I mean, it's not really making any sense to me.
Question:
Well,
does pressure go down with altitude? Yes or no?
Does
just
pressure go
in
down with
response
altitude?
to
Yeah.
what's this, Dizzy.
Yeah.
So basically, if you have a whole bunch of gas surrounding the Earth, right? Like say it's really far away, it's just this big cloud. And so this is like at the beginning of like in a simulation or something. You press play, all the gas drops down because of gravity, and then when it collides against the surface of the Earth, it would obviously heat up because it's getting a lot of kinetic energy because of that, because of the compression, because of the banging against the surface of the Earth, banging against each other, and there's a lot of kinetic energy, which is the temperature of the gas, right? And so the gas has all this kinetic energy, so it should, if it's completely elastic, bounce off the surface of the Earth and go back to exactly to where it was in space, right? But what happens is because the gas heats up as it collapses downwards, it releases infrared radiation, and so that infrared radiation leaves the planet as heat, or well, as
So
photons, and then the gas around the planet doesn't have enough energy to actually go back up to where it was before. So to gain altitude, like in order to gain for the gas around the planet to escape the planet, you'd have to put a lot of heat in. You'd have to warm up the gas so that it moves fast enough that it can escape velocity and
that's
escape,
not
right?
no that okay. So in your scenario, you're immediately assuming that when you hit play on the simulation, the gas is gonna go to the Earth. Why? Why
So
would that happen?
yeah, so what's happening in the simulation is all the gas is just either not moving or just like a big cloud of gas particles that are just around the
It's
Earth.
in a vacuum, right?
Yeah, it is.
Simulation.
So,
Okay.
so they're all moving around. But because of the acceleration towards the Earth, a lot of them will fall down. Or if the gas particles aren't moving, they just sort of drop down, like things being dropped,
Why are they moving towards the Earth?
because there's an acceleration towards the Earth because of gravity.
Right, but it's gas.
Yeah. So what gas?
Gas, like that is not a state of matter that actively comes down to the Earth. It rises. That's how, the particles are constantly separating and being scattered because of the second law of thermodynamics. That's why it's rising. Like it's constantly rising because it's losing energy. It's getting colder. That's why things are colder the higher you go, and warmer the lower you go. So if energy is constantly being lost in the gas, which it does, gas is free form and moves freely. Why is it like you got to explain to me why it comes down?
All right. So if you have say a vacuum chamber that you can buy off Amazon, and you put that inside another vacuum chamber. Now, if you fill that vacuum chamber with air and seal it off, it would actually weigh more than if you take the air out. and then weigh it. Like
Wait,
gas
with
does have a weight.
gas, which, yeah, it does have a weight, but when it loses energy, it, like, helium rises, dude. You're not gonna tell me that gravity pulls helium down. It doesn't.
Well,
It weighs less.
So
So
helium does rise, but the reason why it rises is because of
because
the buoyance
it's
force.
less dense. It's less dense
Yeah,
than air.
well, so the buoyant force of the air around it means that the air pressure below the helium is higher than at the top, so it pushes upwards. But the thing is, if you have a vacuum chamber and you have a helium balloon in it, with air, it's going to float. Now, if you pump all the air out of the chamber, you'll see that the balloon actually just drops down and rests on the
Well, hold on.
bottom.
If you have uh, a helium balloon in a vacuum, it's floating because the helium is contained physically by the balloon. There is no physical containment around the atmosphere. So why is it like why is it coming back down? Like thermodynamics tells us that as energy is being lost, it will seek a higher level of entropy. It will get colder. It will go away from heat, away from heat. So why is it like you still got to explain to me why it's coming down?
So I will, but the first thing, do you agree that okay, so yeah, so why it's coming down? Yeah, essentially, if I try to think of an experiment for you, but like, okay, I have seen a video on YouTube where they have a helium balloon floating, that they get rid of the air with a vacuum chamber, and then the balloon sinks to the bottom. Would you agree that that happens?
Explain that like a little more clearly.
Oh, yeah, let me find the video. But yeah. Oh, here we go. Here it is. I found it. I'll post it. Yeah, someone also posted a video about how balloons, the baffling behavior of balloons, how if you're in a car and you've got a balloon on a string, a helium balloon, it floats upwards, right? But if you accelerate the car, the balloon actually goes forwards, and that's because, yeah, if in the field of acceleration, well, due to the car moving forwards, the pressure gradient is no longer directly straight upwards. It kind of tilts forwards, and so the buoyant force actually acts forwards. And so you can see that if you've got a gas in a pressure gradient, in a field of acceleration, it'll cause a pressure gradient, and that causes things to sometimes float if the weight of the object is less than the buoyant
All right,
force. But it's
all right. Let
important to
me
realize with
let me
the
watch this video. Let me watch this video. I'm gonna
which
definitely
one?
watch the video.
You can
Just
watch the yeah, you can watch
yeah.
the baffling behavior of balloons as well if you want. Okay, he's gone. I'm gonna go get a glass of water as well. I'll be back. Unless any of you guys have something to say. Actually, I'll watch the video.
Hey, where is that guy? Why is he deafened? This video just shows that the balloon, the helium balloon drops because it's surrounded by less dense air. That is like the sky is less dense than the ground. Like this doesn't explain why it goes down. The balloon came back down because he put a vacuum in. The experiment has a vacuum. Earth is not a vacuum. The surface of the Earth is not a vacuum. More dense than the helium. So that literally shows the opposite of what helium should do when it's in the atmosphere. It shouldn't come down because the surface of the Earth is way more dense than the atmosphere. So
Are you
this.
retarded?
Oh, you want to explain?
Are you a retard?
Or are you gonna explain, or are you just gonna keep ad homing?
I was just gonna call you a retard.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, is it autism?
But
Are you on the
Pinky,
spectrum?
Pinky, are you there? No.
Why don't you answer my question?
Oh, dude, you're just ad homing. You're not saying anything of substance.
I asked if you were retarded.
Are you retarded?
No.
I think you are.
Oh. But I'm not the one who can't understand buoyancy.
Okay, so why don't you explain how I'm wrong?
You're not even making any sense. You're babbling like a retard.
So I guess the second law of thermodynamics doesn't make sense.
The second law of thermo. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
All right. Back.
Wait, so I'm back now. You watched the video. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so in the video, the helium balloons drop because he created a vacuum. That's why they drop.
Yeah.
The surface of the Earth is, it's not a vacuum.
Yeah,
It's
but
not.
yeah. So when if you go into space or if at a place at the top of the atmosphere where there's much less air, the air molecules themselves, the little particles, kind of exist in a vacuum.
What?
Well, yeah. Let me post.
What?
Let me just post a photo. 1 second. Okay, so this is a picture to scale of air at sea level. You can see like there's just a bunch of molecules and they're flying around, but they're in a vacuum. Like the only reason why there's pressure.
How?
That's just what our understanding of what air
Well, then
of what
that's
gas is.
right, but that's not true. They're not in the vacuum. The atmosphere is not a vacuum.
No, I know the because of the molecules, it's not a vacuum, but like that. But if the I mean, the molecules themselves are in a vacuum. So if you get rid of the
How
molecules,
are they in a vacuum?
because there's nothing, there's no matter there. It's just an empty space.
There is matter there. There are you have atomic mass up there. It's not a vacuum.
Wait, could you watch one more?
Yeah, sure.
Could I send you 2 videos? And I honestly think it will help you, or at least not help you. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying help you understand what I'm saying is true.
Sure.
So here, I'll send it to you.
All right, I'm a deafen.
Okay.
Yeah, this video, I mean, he's saying that they only rise because they're bouncing off of each other, but that's literally not true. They're rising because they're losing energy. They're getting colder. So, I mean, that's like he's presupposed the idea that gravity is going to pull this molecule back down. Like, that's just not how it works. It's going to keep rising until something stops it. If the vacuum is right there, it's going to enter the vacuum.
But you should, I'd recommend keep watching it because like what he does in this video, he also has a vacuum like at like I think at like
This is
320 in the video. He has a vacuum and then opens it up like at sea level, and you can see why the air rushes in. It's because all the molecules are bouncing around each other, so they have enough energy to go in to the vacuum to fill it up.
where I'm like, I'm looking at the simulation. Where is he doing this thing?
I just watch the whole thing just so you can understand my position. Again,
I mean, I hear what he's saying, but like the part I'm on, he already has like a false presupposition of how this works. He's saying that, you know, they're rising because they're bouncing off of each other, but they're not, dude. A molecule will if it's losing energy, it will continue to rise. It can't it's possible that it won't touch a single other molecule and it will still continue to rise because it's losing energy. That's just how it works, getting less dense. So the idea that it's like it's only gonna come back down if it gains energy or becomes more dense.
I mean, I'd say like at this point we kind of know what molecules are. Like, yeah, I'll send a picture by Cornell University of a picture of molecules. So like that's a picture of you can actually see. We have pictures
Okay.
of them. Like we know what
Okay.
molecules are.
Okay.
And they're just really small like objects. Objects they have mass, and if they go up,
Right.
they come down. Now, actually, let me post
Why do
another
they come
image
down? If it's going up, why is it gonna come down again? The
because
fact that it's
yeah.
like it's the reason any form of gas will rise is because of the second law of thermodynamics. It's always going to chase a higher level of entropy, and energy is always going to continue to waste and be dispersed. The only way it's going to come down is if it gains energy. It's going to attempt to seek equilibrium with the level of entropy. Atmosphere, high entropy. Surface level, low entropy. And whatever the molecule is, it's always going to chase a higher level of entropy. So you have like water vapor, right? It has energy. It's going to rise and rise and rise until it continues to lose energy. And then once it's lost all its energy, it's completely cold, it turns into a liquid because it has no more energy. And it falls back down to Earth. And the cycle repeats itself. Helium, I mean, it doesn't lose, like it losing energy is not going to turn it into a liquid. It's going to
Wait,
keep going.
would you agree that things like helium and oxygen have weight to them? Like, you know, weight is the just
They,
like how anything you have weight
yeah,
in
they have weight to them, but that doesn't mean gravity would pull them down because they are rising. The fact that you see them rising means that gravity is not pulling them down, unless you want to suggest that gravity magically gets stronger at the top of the atmosphere to pull them
well,
down.
wait, no, so you can have a force pulling you down, but still have enough momentum to be going upwards.
It's
You know,
not momentum. It's not momentum. Helium doesn't rise because of momentum.
no, yeah, it doesn't if it's because of buoyancy. But like, do you understand what buoyancy is? Could you explain to me what buoyancy is, just so I can know
Yeah,
if you
it
know?
rises because the medium surrounding it is more dense than it.
Well, I mean, really, what buoyancy? So, what buoyancy is see how I just posted an image. There's like a pressure gradient. If there is a pressure gradient, you can see that the pressure at the bottom is higher at the top than at the top, so it goes upwards.
Yeah,
But
that's how it always.
so in the second image I just posted, you can see that things have a weight. Everything has a weight if it has mass or even energy in a gravitational field going down. Now, if that weight is less than the buoyancy force pushing up, then things go up. But so certain things
You're
like
saying
like
it's
a balloon.
heavier?
No, the
Heavier?
weight always the weight always stays the same. It's just that if the buoyancy, if the force due to this pressure difference is greater than the weight, it goes up, but it still has weight. Like those helium balloons still always have a weight.
I
And
get it. I get that it
okay,
has weight. Like that's not what we're talking about here. Things weight rise, gravity all the time. You can't say because it has weight, that's why it's falling down. It always had weight, but it rose. So there needs to be a different explanation as to why it comes down. Not just because it has
I think your mic's cutting in and out. But
you need to explain why it's coming down. And you can't say it's because it has weight, because it always had weight and it still rose. So weight is not the
okay, are you talking
reason
about
why it's falling.
are you talking about a balloon or just one helium molecule?
I'm talking about the atmosphere.
Okay, yeah. So in an atmosphere, like say the air at surface level, if you look at like basically it's a bunch of atoms bouncing off each other, and so some of those atoms randomly go up because they're just random things bouncing against
No.
each other. Some of them go down. They're all kind of moving all around. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere, well, first of all, there's more. I also posted a picture of the pressure at different heights. You can see that as you go up, the pressure goes down, and that's because everything's kind of getting pulled down. So the tendency is that even though the molecules are bouncing around randomly, there is a tendency for them to go down. Now, at the very top, say there's the mean
So
the mean free.
hold on. You seem to think that like these molecules are bouncing and going up or down because of, some random reason. That's not true. They're going up and down because of thermodynamics. If it's losing energy, it's rising. If energy is being transferred to it, it's coming down. That's the only reason these things are going up or down. They're chasing equilibrium of entropy. So the second law of thermodynamics literally states that if you have a high entropy system next to a low entropy system, right? The equation is always going to end up with higher entropy. It's never going to be lower entropy ever. That's just not how it works. You can't just reverse entropy. So, what is the explanation for why these molecules are not escaping into the vacuum of space? Because that's what they want to do. That's just how it works. That's thermodynamics.
So can I ask you, if you had just one molecule of gas, and it was on the surface of the Earth, and it had an upwards velocity of the speed of sound or
It would go into the
something,
vacuum of space.
so you think it would just keep going upwards if it was
That's
heading
how
upwards?
it's constantly losing energy. That's how thermodynamics works. Constantly being wasted. Heat is going to seek cooler temperatures constantly.
As
You're
you
telling me
go,
you're telling me it just gets to the top and just decides to seek a hotter temperature for some reason,
well, in this
breaking the
case,
law of thermodynamics?
in this case, there's only one gas
Right.
molecule, so
It
there's no
doesn't
temperature
matter.
difference. It's a vacuum below it, a vacuum above it. It's just going upwards.
Okay, so if it's in a real vacuum, then it's just gonna, you know, go in any which direction. That's how
Okay,
the vacuum works. It travels freely.
okay, but if you agree that that gas molecule has weight, that's why if you fill up a a scuba tank filled with compressed air, it weighs more than an empty one. The gas does have weight. Then wouldn't that
Right, but
thing
it
fall down, the gas molecule?
no, you don't fall down simply because you have weight. The simple fact that it rises proves that, you know, it can rise even though it weighs something. Like, you think a balloon is weightless? No, a balloon has mass, but it still rises into the air. You can't say it's falling down because it had weight. It had weight the entire time, dude. It always had weight. Weight is not a new factor being introduced. It was there at the start of the experiment and it's there at the end of the experiment. So that's not what's causing it to fall.
All right. I think I'll just send you I sent you one video, I'll send you another one, and then a third. There's 3 videos that I think would be useful for you to
I mean, dude,
watch.
these guys have these. They're just using presuppositions of how things work, bro. That's literally not how things work. The fact, like, if the atmosphere worked the way the globe says it works, I'm telling you right now, it violates the second law of thermodynamics. It just doesn't make any sense. You're telling me that we have a near perfect vacuum in outer space and we have a pressurized system on Earth, and for some magical reason, the air does not vanish into the vacuum. It doesn't make any sense. There's no force of gravity that pulls air like that. It's not real.
All right. Well, the third video I sent you talks about the second law of thermodynamics.
What do you think separates a vacuum from a pressurized system?
There's some
Physical containment. Physical, that's the
well,
only thing that does it.
well, so the key to realize here is that in both cases, with a physical containment or with gravity, in both cases, there's an acceleration that's keeping the gas molecules away from the vacuum. So, like in the example with the physical containment, the electrostatic force of the electrons in the container, the outer electrons interact with the electrons in the gas molecules, and then it kind of repels it back towards the center of the container. So that's an acceleration that takes place over a short distance. But in the gravity case, it's just a constant acceleration that's eventually turns it around. So at a certain point, the molecule's going up, but eventually it turns it around in the same way that if a gas molecule bangs into a container wall, and it's heading in that direction, and then it changes direction and heads back. So in both cases, it's some sort of acceleration, or that's keeping it
Well,
there.
that's not how it works in a container. In a container, it doesn't just bounce off. It actually sits up there. The top of the container is going to be colder than the bottom of the container. But in the gravity model, like this is just not like you're telling me that for some reason the molecule is pulled back down to Earth, but you're telling me it's gravity, but it doesn't make sense. Gravity doesn't explain that.
I mean, what you can also do is use a centrifuge, have like a container that's spinning around really, really fast. And in the same way that if you're in a car going around a roundabout, you kind of get flung outwards because of the centrifugal force. You can actually have a centrifuge that's not contained at the top, which is to say there's no it could just be there could be an opening to a vacuum at the top, and then it will contain the gas. It'll have an
An
atmosphere.
opening to the vacuum?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, the pressure at the very top would be very small, and so you could
Right.
have you could have an opening at the top, and it's not just going to all escape because there's a vacuum.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it depends on what it's being opened to. Like is it being opened to another vacuum? Being open to a pressurized system? What's outside of this vacuum that you're opening? That will determine what happens to the air molecules. Either way, honestly, the molecules, no matter what, are going to escape through that opening. The only thing is, if it's escaping into a pressurized system, then few molecules will escape, and then the system will be in equilibrium eventually. But if it's escaping into a vacuum, then literally all the molecules are gonna leave, all of them. That's just how a vacuum works, bro. It's a very high entropy system, and that's just how it works, dude. Like entropy plus entropy is gonna be a bigger number of entropy. It's never gonna be a smaller number. That's not how it works. That's it. Will never be replicated. It will never be verified. It's a law of thermodynamics, not a theory or anything.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go to probably a different chat now, because I think we've reached the point where we I'm gonna have to think about how to address the stuff you're saying, or like in a way that I think, um, not that you don't. I don't know. I don't know if you fully understand what my model that I'm saying. Again, not that I'm
Yeah,
right,
I get it. I
but
get the model.
if you would want, I sent you 3 videos. If you could watch those. The third one deals with entropy. If you want to do that one or watch that one, I'll probably be back in a couple hours. I only come on Discord once in a while, so I'm gonna go to a different chat or maybe just leave. But nice to talk to you.
All right, man.
Well, hey, I'm here. I'm gonna continue discussion for the other guy maybe, because I don't understand why you don't think that gravity is the explanation for this.
Okay, so gravity is its strongest, or gravity is stronger the closer you are to Earth, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if something is rising, right, it's defying the force of gravity, right? It's acting against it, right?
But no, is it the other things that are heavier are pushing it out?
No, that's not what happens. It
Well, wait,
the
you're
the
telling me
object.
about my model?
Well, I mean, that's not like the when you have something that rises, it's chasing equilibrium, bro. This is how these things work, bro. It's always going to chase, if it's less dense than the medium surrounding it, it's going to chase a lower density, which is why it's rising.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
it's
you
not.
will fall in the sky because you're more dense than the medium surrounding you. So your body will chase a lower density.
Yeah, but it's not. It's like because it's lighter, it's like more
It is.
strongly counteracting, like pushing against gravity. No, no, no. It's that more denser things, right? In virtue of being more dense, are being pushed more by gravity, right? Stratifying, right, and pushing out the lighter things to the top. That's the correct explanation in our model.
No, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's literally not
So wait,
how it works.
you're gonna tell globe earthers what their model is?
Yeah, because you don't know your model, bro.
Okay, well, I'm
You
not
literally don't
defending
know your
whatever you
model.
think our model is. I'm
Okay,
defending
so
what I
you're
think my
changing.
model is.
Okay, perfect. Okay, fine. So we can do that on your model. So you're saying that it pushes the lighter density object up.
Yeah,
Okay.
because they're heavier
So
objects below it. Yeah.
okay. So I mean this still doesn't explain why it comes back down. Is there a reason?
Wait, what comes back down?
Well, the whole thing was I don't understand why the atmosphere doesn't go into outer space.
Gravity.
Okay, so again, if it's rising against gravity, right? Or in your model, right, being pushed up by the less denser medium, why does it stop and then come back down? Because
Okay, right. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, this is the kind of okay. Look, it's like asking, okay, when we have like I don't know, like a rocks, it's basically buoyancy, right? I'm surprised to use a flat earther, right? Who like uses flat earthers often use buoyancy
I didn't say
as
it was a flat
replacement
earther.
for cool. Somebody who doesn't believe the Earth is a globe or gravity exists or explains things. Let's use that, right? I've heard
I didn't say any
oftentimes
of
there's
that
gonna be.
either.
Okay, sure, never mind. Well, this is buoyancy, right? Like just because like a ship, floats in the water, right? Doesn't mean if it floats in the water, if it's like resisting, whatever, like some other force, right? That it now has to fly too. Like, why would it fly away?
Yeah,
Why would a ship fly away?
you know why it doesn't fly? Because once it gets to the air is less dense than the ship. That's why it doesn't fly.
Right. And the reason why the gases at the very top of the sphere, even though gravity exists, don't go all the way to the vacuum, right? Because the vacuum is even lighter than that light gas, because a vacuum is the lightest thing ever because it's absent of any mass.
Okay, do you understand that like what impedes a solid from rising is its density. What impedes a liquid from rising is its density. When it comes to a gas, the molecules travel extremely freely. They are not restricted by gravity and they are constantly separating. The energy is constantly being wasted. The molecules are constantly becoming less and less dense. So they will join the vacuum of space. That's how it
Why would they
works.
go if gravity was the case, right? Remember, you're doing an eternal critique of the global field because you're saying even if gravity was the case, right? Why doesn't the lightest gases just go to space, right? Completely. Which, by the way, a little bit they do,
Yeah,
like
that's
there's
what
some
I'm
leakage.
that's what I'm
But
asking.
the explanation is easy again. It's because gravity still applies, and the vacuum of space is technically like more lighter than even the lightest gas, because
Okay,
vacuum
so
is absence of any weight of any mass.
right, but you need to understand that that second point does not support what you're saying because that's the space being a vacuum and being lighter is exactly why the air would go into space. It's
Wait, why would
always going to it's always chasing a higher level of entropy. Always.
what does that mean? No, no. So wait, you agree that denser things go down, lighter things go up, right? Or stay up,
Yes. Yes.
right? So is vacuum denser than a gas?
All right. Let me explain something to you. When you have water vapor at the surface of the earth, you realize that as time goes on, it becomes less dense, like it's actively becoming less dense. You realize it doesn't maintain a level of density. It's always losing density, always losing energy as the second law of thermodynamics states.
Yeah,
Density isn't static.
within a medium, right? Space is the absence of medium, right? It's the
Dude,
space is
Spartacus, you've been in this
nothing.
fucking VC for like the past 5 days. I
No,
think it's
I've
time to
actually
move on.
left for like an I know. I have nothing better to do, dude.
I mean,
This guy also, this Elijah guy. You're one smart fella, Elijah. Let me tell you.
dude, like
Space.
Yeah, dude.
the only way you're gonna contain this pressurized system in a vacuum is if there's physical containment. If there's no physical containment, the air seeks a higher level of entropy and enters the vacuum because it's lighter. Like that's
Well,
literally why it gets there.
well, wait. So we have several problems with that sort of explanation. A, closed containers that are pressurized do not create a pressure gradient, right? That's a law. That's a Newtonian law of like what was it? Pascal? I forgot. Like this is a law of physics, right? Like when you pressurize a container,
Okay.
the pressure there is uniform across the container, right? It doesn't create
That's not
pressure
true.
gradients.
That's
Please
not
show
true.
me, please show me like closed container pressurized at let's say 10 bar, right? Or just 1 bar, which is 1 atmosphere, right? That shows a pressure gradient. Can you show that?
I'll search one up. But I mean, I don't think that like refutes the point because it's not pressure that we're talking about.
But no, you're saying that the reason why we have pressure and pressure, on Earth is because it's closed, right? The reason why we have atmosphere, which necessitates pressure, right, is because it's a closed container.
I mean, it has to be.
But we also see pressure gradients, right? And we know that in a closed container, the pressure is uniform.
I don't think that's like if you're talking about like you fill up, your small thing with 10 bar and the pressure is uniform there, that's different from the Earth because we have constant energy is constantly being transferred throughout a bunch of different processes, which is why the surface level of Earth is warmer than the atmosphere.
So,
If you wanna like replicate this, you'd have to like replicate it a lot better than just putting pressure inside of a glass ball. Like it's not the same as Earth.
but that's what you're saying it is. You're
No,
saying
no,
it
no,
is
no,
just a
no.
closed
It's
container.
Yeah, but it's a closed container with a bunch of different energy
Right, right, right.
processes that happen.
Right, right. Well,
You
can
know,
you show me where you add like okay, so what happens to a pressurized container when in some place, let's say I don't know, I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, you see, let's say you have like you fill up a pressurized container with like fizzy water, right, and you shake it, right. So you added pressure there, you added energy there, right. Will the pressure be now different at different places in a closed container? No, it's going to be uniform. It's going to be the same
yeah,
throughout.
but you like
It's in a
this is
bottle, right?
because
Like in a
hold
bottle
on.
of like soda.
Yeah, but this is because the only thing in the bottle is the soda and the air. And the only thing you're doing to transfer energy is shaking it.
Right. So
Earth
you have different
literally has
mediums.
Yeah, no, 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 no. But you're trying to simplify it too much, dude. Earth has way too many energy transfers for you to compare it to that.
Okay,
Way
okay.
too many.
Sure. Let's say you heat it up on one side, right? You add energy there, which it does, right? You can even like if you have like a very thick container and you like explode a like a small like those fireworks like small ones, right? Like it adds pressure because it like explodes there, right? Like will it create a pressure gradient for like a nanosecond maybe when explosion happens, but then it will be uniform, right?
Yeah, it's like, dude, again, on these very small, tiny models, yes, it will become uniform very quickly. But as we see on Earth, it's a cycle. It's a cycle and it doesn't stop because we have constant energy being transferred, bro. Like the surface is hot, the atmosphere is cold. There's a gradient there.
Uh,
I don't know what to tell you.
this goes against like laboratory proven like physics, right? Like
So
again,
there's no gradient on Earth?
yes, there is, but that's why it's not a closed container. We know that because you cannot have this with a closed container. Like this has been known for centuries. But again, like we've proven.
That's not, dude.
Well, again, but let's
Could
look
you
at this
have it
another way.
next to a vacuum
Yeah, with gravity. Yeah, sure.
if you add
I mean, that's what.
gravity?
Yeah, I mean, there's an analog to the gravity force, which is
And has that been tested before? Has that been proven?
gravity itself.
No, that you can have a pressurized system next to a vacuum if you add gravity. Has that been tested?
You can have a higher pressure system next to a low pressure system. Easy. We can do this with centrifuges, for example. Right. That's what centrifuges do. You can like test the principle of this force, like just have a bucket, right, of like water, like fling it around, right. Like the bucket, like the water is applying pressure to the bottom of the bucket, right. It's higher pressure. That's why it's sticking there, right. While the air around it is at lower pressure, right. Like you
Yeah,
just
but
that you
that's
cannot
not a
swing it as hard.
that's not a vacuum there though,
Yeah, I
bro.
know, but the principle would be the same, right? It's like
It
higher
it
No,
pressure
it's
really
next
not.
to low
wouldn't.
pressure.
It
It's
wouldn't
not the
because in
same.
a vacuum, that's literally the highest level of entropy possible. So
Yeah,
anytime it's introduced to another system, it will always eat it
but no,
every
no.
single time.
Vacuum. Well, vacuum is not this like sucking force. Like vacuum is not a like a vacuum cleaner, right? You have to
I'm
like
not saying that, but the
right. So
second
it's not a
this
positive
is
force that like sucks something out.
yeah,
It's
okay.
rather the okay.
The When the two systems are introduced to each other, you can say that the vacuum doesn't suck it out, that's fine, but at the end of the day, the lower level entropy system, which is the atmosphere, will go out into the higher entropy system. That's how it works. Net entropy
unless
always rises, always.
unless there's a force, right, that keeps something
A
together,
greater force, a
like
greater.
gather something. Yeah, of course, right. And gravity is that.
So
Like,
you're telling me that like the Earth produces a stronger force of gravity than the vacuum of space.
vacuum itself doesn't produce a force, but vacuum is just the absence of something, right? It's the absence of
So
actually anything,
so
right?
here's
Although
the
it's not
thing.
perfect, right? Even in space, vacuum isn't perfect, right? It's
Right,
still
right, right,
has
right. But
something.
why is it right? Why does helium rise if gravity like is just gonna put like it just doesn't make any sense, dude. Gravity gets weaker the further out you go.
No, 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 no,
So
no.
if helium is already rising from the surface, it goes through the entire atmosphere. Your only explanation is gravity magically gets stronger at the top and pulls it back down.
No, no. It's again because you have a stratification there, right? Of like density, right? You have a density tower of thing. It's like called, right? Try to explain this to you before. It's not that the lighter objects are better at resisting gravity. It's just that they're when they're next to more dense objects, right, in the same gravity field, in the same like um, gravity field, the heavier objects will go down, right? It will stratify to be below the lighter ones, right? Same thing with
Right.
a boat, right?
But
The
you
boat
you
doesn't go
gotta
flying away, right? Even though
yeah,
it's like
because it's more dense, dude. Like listen, the gas molecules become less dense over time. That's natural.
yeah, and some of
Gas
them fly
constant
away. Yeah, some of them fly away to space. There's like a the our
No, 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 no,
atmosphere,
no.
like yeah,
Why not all?
because it has too much mass.
No,
Like for it,
that's not how it works.
well,
That's
it
not how
does.
it works.
Gases do stick together too. Like there's experiments we can show with this, right? Some of the
Gases
atoms,
gases
right,
are
do
only
fly
gonna
away.
stick gases are only gonna stick together in a system in which you have like more density, right?
No, no, it's
The,
no, it's a property of gases themselves, right? Like there's like stickiness to like there's a phenomenon actually that aeronautics engineers like found out like with experiments like in aerodynamic tunnels, right? Like gases have a stickiness, right, to each other, right? Like molecules of gas will like
dude,
stick
you're
somewhat to each
not
other.
gonna like violate the second law of thermodynamics.
None of
It's
this is violating that.
constantly because it's listen, it's constantly separating itself constantly.
What
It's
do you mean?
constantly chasing a higher level of disorder, the molecules, constantly. Because energy is being lost. It's getting colder over time.
Oh no, no, no. Sun is heating it up, like it's adding energy, right? So Earth is not a closed system. It's an open system. The sun is adding energy,
Dude,
right? And we
if
also
it's
have
an open
residual energy from the core
you're
too. Like there's
you're
a lot of things.
you're ignoring the fact that like the sun dude, the sun does not heat like the atmosphere just enough for it to stay. Like if there's you don't understand that the vacuum is literally a vacuum. It's the highest possible level of entropy you can have. That means that no matter what, when it's introduced to a system that has any lower degree of entropy, they're going to come together. They're going to come together. That's the second law of thermodynamics. It does not,
Unless there is a
unless,
force, right? Energy that is being introduced into the system. The force being mass, right? Gravity applies there, right? It will keep things together.
grav
That's our explanation.
gravity does not, okay.
I mean, I
Gravity
can just
does
show
not
you
keep,
experiments of. Wait, by the
no,
way,
no,
do you
no,
deny
hold on. You
gravity
said
exists?
gravity, you're saying gravity keeps these molecules together. That's not
Yes.
true. It brings it's a downward force. It's pulling it towards the earth. So you can't use that to say that's sticking the molecules together. That's
Oh
dumb. No, it's bringing it down.
I wasn't
What's
saying
keeping
that. Yeah, sure. I wasn't saying that gravity is what keeps like the molecules of gas together, because the gravity force there is like very, 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 very minute between the atoms of gases, but there are actually stronger forces acting between the molecules. I forgot what its name, but I think actually you guys recognize it, right? It's like surface tension or something like that, right? Like right. So the reason why like mediums stick together, like even the gaseous mediums stick together, is because of like forces between atoms,
right, but
right?
yeah, they're always gonna their nature is to disperse. That's their nature, constantly
Unless there's
and
energy there,
always.
and energy is being added all the time, like
Right,
heat.
right. But in a closed system, if the system is next to a vacuum, you understand that like it just doesn't work this way. Space is a vacuum. It's very vast. It's much more, it's much larger than the Earth. So once that vacuum is introduced to Earth, the second law of thermodynamics takes place, and the closed system that you once had now becomes a vacuum, just like space,
Well,
raising the overall net entropy.
wait. Again, like
You're
in
telling
our
me
model,
high entropy plus low entropy equals low entropy. That's literally
high.
violating the second law.
First of all, I'm not sure if you're using this correctly, but again, I don't see a problem with our model. So in our model, gravity, right, when it's scaled up, like when you have a planet, let's say, like our planet in our model, it will exert a force of attraction to anything that has mass that, yes, can even counteract whatever you think, vacuum is, right, if it's sucking
No,
or not. Well, that's in our
that's not
model.
how it works.
Well, in
Well,
our model,
that
that's how it works. Can you
that
show me
violates
math?
second law of
Can you
thermodynamics.
show me math on this?
The second law of thermodynamics?
No, can you show me math on this? I understand what you're saying
Math
with the
on
second
what?
one, third,
Math on what?
that the vacuum of space would like suck out, even if gravity is true, things from any body that has mass, right?
Right. Do you understand what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Yeah, entropy.
So through the transfer of energy, it's constantly being wasted. Meaning,
Hmm.
you know, in a solid, you take an ice cube, you transfer energy to it by putting a blowtorch on it, right? Energy is being transferred and wasted. Since it's being wasted, the molecules are going to spread out. So the ice cube is going to melt. The molecules are spreading. You keep putting the blowtorch on it, it turns to water, then it turns to water vapor because it's, it's hot and the energy is dispersing constantly in all directions. And then it's going to continue to rise and rise and rise and rise because it's constantly losing energy. And it's going to get to a point
It's
where
getting colder.
yeah, it's getting colder and colder and
You're
colder.
right.
That's
So,
why
but it's
this
not as cold as vacuum. That's why it doesn't go all the way to vacuum,
no no no
because it still has
okay, but
mass and some energy.
what you said makes no sense because it will always chase a colder temperature every
Unless
single
it's being
time.
heated up by like the sun.
No, if it's being heated up, that's even more reason for it to chase because energy is
No,
always being lost.
wait, no, you
Always
wait.
being
You're
lost.
contradicting it. You contradict. Wait, so you in your experiment, you put a blowtorch to an ice cube, right? You said,
Yeah,
right. So a you added energy there, heat energy,
right, right.
right? So then evaporated, and then you said, oh, it's gonna all go up because it's losing energy.
Yeah,
And I said, oh, it's getting colder, it's getting lighter,
yes,
less dense,
yes,
right?
yes, constantly,
And you
yes.
right, and your question there is for Glober is, well, why doesn't this water vapor or these gases go all the way to like space? Well, because there's a equilibrium of energy there, right? Because the more top they go, right, the more the sun will heat them up, so to still have some energy, some
Right,
density.
but you gotta understand that energy is only going to continue to waste itself. So
Unless you
you're
add
a
constantly
you're
energy. It's not a
no no
closed system. Earth is not a closed system, like I said.
dude,
The
you're
sun is
aiding my
adding energy
claim.
to.
You're aiding my claim. You're literally helping my argument. If the molecules are being heated up by the sun, that will only cause them to rise more because they're constantly losing energy. Energy is going to be wasted constantly. So if you're
Wait,
adding energy, it's going to continue to rise until it
wait.
chases a vacuum,
Then why was it rising when you melted a cube while it was losing energy?
because that's what it does. So
Wait, so it
all right.
does. So you're kind of contradicting yourself there. You
No,
see?
no, no,
So at
no.
the
I'm not
same,
contradicting myself. You're not understanding. I transfer energy to a gas, right? And what happens is it gains the energy and it is immediately wasted. It is immediately radiated outward. That's what happens. It's the
wait, why
second
does
law of
it go up?
thermodynamics.
Why does it go up then while it's losing energy?
Why? Because it's always chasing a higher level of entropy as the second law
So
of
when you,
thermodynamics states.
so,
A
so the
hotter,
universe. Mhm.
it, its temperature is always going to chase colder temperature. Hotter
When
temperature
you're
is always going
losing
to chase
energy,
cold.
when you're losing
Isn't that
energy.
Yeah,
how
So,
yeah,
hot air
so,
yeah,
balloon works?
but
so
that's
the universe
constant.
should be the case. When you add energy to this, right, you make it more dense,
No,
right, and
that's
it should
not
then
how it
stay.
works. That is the
But
opposite. That is that violates the second law of thermodynamics because energy is always lost. Always, you can never retain 100% energy. If you're
oh wait, actually,
transferring,
no, energy never gets destroyed. That's actually
yeah, it
another
doesn't
law of
get
physics.
destroyed, it just
Right.
transfers. That's the first law of
Correct.
thermodynamics, right? So the energy in the gas molecules is constantly seeking a colder temperature, constantly seeking a higher entropy system, which would be a vacuum, which is why it's rising.
And some
So
of them do. Some of the molecules actually go like they get lost. They get like knocked out by, for example, solar radiation, right? But
why not
the reason
all?
because they have too much mass as a whole fucking gas,
So
right?
so you gotta
Because of
explain to
gravity.
me. So you gotta explain to me how gas gets heavier in the atmosphere.
It doesn't get heavier in the atmosphere.
Well, that's what you're
I didn't
saying
say
because
that.
it's you're
No,
you're
no, no. I
saying
was
it
going by
comes
your
down
like
because
explanation.
you're saying it comes down because it has mass. Why
No,
d-
no, no.
why does mass automatically bring it down?
No, no, I didn't say because it gets hotter. No, no, I was going by like your explanation because like I thought I caught you there. Like not caught, but there's an inconsistency in explanation. Like for me, the explanation is still the same. It's gravity, right? Like if it has mass, right, it will be attracted to the object that has like the most mass next to it, which is Earth, right?
Okay,
Sorry.
but this is illogical, dude. It always had mass, even when it was rising. Nothing changed about the mass. You're
Yeah, that's what I
only
said in the
explaining
beginning, right? It's
you're
that
you're
it's not.
only you're you're only saying that it had mass, bro. Like that doesn't explain anything. It always had mass. It had mass when it was water vapor on the surface of the earth, and it still rose through the sky
Because
with the same mass.
it became less dense, right? And as we know, buoyancy, right? What happens to a less dense thing?
So
It
why does
also,
it automatically become more dense in the atmosphere?
oh, because that's what you do when you're with gas. Like a cube. Okay, which is
What?
denser? Which is denser, a cube of ice or water vapor?
No, no, dude. Answer my question. Why does it randomly get more dense in the atmosphere?
It didn't say no. No. Gases are less dense than solids.
Yeah, but you're saying that it gets more dense when it reaches the top of the atmosphere,
No,
which
no,
makes
no,
no
no, no. I
sense.
wasn't. I wasn't
That's what
saying
you
that. No,
just
no.
said.
No,
That's what
you
you
just
just
said
said.
that. Yeah, you
You just
No,
said
literally
no.
that.
just said
Maybe
that.
maybe I misspoke. No, no. That's not my model. Differently. It's not a model. No, no, no.
Okay, so then why is it coming down? Like that's still the question I need to
Because
answer.
it's more dense. If something is
Oh,
going
so it does get more dense
down,
in the air.
if it's going down,
Okay, but
that's like
we just established that it wasn't dense. That's why it rose to the atmosphere,
yeah,
right?
right. When some
So
things are less
how did
dense
it
than
get
other
more dense?
things,
So how did it get more dense?
um, depends. Give me an example. What are you talking about?
Well, you're saying that the reason it comes down is because it gets more dense. So how does it get
Yeah,
more
that's what
dense?
happens. Yeah, if
How? How?
if
Explain.
well, that's buoyancy
That's
within
not
a gravitational
buoyancy.
field.
That's not
Yes. Wait,
no. When something rises through buoyancy, it doesn't get more dense out of
I
random. You
said
need
the
to tell me.
opposite.
No,
When
you're
something rises
telling.
through buoyancy, it's because it's either the thing itself becoming less dense or the medium that is it in, right, is becoming more dense.
Okay, dude. So tell me why, when it reaches the top of the atmosphere in its least dense state, it magically becomes more dense and drops.
It's not
Why does the
becoming more.
density increase?
Give me an example. What are you talking about?
You're saying that it comes back down. Why
I
does it
never
come
said
back
that.
down? Oh, it doesn't come back down?
I don't know what you're talking about. What comes back down in the atmosphere? Like what?
So if it doesn't come back down, what's stopping it from entering the vacuum of space?
Gravity. Because
Bro,
it still has some mass. It still has some density.
it always had some mass and density, bro. It's
Yes.
literally gotten lighter
Yes, it
as it
has.
has gone up.
Yes, it has less density, but it
The
still has
only
some, which is why
listen,
it's on the top of the density pyramid, the density tower, right?
all right,
In our case, would be Earth.
you
Like
understand
okay,
this, right?
it's
If
like saying
something
like
no no no
why
hold
don't
on.
two ships fly, right? Like when they are like on a surface, right? Like what?
Ships don't fly because they are more dense than air. We're talking
Right.
about
And what
gas.
is
We're
more
talking,
and what
dude,
is okay? Is vacuum does vacuum has any density? No, it's zero density,
that's not true.
zero mass. Well,
That's not true.
almost right. It's at least less mass and density than any gas,
Okay,
right? So it's
let me
always
hold on.
so vacuum is always going to be at the top, and below that will be the lightest gas always.
You realize that it the second law of thermodynamics states that it will chase the vacuum. It will always
What does
chase
that
the
mean
vacuum.
even?
What do you mean?
I am kind of okay. Look, I'm just gonna okay. Well, nice conversation, dude. I'm gonna see what's happening in our chat, but we can continue this later. See you, dude.
Oh, bro, these guys are fucking brain dead.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he left.
He gave up or what?
Yep.
Oh, that guy, man.
These people seem to think that, you can have a pressurized system next to a vacuum with no physical container and, it's just magically gonna stick there. Like, not how it works, dude.
I mean, if they could demonstrate that, then sure. I will have a look at it and see how it's done.
They can't demonstrate it because that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Net
Yeah.
entropy always rises, always.
Yeah. Sadly, just an excuse for the belief they must have in order to continue believing in the globe.
I just don't get like how that's just accepted amongst people who are like scientifically literate. That the globe model literally violates the second law of thermodynamics. Literally, if there's no physical container, why? Well, like what? Doesn't gravity doesn't matter. No force is gonna stop the atmosphere from chasing the vacuum. Literally impossible. That's like saying, you know, Earth's gravity magically fucking keeps Earth hot. Like what, dude? Hot goes from cold all the time. So what's stopping our hot atmosphere from going to the cold vacuum of space?
Oh, gravity.
Fucking ridiculous, dude. Gravity's pulling energy now. Gravity's pulling temperature, guys.
Well, they say pulling mass, well, attracts the mass from the mass, and then. But if you look into the word mass, it literally has no meaning. It's
This
just
guy's
yeah.
now asking to 1v1 in a VC away from here.
Oh. Nah, let him come back. We all
Right,
want to hear.
he doesn't want to get embarrassed, dude.
I posted the citation for the word mass. You can read about it in the VC chat. It literally means nothing in reality.
You know what's so crazy, dude? They accepted like theory for gravity is Einstein's theory that it's a result of space-time being bent. There are people who have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on PhDs and they accept that as a real concept. Like space and time are literally just concepts, human invented concepts. And he's telling us he's assigning physical properties to these concepts and using it to explain gravity.
Yeah.
And people accept that. They're like, "Oh yeah, it's bending space-time. You don't know what bending space-time is, dude? Come on." What?
Yeah, man.
That says he wants to share his screen, dude.
He can share his screen in this VC. It works. There's a button called share your screen here as well.
You have to have a role or something.
He should be able to share his screen. I think he has the sufficient role for it. I mean, I can. What was his role? What is he?
I don't know. He's playing possum. He's scared to come back.
Come back.
Dude,
Tell us more about the fairy tale
That's
gravity.
and when I was a glober, I really thought that there was concrete science to the heliocentric model, and to find out that there's literally zero is sad. Literally zero.
Yep. But some won't accept that. So just they have to go with the other stories, excuses they have to make it work in their belief.
Dude, I know the gas is rising and going against gravity, but once it hits the top, gravity actually magically gets stronger and pulls it back down.
And he said that because it's less dense. Is that what he said?
He said it gets more dense when it hits the top. Like,
more dense. Okay.
how does that happen? How does it get more dense at the top? Like,
I don't know. Yeah, some magic woo-woo talk. Who knows? Hello, Parth. Are you here to guide us? Is Parth a bot or a human?
up, Parth? You think the Earth is round?
Really? Okay.
I'm just curious.
Wait, what?
Do you think the Earth is round?
Um, not really.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think it's flat either.
What do you think it is?
It doesn't have. I mean, I don't think it matters to me. I'm indifferent to it. But I don't think it's flat. Definitely.
Definitely not flat.
Mhm. It's not flat.
Why not?
So if it's not flat or round, do you still believe in the heliocentric cosmology?
I said it's not. Yeah, of course I believe in it. I said round is not the correct shape of Earth, to be precise. So that's why I said I disagree with round. The word round.
Okay, sphere.
So what is it? Oh yeah, you
Again,
think
these
it's a
definitions
sphere?
here.
Wow, this guy. You think it's a sphere?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So he's a ball earther then. All right. That's cool.
So where you wanna go?
I think the shape of the Earth, whether it's what like from a religious perspective, it doesn't bother me at all. It's not something I'm concerned about. It doesn't help me.
What's the shape in the religion you believe in then? What is saying about it or claiming? I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean it is. Yeah, it's spherical. What my religion claims.
Which religion is that claims it's spherical? Interesting. Do you have a
Even
citation
from
for that?
Buddhist
Maybe I could look it up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
I want to see what the interpretation is. Because they don't write the actual word spherical, do they? They're describing it as something else.
They describe it as Bhugol. Bhugol, if you translate it, it means spherical.
Google.
Bhugol. Bhugol. Gol means
Boogle.
round. Bhugol. Yeah.
Ah, it means round. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a sphere.
Yeah.
2D, 3D.
Even in Buddhism, it is described as spherical. So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked into that scripture, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I'm saying that regardless of what the shape is, I'm least bothered about it because it doesn't help me.
Well, yeah, sure. If you go by the religious aspect of it, I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe.
But bro, you realise that we're not trying to say that the Earth is any kind of shape. Like flat's just a descriptor of the surface. Like most of it's covered in water, so we know how water behaves. It's always trying to find equilibrium and it lays flat when it's not in motion. So we don't think the Earth is some kind of specific shape, especially with an edge. We don't think it's a disc or anything like that, if that's what you may be thinking.
Yeah. I don't know how much you looked into the topic of flat Earth, like what we argue about, I guess.
I've looked into it. I mean, I hop around the chat a lot when I'm moderating it, like when people are wilding out in the chat or when Aurora texts me, but
yeah. But just, so we're clear, flat is not a shape. We're not claiming any shape. It's just the description of the surface of the Earth we're describing. Flat, level, horizontal, the water at the horizon. And no measured curvature, basically, to be found anywhere.
No curvature.
Yeah, that's the point of the flat Earth argument. We are falsifying the globe and presenting information, sharing, and people can make their own conclusion about it.
Do you think, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
So, flat Earth, like whatever your stance is, I understand what your stance is. Is it politically motivated, or is the stance motivated from some perhaps what do you call it? Perhaps not trying to simplify modern understanding, which is not supposed to be simplified, and when we are dealing with sophisticated things like especially about Earth, is the effort about rejection of the institutions, scientific institutions, or rejection of whatever sophisticated modern times has to offer?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. We do accept science, actual science, not pseudoscience, that follows the scientific method and so on, of course, experiments, scientific experiments. So we do accept that, but yeah.
Can I get in a definition, if you don't mind me? Like, what is the definition of scientific method? Like,
yeah, the steps in the scientific method, as in describing the first step, observing a natural phenomena that's occurring in nature, and you want to make a valid hypothesis, like try to describe like what may the natural observed phenomena cause this to be this effect. Then you have the independent variable, which is the cause, and then you have the dependent variable, which is the effect from the cause. So you're trying to establish a cause and effect relationship based on the natural observed phenomena and your hypothesis. If your hypothesis doesn't follow the so on later on experiment with those two variables, then your hypothesis is wrong. So you have to find a valid one, and then you conduct the experiment. to find the cause and effect relationship. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we follow all that. That's the thing. When we discuss the globe here with globers, we always ask when they claim stuff, make claims. We ask for evidence, scientific ones, especially when it's about gravity and other stuff. That's a natural quote unquote phenomena as they claim it to be. And yeah, we take it from there. So we and then we point out the logical fallacies when they make those, and say why this is wrong and so forth. So we, basically teaching them the globe model, and at the same time showing them how that's not science in most of the points they're making, I guess. So yeah, we're not against the establishment per se, but it's just the claims behind them do not follow most of the time the so-called scientific method at all. That's the problem.
So I understand what you're saying. Like, I think if like just to from a perspective that okay, is there a probability of flat Earth being a possible? Like, is it possible? I mean, sure, right? But I think what I understand from and I've heard I know very little from what flat Earth talk about, right? But I think they have to do a lot of assumption and keep adjusting after adjustment after adjustment to fit into what our natural world is, I think. Whereas if we assume the globe Earth, we don't have to make that adjustment. We can just go from it. And yeah.
Wait, so are you saying that flat earthers are making assumption to make it fit reality? Are you?
I think both of them are making assumption, but I'm saying in case of the flat Earth, the assumption keeps on becoming infinite regress, where you have to keep on going until you have to adjust and adjust. Okay, we can't explain this. Okay, so let's adjust this, and even the globe has to do it, but there is some limit to it, I think, and yeah. Well, because like you said, right? If a scientific method has to be there, it has to be guided by the natural law. It has to be explanatory reference to the natural law. It has to be testable against the empirical world, and the conclusions have to be tentative, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And it is, yeah. So
you need to be able to verify the things that are being claimed, of course. Any means, but in this case, scientific means when it comes to the the claims about gravity and other stuff. But the shape of the Earth, like I said, we that's not science when we talk about the shape of the Earth. As in when we try to find the curvature, we're just talking about measuring the surface. So it's geometry basically on that part alone. And from our side, we don't have any assumptions because the only thing I would say, quote unquote, claim. It's not a positive claim, but if you will, I will say, quote unquote, claim from our side is that what we observe, we see way too far beyond the predictions of the globe math. And then we don't find any drop of a distance, no curvature to be measured or found. That is the issue. That's not an assumption. That's the result, what we come up about, basically. So we have all the data, we have all those things, collected. So anyone can look through those. Anyone can do them themselves, do these tests themselves as well. No one's telling you to believe us when it comes to that part. And then when we scrutinize the globe model and the scientific method and the word meaning science, which is, I would say, is being misused in many ways. It's been applicable to many things that's not even science. So there's a lot of misconception with the word using the word science also. So we are basically here, share information, point out the logical fallacies, and show them that we have no curvature to be found. So if there's no curve, how do you have a ball to begin with that you live on? And so we're mostly scrutinizing the globe model side. There's no I wouldn't say there's. I mean, if you have one, but we don't have any assumptions about flat Earth, to be honest. We take nature by itself as self-evident. You know, the axiom of it, what we observe at first, and then we can measure. Like I said, we only measure it to be flat, as far as we can see. And then when using the globe math to do the prediction of the curvature rate, there's basically nothing to be found. We don't see any obstructions based off the curvature rate, but we have something called perspective. When you look out to the horizon, you see objects disappearing. The further it goes away out of your sight, and then you don't see it anymore. That's called perspective, the vanishing point. And our eyes are limited to angular size as well. So you have all those stuff to conclude into the making of our reality, I guess I would say. It's not based on assumptions. But yeah. Do you understand what I'm getting?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So yeah.
How do you? I have a question, right? So during lunar eclipse, Earth passes. I mean, I don't know what is how you guys understand it, but during lunar eclipse, Earth passes between the sun and the moon, right? And allowing this Earth to cast a shadow on the moon. The shadow is always a circle, no matter where you are on the planet, no matter the time of the eclipse, right?
Yeah.
And the only way to always cast a circular shadow, if the thing casting the shadow, in this case, Earth, is a globe. So, I mean.
So you think if you have a circle object next to a circle object trying to cast a shadow upon it, it's going to create a circle shadow? If you do, if you test it on your own.
I'm saying that if you have to always cast a circular shadow, the thing has to be in the case has to be a globe, or has to be it's about geometry. It has to be that way in order for it to cast the shadow of a circular, right? Okay.
I mean, that's what you assume, I guess. But again, we don't know what the stuff are in the skies. We don't claim what they are.
Do you use GPS?
Yeah, sure. Who doesn't?
Oh, okay.
We have our mobile phones, smartphones, whatever.
So, have you played? I'm pretty sure you played around with GPS. So I think so if you use GPS, if you use gravity to say trust your GPS to give you accurate position and calculate trajectories, the same force will form a material will form the material size material and the size of the Earth into a ball, don't you think? Even when you're using GPS, you are kind of implying that Earth is a globe.
Based on what? How do you conclude that? How do signals? What are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about the cell towers? Which ones?
Wait, say it again. Sorry, I cut out.
When you say GPS, what are you thinking about exactly? In order for it to function.
I'm talking about how, for example, if you are in a let me think of an example here. Right? So if you kind of the GPS, we have the network of of satellites and that orbits the Earth and sends signals to the receiver, right? And these signals allow the receivers to calculate their position and the speed, etc., etc. Right? If you let's say there are 2 points on the ground that are on the same latitude, right? If Earth were flat, the distance would be the same as the arc of the circle, with the radius equal to the Earth's radius at that latitude. Don't you think?
On ground level.
Yeah, I'm saying that if I were to, if I have to prove the Earth is flat, right? Then, I mean, for me to measure the distance between 2 points on the ground that are on same latitude, the distance would be the same as the arc length of the circle, with the radius equal to the Earth's radius at that latitude. I don't think that's the case, to be honest. Like, if we were like, yeah, if I use the formula of s equals to r, r the angle of radius, that's we don't find that. Yeah. For example, like I live in India, right? So I'm in Mumbai right now. If I go from Mumbai to Calcutta, which are on approximately on a 22 degrees north latitude, right? The straight line between those cities is about like 168, 165 something kilometers, right? And the radius of the Earth at 22 degrees north latitude is about something 6,000 would be, right? If you use that formula, you don't get the distance that you're supposed to get if it were to assume that it was flat. So.
Well, I think you have to look into how GPS actually works, because you have the triangulation system. When you triangulate your position using the cell towers, it can only happen on a flat plane. You don't have signals bouncing, curving around the Earth like that. Also, there's something called the Marconi experiment. He was able to communicate from one side of a continent to the other side of the Earth, so to say, if you want to believe in the globe. It was like 10,000 miles, and there was no obstruction because radio waves does not penetrate the ground. It has to be in open plane. I mean, basically, without obstructions. This Marconi experiment, he did that over 10,000 miles without any interference back in the day. That was a long time ago as well. He was able to do that. How do you do that on a globe where the curvature is supposed to be blocking at a certain rate?
What is the name of the experiment again? I mean, I've never heard of it.
Marconi. I'll give you. I'll see. Give me a sec. I'll see if I can find it. We have it on our server somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll give you the information. 1 sec.
Okay.
I posted text about it. I'll see if I have more. 1 sec. In the chat.
It was just basically from me and the first direct wireless message from India.
Yeah, and this was done like 1918, around that time. A direct transmission over the Atlantic. And pretty far as well. Yeah. 10,000 miles, say in the Wikipedia as well. You can see it there. Radiant transmission. So, and this is the graph, how it looked like on the glow model. I posted as well. So you see from one end, the point, to the other end, point. And yeah, radio wave doesn't bend around the curvature. It goes in a straight line from where the angle you're pointing at from.
I mean, I think it actually does not like. So I'm reading from it, and it seems like so yeah, okay. So he was able to send and receive signals over the Atlantic, and um,
Yeah. He was pointing it over the surface of the Earth. He was not pointing it at the sky. So it's no point of thinking it bouncing off the sky for some reason and going down and around the curvature. That did not happen.
yeah, but the thing is that like the ionization of an atmosphere also varied with the time of the day and the season, which affects the transmission condition, right? I think what
Distance-wise, how do you explain the curvature? How does it bend around the curvature surface? Can you show me how radio wave behaves like that?
Yeah.
Even though you claim the ionosphere to be doing some stuff. I mean, you would have to be able to demonstrate that and prove it, that it bends around the curvature of the Earth in this case. It's the same thing with submarines. Usually they are at the very bottom, almost like really low down there. They can shoot signals over 100 miles, if not more, and they hit the other object without any blockage of curvature. And they are like really low in depth and over the water. So we don't have anything. If something were to interfere, it would be something physical. But it never happens as well. So and lasers from Navy ships. You have lasers hitting another target over 100 miles as well without any problem. There should be a hump of curvature blocking between
Don't
if you
okay,
use the
so
glow math.
yeah.
So I mean,
I mean, if Earth were like, then according to this experiment, right? If I take if that I don't think it proves that. I think it proves the curvature, but that's besides the point. If I were to go with the assumption you're going, right, then there would be no need for a ground waves or sky waves to communicate over long distances, because electromagnetic waves would travel in straight distance and reach any point on Earth with a line of sight. Don't you think?
sure,
Like
if there was that technology in possession for us in public, sure. I don't know. Maybe someone has that. Who knows?
I mean, but we do
It's
know
not
that
impossible.
electromagnetic, but we, but I think we do know, and I think in like it's like electromagnetic waves can bend along the surface, which does show its curvature, and it is consistent. I don't know if
Then
you accept that or not, but
I mean, accept. If you have a, some sort of experiment of that, showing it that it can work, not on paper, an experiment validating it in the reality.
I mean, wait, electromagnetic can bending along the surface of the Earth? Yeah, I can show it. There's millions of
No,
experiments
radio waves
actually.
behaving like that. I mean, radio waves do not bend, though. They don't bend anywhere. They go in a straight line of sight. Wherever you're pointing at, it's going to go that direction. It's not going to bend on its own will around the curvature of a surface because it's detecting some kind of obstruction ahead of it. That's not what's happening.
Wait, no, I kind of,
If you think about
I
it.
don't.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so few things that needs to be considered. Like, for example, the range of the ground waves, right, depends on the frequency of the electromagnetic waves, right, and the conductivity of the ground and the height of the antenna. So lower frequencies, right, can travel farther than higher frequencies because they are less attenuated by the ground and less affected by the obstacles. Whereas in high frequency can only travel in line of sight, which is limited by the horizon. So it makes sense. I can show you. There has been several experiments done by like many physicists to show that the electromagnetic waves do bend. Wait, let me actually show you that.
Yeah, sure. Post it if you have any.
Okay.
So, if you have anything, sure.
Good morning, boys and girls, and all those who are confused about which one you happen to be. And also, good morning, all you flatheads.
Sup, Globehead?
Not much.
Not much. Just a chill day.
Yep, as it is for me as well.
What you got on your mind today, then?
Oh, I've got the same thing on my mind that my mind always has on it. Loving God in my obedience.
Nice.
I think so. It's a lot of fun. It's never boring. See, I'm a street preacher, and I do this, what I do online, I do it out in the real world, too. Do you know if you do this crap in the real world, people don't like you? And people will threaten you? And I actually had a guy pull a gun on me about 7 weeks ago. But what's really funny is he thinks that'll stop me. He better pull the trigger, because I ain't stopping.
Those normies be wild.
Free speech, man. Gotta keep going. Exercise your rights.
Oh, yes, sir, because if you don't, you lose them. I went and did this street preach on the most public arena you could have, on the courthouse steps here in my little town. So I'm on the courthouse lawn. I'm saying, God loves you. God wants to forgive you. God wants to bless you. If you'll just repent, admit that you were wrong, and that you need to follow God's word. Man, they lost their flipping minds. I didn't call them homo or nothing yet. The funny thing is when the news crew showed up and they said, well, you were harassing a married lesbian couple. So number one, no, that's not harassing. I'm exercising free speech. Number two, there's no such thing as a lesbian married couple. Because in order to be married as a husband, guess what I have to have? A wife. In order to be married and a wife, in order for her to be a wife, you know what she has to have? A husband. By definition, a wife cannot have a wife. That's a problem.
Not by a legal definition. Marriage is just a civil union between two parties.
No, sir. No.
No, that's what it is in our legal
I'm sorry,
system.
stupid. I'm speaking. Here's where you stupid people shut up and take notes. Again, sir, you can believe that all you flippin' like. But then again, you're going to have to ask yourself, if man has the right to change what marriage is from one man and one woman, that God plainly says that's what marriage is, and now man is going to say, oh no, it's any two people. What's keeping it from being just two people? Why not a whole group of people? Why not a whole group of people and a herd of animals?
Yeah,
why not a whole group
why
of
not?
people, a herd of animals, and children? Where do you stop, stupid?
So in the Bible,
it's called the slippery slope for a reason.
So in the Bible, when it says that Solomon had 500 wives, that can't have been true, right?
No, sir, it was very true. Solomon fell off
Wait,
the
but
wagon.
you just said
What
it
did
was
God
between
tell him?
one man
Do
and
you
one
even
woman,
read
though.
your Bible, sir? God
You just
gave
said one man and
Solomon
one
wisdom,
woman.
and he said, do not marry a whole bunch of women because it's going to screw you up, boy. And you know
That's
what he did?
That's not
He
what I
went out
that's
and
not what I
married
was
a whole
asking.
bunch of women, which screwed him up.
Wait, how could he have married a bunch of women? You just said that it's one man,
Sorry,
one
sir.
woman, and then one
He
marriage.
went out and took them for his own. Again,
Right,
you
right,
don't
but
hear of any one woman in Solomon's life now, do you?
right, but Batman,
I'm
you're
sorry,
missing the
stupid.
point.
Pay attention.
Hold on.
Pay attention. I'm asking you
missing.
questions, and these questions are here for a purpose.
Right,
Again, sir,
you're missing the point, though.
Did God tell Solomon to do that?
No, but it says in the Bible that he had 500 wives.
Cain to go out and kill his brother Abel. No.
No, but this
stupid.
is a pivot.
Murder's
This is a
not
pivot.
right, just like having multiple wives.
You're like
is
rambling
not right.
incoherently
God
because you
says
can't
don't
address the
do
fact.
that.
All right, guys.
That the Bible says he has 500 wives, and it shouldn't say that he has 500 wives if, by definition, all of those wives need a husband, as you just said.
He had 500 wives. That was a
Yep.
designation given back then. He also had 1,000 concubines, I believe it was.
300 concubines. You don't
We
read
don't
your
use
Bible.
that term anymore either. Not the same way. Back then.
It was 300 concubines, Mr. Batman. I'm an atheist, and even I know that. That's pretty
Guys, guys. All right, cool. Stop it. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you want to have a further discussion about that along that route, I guess, hop into another VC site,
How do
please.
you know that the Earth is flat if the Bible's not true?
What does the Bible say?
The Bible says that the Earth is
Like
a
a
globe.
clay
It says
under
it in
the
multiple
seal.
places. But wait a minute, I'm not asking that. How do you know anything to be true? What is your foundation for truth, morality, and reality?
Testing, verifying. Go on.
Oh, great. That would be science. Science. Would you agree science is testing and verifying? So if you're going to do science, where does your ability
So why are you talking about the Bible?
The shape of Earth has
if you're
nothing to
going
do
to
with
be doing
science.
science, you're going to need laws of science, laws of physics, laws of physics, and this is called the uniformity of nature. I teach science. Now, the uniformity of nature is a necessity of the physical world. So where does the uniformity of nature come from so you can do science?
So why are you mentioning the Bible then? What's the Bible got to do with anything? Because the Bible doesn't say the Earth is round and moving.
Actually, yes, sir, it does. You're stupid.
No, it
Sir,
actually says
in
it's
order
fat.
to
The
do
Earth is
science, in
immovable,
order
bro.
to test that
The Earth is
theory,
You should read
you
immovable.
have to
Genesis
have
1, man.
cause and effect
You're just going to stick
relationships.
to it.
Where do
You're
the
just going to keep
laws
talking.
of cause and effect come from,
Bro,
stupid?
you're just going to keep talking, yeah. Mr.
Yeah, we already
Batman,
have
you're just going to keep
Batman. He's
talking,
much
bro.
cooler.
So have you got any evidence for your spinning water bottle? Because I don't think there's nothing in the Bible, and
I'm
not
sorry,
that
Do you
we
have
class
any
that
evidence
as
of a
Where
evidence.
do
flat
the
Earth?
laws come from that are required to do science?
Listen, bro, I take it you're just going to rant on like. You're asking us questions, but we're the one asking you questions. You've got the positive claim for the spinning globe, not us. You get that?
Where does it say in the Bible that the Earth is round? I'm really curious.
Doesn't, man.
Nowhere.
Doesn't, like. There's like over 200 verses that point towards it being immovable and flat. Same with the Quran. Same with the, what do you call it, the Torah? They all come from the original book, the Torah, anyway, so that's all based on a flat, enclosed cosmology. Motionless as well.
Mr. Batman, where does the Bible say that the Earth is round?
Like, he's just making that up, man.
Yeah, he's just making. He doesn't know.
I think all religion's made up, but
It's
such
funny.
is
Then
me.
he goes, "I teach science, and the shape of Earth is not a science question; it's a geometry question."
Of course, that's what we tell you.
Oh, wow. Are you really that stupid? Is geometry not a science, idiot?
No.
It's a math.
No,
It's math.
they use geology to establish like cause and
It's funny.
effect
He's laughing
relationship.
at himself now.
Yeah,
So where about
trigonometry.
so in
Trigonometry is
geology, bro? Where
mathematics.
do you actually do any kind of science? Where do you manipulate any kind of variables? If it's a science, then surely there's experimentation. No,
Well, where's the experiment to prove the flat Earth?
experiments don't deal with like shape questions, bro. Again, that would be geometry. So
Oh well, I
like,
mean, I just heard someone else. Well, I just heard someone else say that when they say testing and verifying, right? So when they're like, right? So Batman asked him, where's your source of truth? And they said testing and verifying. So if you're not testing and verifying the shape of the Earth, then by definition, your belief is unfounded, right?
We're not trying to find a shape. Like, it's not
Can
a
you
shape
answer my
question,
question,
bro.
please?
Can you listen? Like, we're not trying to find out the shape of the Earth. Like, overall, who's going to be able to like see from a different reference frame and look at the entirety and say,
answering my
right, that's the shape of the Earth. I'm trying to explain to you, bro. We don't know what the shape of the Earth is.
That's
All
not what
we're
I
trying to
asked
say
you.
is, bro.
Like
All we're
shape.
saying is,
You're not answering my
according to the
question,
globe,
Spake.
I'm trying to give you as much as
What
I
was my
can.
question? What was my question? That's what I thought. So my question was, given the fact that the source of truth from at least one of the flat earthers in
We
here
need to
is
go and do our
testing and
measurements. You did say that.
verifying.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not, bro.
Okay.
I've not got
Okay.
camera. I've not
Okay.
got
All
like
right.
a big. I've not
I'm
got
sorry.
a big fucking like Nikon.
the middle. I'm sorry, you mistook my
No,
comment
I
for
remember what
a
you
period
said,
there.
bro. Sorry, man.
What
I
did I
remember what
say?
you said.
What did I say?
I've not got a camera. I've not got a camera. I'm not able to do these tests.
No, I
But
didn't
there
ask you
are
if you had
many
a camera. What was my question?
people about measurements. Like,
To
what
verify
are we
the
going to
flat
actually
Earth.
do
Oh,
them?
you have
Like
measurements.
Martin
Okay, what
Kinney,
kind of
I'm not
measurements?
able to do this because I've not got a camera. But there are many people in the server that do have one and that go and do these tests. So, I mean, I don't need
Like what kind of
like
tests?
stuff on a screen. I don't need to see shit on a screen to know that the Earth's flat and stationary, bro. I already experienced that. So I've known
Okay,
about
okay.
flat
What
for 10
kind of
years.
what?
I don't need
Okay,
shit
so
on TV.
you're saying you experienced that. Okay, what happens if I just
Do
say that I
you?
experience around Earth?
But you don't know. You've never seen curve in your life, brother.
Yeah, I
Then you
have. I
would
flew
have
across
to
the
prove
Atlantic
that.
when I flew to
Bro,
Ireland
and
for my sister's wedding.
commercial airliners fly under 40,000 feet. We've got footage
Yeah,
from
30,000 feet. Yeah,
127,000.
you can
Right?
see
You
the
don't
curve.
see
You
curve.
can see a little bit
Can't,
of
mate.
curvature at
How
30,000
small do
feet.
you think the Earth is, brother? Like, if you saw a curve, like left to right, looking at it, like, how small would that Earth actually have to be? If you made up, like, continue the circle at what you think was curve on the day you saw it, so fill that circle in. Is that the size of the Earth? I don't think so, man.
It was very slight curve, but yeah, I
But you
saw it.
can't
And
know,
you
bro,
say
eh?
you hold
You're
hold on.
lying or
Wait,
you're
wait,
making it
speak.
up
Oh, okay, I'm
by
lying. Right.
accident.
Okay, I could
No,
just
it's
say
either
you're
that.
lying about the.
Well,
Okay, so
yeah, but some
you're
people
lying
lie.
about the flat Earth.
Bro,
So
I see
we're at an
either.
impact.
Bro,
Oh
listen,
my
man.
god, you guys are talking
Either
over
you're
each other. I
lying
can't
or
listen.
you're
I can't listen
mistaken.
like this.
You're either
It's
lying or
painful.
you're possibly you're fooled by. There's multiple perspex layers on these windows. It is convex, especially when the air's pressurized in the cabin. So it does kind of. You get some of these windows that do distort the horizon, but 100% you never saw any kind of curvature, and you could not, like, according to the globe numbers and the size of the globe, you can't see curve from the height that we're talking, man. Unless you're a tiny earther.
Yeah, I mean, even Neil
All right,
deGrasse Tyson
so
says you can't see it from
Yeah, man.
that height.
Neil deGrasse. Okay, so the one talking point
Neil
y'all have,
deGrasse
even
Tyson
though
says
you
it's
think all
fucking
of
flat.
physics, even though you think all of physics is fake, you cite Neil
The
deGrasse
horse hell
Tyson.
went
Also, he made a straw man. All the physics are fake. He's claiming that we are saying. Thank you very
Right,
much
and
for your lie.
I
Go
know.
on.
Pure bullshit.
Wait. So which physics do you think is true then?
Physics is physics, bro.
I
Experiments are
wanted to answer your
experiments.
original
So
question.
all physics involving gravity is fake, right? Because
What do you mean?
gravity isn't real.
What do you
No, it's
mean?
just
But
nullified.
who's ever proved it scientifically? Where's the experiment for mass attracts mass or space time
Oh,
bending?
the Cavendish experiment.
What's
Yeah.
the IV for Cavendish?
Look at
The
Spartacus
independent
pumping.
variable. Oh yeah, sure. The independent variable for the Cavendish experiment is the masses of both objects and the distances between them.
So
And the dependent
it's not
variable is the
because there's no
gravitational
gravity.
constant g.
So how do you remove the
The
quote-unquote
gravity is no
gravity coming
constant.
from
That's
the
what you're
Earth?
saying.
What?
You're saying it's
How
no
do
constant.
Oh, sorry.
No, I didn't. I just said the gravitational constant g is the dependent variable that you're testing for, and the independent variables are the masses
Right.
of the two objects and the
Your
distances between
independent,
them.
well, your independent variable would be your cause, so it's no gravity. That's what you're saying.
No, the independent variable is not necessarily the cause in this case.
Well,
There's a
it would have to be.
relationship between the two variables,
Oh,
but just like
if
there's
you want to establish a cause and effect relationship,
if you're gonna say that I made a claim, let me clarify when you get that wrong. Okay,
bro, you're
so
wrong.
there is a hold on. There is a relationship between the length of your left arm and the length of your right arm, but I would
But
never
this has
say
nothing
that
to
the
do
length.
with what we're talking
Hold on,
about, man.
Speak. I'm
He's going
trying
for
to relate it
science
back.
to jump
Holy shit.
measurements.
Yeah, like
That's
yeah,
not what we're talking about, man.
holy
It's
shit,
non
dude.
sequitur, man. It's
I'm
non
trying to get to the point, but y'all
You're just
aren't
making
letting me.
shit,
No,
man.
you're not making any point. You're waffling on and going
I'm
non
trying
sequitur fallacies here, man. Come on. Back to
y'all aren't letting me
back to
because
the
y'all aren't
science part.
comfortable with me
Well, the
explaining the
problem with that
experiment.
Back
experiment,
to reality. Cavendish is not an experiment. It's not got
Okay,
a
y'all are just
valid
rambling
hypothesis.
incoherently
Not got a
over me,
valid
so I
IV.
can never get to the point.
You mean I'm
You said
rambling?
that it
I
was.
asked you for an
You said
experiment.
that I
No
wait,
Cavendish.
Spake, my guy. You said that it was a cause. I never said it was a cause. I'm just saying there's a
No,
relationship
the
between these
cause.
two things.
No, the cause would be gravity. Either mass attracts mass or space-time bending. That's your cause. And if you're trying to create an experiment to establish a cause and effect relationship, the cause has to be
No, I'm
gravity.
not trying to
Your
establish a
effect would
cause
be
and effect
things falling.
relationship.
See, in the Cavendish, what's falling in Cavendish? Tell me.
What?
What's falling in Cavendish?
Nothing's falling. The masses are attracting each other.
Exactly. So
not
nothing's
falling.
been seen in reality.
Wait,
So you've
Brett,
not seen
you don't
something
have to have
that's
you
not
don't have
got
to have
listen,
things
it's
falling
not
for
got
it
a
to
valid
always be
hypothesis.
gravity.
Alright, you're
Holy
listening,
Christ,
bro.
you're stupid.
Bro,
Wait,
How
listen,
did you
man.
remove the
Yeah,
quotation
I'm
gravity coming from
I'm
Earth?
trying to
Sentence.
educate you, bro. The scientific method dictates how we construct this experiment. And if you don't follow it, you're not doing science.
Please, can one guy finish his sentence, then next one, coherent argument, discussion here, please, back and forth. If you're going to talk over each other, I'm going to mute.
It's funny how I'm the only one that gets muted usually, even though I'm the one being interrupted. But that's fine. I kind
What
of
do you mean
expected
you're
that.
interrupted, bro? You were
Yeah. So
told.
he just interrupted me. You're gonna mute him now, right? That's
What
what
do
I
you
thought.
mean?
Yeah. So, anyways, as I was saying, so no,
So
I'm not
be
saying
honest
that
in
this
what
is
you're talking about.
necessarily.
But if you're not going to respond to what he
get muted,
says,
right?
if you're not going to respond to what he said, then it's
I'm
pointless
trying
listening to
to.
you
You're
then.
not.
Be honest about it, brother.
He's interrupting. Like I can't respond when he interrupts with
I'm
something
not
new.
trying to keep speaking. I just said be
And
honest when you're
he's
saying
still
you're
talking.
talking.
So he's gonna get muted, right? Because he's clearly over talking, right? That's what I
Fucking
thought.
go. See what you've
Yeah.
got to
So
say,
yeah,
for
he's still
fuck's
going.
sake. Mate, I'll go and
But,
do what you're going to
dude,
do.
like
For
he's
fuck's sake.
obviously over talking at this point. Like I can't get a
Bro, if
word
you
in.
don't actually put
He's
your
still
point
going.
forward, I'm just going to mute you. So it's up to you. If you want to talk. If you don't.
You're talking. I would like to speak. Can I speak?
Bro!
You're still going. Okay, great. So
Bro,
yeah,
mate.
okay, yeah, still trying to talk, but yeah.
Oh my
Okay,
God,
great.
man.
Yes, you're still
Hurry up before I
going.
mute
Jesus
you.
Christ.
Right, hurry up before I mute you, because if I get into my soundboard, I'm going to mute you.
Yeah,
Just go
trying
tell us
to.
what you're going to tell us, bro, please.
Dude, you're the only one talking, my guy. Holy
Oh my
shit.
God. Right,
Alright, can
so
we
a
reset?
You're still
valid
going.
independent
Yeah,
variable.
quit, dude.
Bro,
Reset,
man, I've
reset.
asked you repeatedly.
Yeah, can you get this schizo to shut up? Holy shit. Anyways, yeah, so no, I'm not that this is necessarily like a causative thing, but I'm saying that this relationship can be modeled, right? You can model the relationship of gravity in an experiment to demonstrate that mass attracts mass, right? That's all I'm saying.
You're
And you
wrong,
can't dispute that. So you have to esoterically map it on to like a more like a streamlined claim because you can't
What are you
engage with the
talking
claim that
about, man?
mass attracts mass. Like you can see it in the video
Leon, you'd be
that
begging
when he sets up
begging
the
the question
pendulum.
anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying.
You'd
Yeah, I'm
be
trying to get through more than half a sentence. That'd be great. When you set up or not the pendulum, but the pivot, right? And you set up the two lead blocks in front of each other, right? You will see that both of the masses are attracted towards the lead bricks, right? You can see it in real time, you know. So like, what do you have to say against it? Do you want the video where
You're
I
begging the
demonstrate how
question
this
of a
works?
globe. You're begging the question of a globe already.
Not
Can
really.
you do
No,
something
I'm
that
talking
doesn't
about
beg the
mass
question of a globe?
attracts mass.
No, you're claiming gravity, which assumes a ball. So could you get to the
Mass
bit where you prove a ball,
attracts
please?
mass.
Yeah, that's another cool claim, but could you get to the bit where you prove your assumption of a ball Earth?
Yeah, I could get to it, but first we have to establish that mass attracts
Feel
mass.
free.
If we can't
No,
establish
you
that,
don't.
then I
You
can't
don't. You
establish
don't.
a
You
globe
don't
Earth
try and
yet.
establish something. No, your initial assumption for this claim you're currently making is a curved spinning ball Earth. So you don't say, I need to clarify on this assumption that I'm making, which requires the other assumptions. No, you found your
Well,
initial assumptions first.
like categorically, you would have to substantiate the idea that mass attracts mass.
No, you would
to
need to
demonstrate a ground
substantiate
truth.
the idea that the Earth is a ball, therefore you have this gravity that requires Earth to be a ball. So could you do that, please?
Yeah, I'm substantiating that you have to have gravity to require Earth to be a ball.
Great.
Yeah,
So how
that's
do you
what
know
I'm
that Earth's a ball?
substantiating.
So how do you know Earth's a ball?
Because of gravity.
No, that requires the assumption of it.
No, you can demonstrate gravity
Yes.
using.
No. You require the assumption of the ball.
So
you're
just to be
assuming
clear,
the ball.
are you contesting this because you're worried that I'm demonstrating gravity, or like what's going
It's
on here?
because your claim of gravity assumes a ball, which you haven't demonstrated
No, it
or
doesn't. It
proven.
doesn't assume a ball at all.
Okay, so you're not arguing for the globe Earth.
No, I am arguing for the globe Earth, but I'm arguing for
Okay,
gravity.
well let's see your evidence for the globe Earth.
Because the problem with flat Earth is that you don't think gravity is real, and so if I demonstrate that gravity is real, then flat. Hold on, hold on.
Experiment,
because the problem with flat Earth is that it assumes gravity isn't real, contrary to all of classical and quantum physics, right? But if I demonstrate gravity to be real, that destroys the flat Earth, right? So you're not letting me. You're not letting me demonstrate it because you can't.
Incorrect. You're so fallacious, Neon. You're so fallacious. I know you're not even trying. I know you're not even trying. Begging the question.
Your
gravity assumption
Because your gravity assumes a ball.
Demonstration. It's a demonstration of gravity, not an assumption.
Which assumes a ball Earth, right? It's gravity on a ball Earth,
it
yeah?
has nothing to do
What's
with the shape
falling
of
in
the Earth in
Cavendish, bro?
this case. I'm saying
Nothing's
that
falling in Cavendish.
with gravity, any object the size of the Earth would collapse in on itself and be a ball.
That's a nice
Shut the
story,
fuck
man.
up. So there you go.
Yeah,
There you go. There's your
that's
assumption proven.
that's the defense
It would
mechanism
collapse on
coming in.
itself and prove a ball because you're swinging
Cognitive
balls in a
dissonance,
shed.
although there's no cognition happening.
Hang your balls up.
Quiet, Neon.
May I?
Little fool.
So may I? Cause wait,
Hang your
I just
fucking
wanna.
balls up.
Hello, guys.
Sorry, I'm good.
Hey.
There you go, bro.
So do you guys agree gravity exists?
Oh, Spartacus, come on, man. You know, is this first rodeo?
We're
Asking
looking
us.
for scientific experiments,
step at a
bro. That's
time.
the thing. Like, people want to claim that that gravity does this and does that, so they've got two versions of it: mass attracts mass, Newton's, or Einstein's time dilation and like mass distorting time and your relative speed or velocity change in time. So we've got all of that on the table. So none of it has been verified by a scientific experiment. That's what we're asking for. He's claiming Cavendish. That's not. It
But
doesn't
even
follow the
then,
scientific method.
why are we even at this point? You said it yourself, right? One step at a time. So you've skipped the step where you demonstrate that the Earth is a ball to then say these things are falling in the way they are because the Earth is a ball. So take it
Well,
step at a time, right? Let's get the ball
Gravity would
first.
be the antecedent to the sphere.
No.
In our
Because
model, it is.
no. Well, that would be your assumption, maybe, but you haven't verified that assumption because you haven't
No,
shown
that's
us
our
that there
model.
is an antecedent of a ball, Earth.
Wait,
That's what you
so
need
what
to
does it
prove.
matter? But what does it matter, right? In our model, the
Because that's
antecedent
the
cause
claim.
to the Earth being spherical, right? Then basically almost like everything else you can see, right? Like 90%.
Your whole
of what you can see
claim is to try and
is
say that the Earth is a
gravity.
ball. No, the whole claim is that
I'm
you're
not even
trying
making
to
that claim yet.
argue
I'm just
the
asking
Earth is a
simple
ball.
question.
No, you are. Don't be so fucking disingenuous. You guys, because you don't have any evidence that the ground is curving or in motion, what you try to do is say, because I'm dropping this thing, and these things drop in the way that I describe, it means the Earth is a ball without me actually providing any evidence that there's any curve or motion. This is the begging the question fallacy you're committing.
How is this?
Because
How am I
balls
begging the
supposedly attract
question?
each other.
If we're
Do you beg
talking
the
about
question of a ball Earth?
experimental evidence,
Not of a ball Earth.
Gravity would be a
Which
phenomena that would the first one, Newtonian one. We don't have to go deep like into quantum, like
Right, so you're going to
time
say
dilation,
gravity
that
would
shit.
be the evidence of a ball Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in fact.
Yeah,
it
so
would.
exactly. So you are begging the
But
question of a ball Earth because you're assuming that somehow your
No.
description of things falling
that's
is
like
evidence
step.
of a ball Earth.
That's like step 2.
No, you do not
Step
drop
1
things,
is gravity
Spartacus.
real.
Spartacus, you do not get to drop things and then say this is step 1 of proving the Earth is a ball. That's not how it works.
Wait, why not? Wait, says who?
What do you mean, why not? Tell me, right, okay, so I drop my phone. I drop my phone right now. What does that tell me? Why am I assuming there's a ball Earth under me?
Nothing. Nobody says that's the evidence.
That's exactly what you're fucking saying.
No.
Okay, well then
Gravity
drop
is not.
it. Well then drop it then. It's irrelevant then. It's a red herring. Let's talk about the Earth being a ball then, yeah?
No, it's not. We're talking about.
Well then why are you talking about it if it's got
mass-
nothing to do with the Earth being a ball?
Mass attracting mass, right?
Which you can't substantiate either.
Well, what? So let's talk about that. Why don't you
Okay.
guys want to talk about that?
Are you attracted to a car?
Yeah, when you scale like 0.0.0.0, you know, like 0.
What does it feel? How do you know you're attracted to a
Can't
car?
feel it because it's so small.
You
at the
can't
scale.
feel it and it's so small, so you imagine
at
it.
this scale.
So you just
He's got
imagine
the
it.
hope.
At this
The hope for the
scale.
dead.
Okay, wait, guys. You said water doesn't curve, but people pointed out, look, droplets, water droplets, right? They're like curving, right? Like, oh wait, but that's scale, right? Like if it's up, you know, huge scale. Wait, so we can say scale too, right?
You can say whatever words you want, Spartacus. We're looking for a fucking logical argument that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah, we can get to the step. We can get to the step, you know, 2 or maybe 3.
Well, please get to the bit where you
But
prove the
step
Earth's a spinning
1
ball.
Step 1.
Tell us what the hypothesis is based on.
Of what?
An experiment to back gravity, surely. That's what you need, bro.
Gravity?
Why are we even talking about gravity? You dropping things doesn't tell you anything about the nature of the shape of the Earth.
That's simplifying. That's not at all what we're talking about.
Yes, it is. That is what you're talking about, but your argument's so weak for the ball that you have to protect. This is your low-key way of saying, I'm saying Earth's a ball because I'm dropping things.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, well then could you talk about something that proves the Earth is a spinning ball instead of something that doesn't?
One step at a time. One step at a time. I don't understand what you guys like don't want to talk about experimental evidence.
Because you don't have any.
Yeah, we do. For the gravity, we do.
No, you don't. Well, no, you don't. You've got vague concepts and stories of what you think or claim this gravity is, but you can't even meet the first fucking step, which is an observed natural phenomenon, because the observed natural phenomenon would be something falling towards the ground, and you're talking about swinging balls in a shed horizontally.
Yeah,
Jesus
why would
Christ.
we do that? Why would we do that horizontally, I wonder?
Because you've got nothing else.
Yeah.
So
you
wait,
fucking tell us, because apparently your
really
observed phenomenon is something
you've
going
never
down towards
heard
the
this?
ground.
Wait, okay. I want to have
No,
a
we
serious
have to
discussion
accept
with you
that
guys.
balls,
I want to have a
balls
I
go
want to have a serious
sideways.
discussion.
How do you have
But bro,
horizontal gravity work?
How can you be serious if
why
you're
do you
claiming
think why do you
gravity?
think why do you think the experiment to test gravity is designed horizontally?
Bro,
Also, why
what
are
is
you
the
talking about
vector?
You've not got nothing else, bro. They can't
Why
do
are you even
anything. It's
talking?
just they made a contraption.
Why are you even talking about mass attracting mass? You realize that's not the argument anymore.
Gravity.
Yeah,
Not
that's
for
the
a
bending and
century.
warping of space-time, isn't it?
No,
You're
we're
about
not
a
talking about
century
this
late, bro.
advanced, like nuanced, like understanding of this.
You're not talking about the new one. You're talking about the one that's no longer used and believed.
Simple one from Newtonian.
That's not your arg. That's not the model. That's not the globe model. Then
That is the
It's been
sufficient
supplanted.
model that we need for this conversation, anyway.
Einstein supplanted Newton, mate. So
no,
like,
what we need for this conversation is evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. That's what we need.
We can get to that.
Well, could you get to it now?
Please.
Instead of 3 hours of a conversation that doesn't prove anything about it.
Well, establishing some natural phenomena
No,
would help
we don't
towards
agree.
establishing that conclusion.
No. Dropping something isn't going to help you get to the conclusion of
Not
what
the
shape the
claim.
Earth is.
Not the claim. The claim isn't just when you drop something, right? It means Earth is a ball. That's a straw man. That's simplifying it.
It's retarded. I know you agree. So I don't know why
It
you're
doesn't
insisting
seem to
on
be
it.
you're open to a conversation about this.
Yeah, because I want to hear the evidence for Earth being a ball. You just said this isn't evidence that Earth's a ball. I agree. Could you get to that?
We have to build on this, right? Like it's not a simple fucking thing, right? So
Not
first,
really.
Is
Is it curving or is it not? Is the ground curving or is it not? That's how simple it is, Spartacus. Okay, could you show us the evidence? Okay, show us the evidence for that, please.
Please do.
Gravity would be one of them.
No, that says nothing about the convex nature or lack thereof of the ground.
If Earth is what a size as it is, and gravity
so the begging the question comes in now. Begging the question, yes. So that's begging the question.
No, I'm talking about the size that you agree it is already. Like if we have all of the continents, if we have all of the continents, right, Australia, whatever, Africa, Europe, right, America, if this place, whatever it is at a size that we all agree it is, and gravity is true,
and we don't agree gravity is true, or that gravity is true.
Well, I'm sorry, you don't agree Australia exists, you don't agree Africa exists, you don't agree
That's not
Europe
what you said.
exists?
You said a size.
Maybe miss it. Yeah, like the land masses we know that we both agree exists, right? Plus gravity.
The argument isn't about
in
land
a universe
masses
would
or the size of land
this
masses.
would make this thing a sphere. I can show you that in step 3.
Begging the question. This is the exact thing I'm talking about. You've just laid out a heap of premises that we don't agree with, and you don't have evidence for, and then said this would prove a ball.
And I'm trying to build up on this from step 1, but you keep on a jump to step 4 without me allowing me to establish the necessary preconditions for the argument to make sense.
You mean your assumptions?
Experimental evidence of natural phenomena.
Okay. Give us direct evidence.
Let me. Can I interject for a second?
Let India go.
Okay, so you have evidence of gravity forming a sphere, or an experiment, or a prediction from the physics model. That's what you have. You have that, right?
Say that again, sorry.
Evidence that gravity, which you didn't prove exists, well, let's just assume you proved it exists in some form, whatever, that Newtonian gravity is accurate. Okay, let's just assume that for a second. So you would have to go, if you say that Newtonian gravity predicts that the Earth, that things form into a ball from it, you'd have to confirm that, right?
Yeah, but that's step like 3.
How is that step anything? Your claim
because
is gravity forms
first
balls. You have to confirm that, right?
over this scale, yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean,
So how do we
it's like
confirm that?
colloquially called potato law, and this would have to be like I would have to like research that further, right, to like show this.
Okay, so
But first things first. First things first. Does gravity exist?
okay, and what do you mean by gravity?
Oh, mass attracts outer mass relative to its masses, right?
Okay, you brought up Cavendish. Do you even know what is observed in Cavendish? Describe what's observed when you set it up.
I don't have off the top of my head like the experiment of Cavendish,
So
but I know
you
of
don't
a
know even
modern.
what happens in the
Wait,
experiment.
wait. We have done multiple different Cavendish-like experiments, and I have a link and I have a video of one done by a professor of electrical engineering in his garage. Like he
Yeah,
does
cool.
the experiment that is the Cavendish experiment, right? Like lead spheres.
Is it the one that didn't work that you guys keep posting but don't read the description that says that the experiment didn't actually work?
How did it?
You can post it.
Sure, I'll post it. It's from Wikipedia. It's actually
because
the
you guys
cited
don't
on
know what the
Wikipedia.
experiment is supposed to do. Okay, so
we're talking
listen,
about
because
what
you don't know what the experiment's supposed to do, so you watch these videos on YouTube and you watch it and you don't even know that that's a failed experiment.
Oh no, I'm not talking about any. I didn't got this from any YouTuber. No, this is on Wikipedia. This is the source for Wikipedia.
Oh, what? That's a better source.
Okay. So what's observed in Cavendish is they set up. Listen, let me describe the experiment to you so you know what's supposed to happen. Because there's no point in talking about it if we don't know what is supposed to happen. So what's supposed to happen is you set up a rod, right? Torsion bar on a string or a wire. Yeah, a torsion bar, right? On a string, so that not a string, a wire. The wire has a tension to it, and supposedly the masses will rotate towards other masses, and then they oscillate back and forth. They measure the change of angle, the time it takes for the period of the oscillation, and then they use Newton's law of conservation of motion, right, to calculate G. So mass just doesn't go towards the other mass. They swing back and forth and they oscillate like a pendulum clock. Now, here's a problem with this so-called experiment generally, is that it's very hard to replicate. I can post 4 videos right now to show people failing, and not just normal people, physics professors using so-called scientific grade, education grade, $2,000 Cavendish apparatus that don't work. Another physics professor setting one up that don't work. It working with Christmas bulbs where it shouldn't work because the Christmas bulbs aren't supposed to have enough mass. And a Cavendish experiment where they use washers and then they change the orientation of the washer and they get a different result. The point is that this experiment in no way proves A, mass attracts mass generally, or that it's universal, or that the observed phenomenon in the so-called experiment is the reason things fall. There's no even logical connection between Cavendish and a falling object.
Oh wait, sir. Some real life stuff happened here. There's an electrician here. We had some electrical problems. I need to go.
So what I'm telling you is,
but I posted the experiment there, and what it shows at least is that objects with mass attract odd objects with mass.
no, that's the assumption.
But I have to go.
That's the assumption.
I'll be back, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you're very tired.
I didn't say I'm tired. The electrician came.
Well,
came back.
All right, man. See you later. Hey.
I've got a question, if that's okay.
Whistling past the graveyard there. Anyway, bye.
Yeah, go for it, Huckleberry.
Huckleberry.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to argue. I just want to know how would you guys react if someone said like the motion of the planets are like, like they go, because I saw like a YouTube video, and this, if you just tell me if I'm being stupid, but in the YouTube video, it's like they were like simulating the motion of the planets on a flat Earth, thing, and it's like they like swirl and they do all these like weird stuff. But then on the globe Earth, it's like, oh, they're just all going around the sun. And how would you answer that? Is that, would you just say that's like I don't know. Have you guys? I can get the video if you guys want.
Is it like the geocentric versus the heliocentric model? One
Yeah,
shows them going like one shows them kind of like going in spirals like a spirograph, and the
yeah,
other one,
yeah.
yeah.
India,
I mean,
India, we've got P Mars in the chat.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ!
He's got under Brat Crack Smoke. He's called.
What? Where is he?
P Mars is called. It's called Brat Crack Smoke, just in case he comes in and starts walking in circles.
That's fucking amazing.
Even here?
Dude. I didn't know that dude was still around.
I know, man.
Still coping. Yeah, they're all coming out the woodwork now. We're here. Huckleberry, post the link to whatever thing you're talking about.
So what I would say about that is, we look up in the sky and we see them do a certain thing, and we want to predict where they go. Now, there's multiple models to predict where they go. The geocentric is it's technically called the Ptolemaic model. So the Ptolemaic model is one method of prediction. Copernicus is Galileo's model, or Kepler's model is another, right? So one is elliptical orbits. Copernicus had a circular orbit model. Epicycles, that's the Ptolemaic model, was like an orbit within an orbit within an orbit. Tycho Brahe had a model with I think it was the sun, the planets orbited the sun, but the sun orbited the Earth, and all these models work like mathematically to make predictions about where they are. Which one you choose to believe is the ultimate reality, that's kind of like up to you. That's what I think about it, that these are just models, because we're here on the ground looking up in the sky trying to make sense of why are these planets drifting around, right? We can come up with all these like mathematical models to predict where they're going to be at some point in the future, but that doesn't make those mathematics ultimate reality of what's actually going on. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, yeah, totally. Because I know that the geocentric model does mathematically work. I know that because there was
It actually works better. That's what they won't tell you, that epicycles actually work better than the inverse square law model, right? The Kepler's laws of planetary motion. They only work for something like 200 years in either direction because of something called the three-body problem. You can't get stable orbits with more than two bodies. If you go at time equals 0, right, and you extrapolate from there, look, we see the planets in this location, we want to predict where they're going to be. After 200 years, it gets more and more out of whack. So you have to keep updating your model with new observations to correct the error that accumulates over time. In the Ptolemaic model with epicycles, that error never accumulates. You can just you can predict 2,000 years into the future, 100,000 years into the future, and it'll just be the same.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's actually a whole paper on it. It's called the mathematical power of epicycle astronomy, written by a guy named Robert Hansen. It's a published, peer-reviewed paper. The epicycles can pretty much make any shape, form, whatever, because of just the way they work. It's almost like, it's hard to describe. I'll actually post a PDF in the chat. But I'm just, when people say models, I'm just like agnostic about them. Like, yeah, if it works, it makes predictions. Yeah, great, it's useful. But I'm not going to run around thinking that that's like the ultimate reality, because other models also work. So how do you choose which model is the correct one? It's arbitrary, right? It's just like, what is your philosophy of how the world is?
Yeah, no, that's why I don't like want to argue ever, because I realize that, like, at the end of the day, you can argue basically anything. It just comes down to your sensibilities. That's why I would never like fight. Personally, I do believe in the heliocentric globe model, but it's like I don't think I'm smarter than someone who believes in geocentric at all. It's like whatever, just believe what you believe.
Believe would be the word. That is the good word to describe it, because the globe is a belief, bro. Like, we don't experience motion, and we've never seen any kind of convexity over water. So it would be a belief to say we live on a moving sphere that they claim.
Yeah, I plan on like I don't know if I can, but like you can go to Antarctica as like a resort thing. Maybe when I'm older and I'm more wealthy. And I'm also planning on doing a science degree next year, so I will investigate this just for fun, just because it's fun,
Please
right?
do.
Well, you'll learn
Please,
something. You should at least learn what you believe, right? So you're going to learn about the whole heliocentric model, because most flat earthers started trying to debunk the globe, and in the process of that, you have to learn about what the globe says, what it predicts, what the data is, and all that stuff. So at least from that viewpoint, you'll learn something.
The thing is, like, if you know about 24/7, our Discord server is quite big and busy. A lot of resources as well, bro. The link for it's in my my bio. Just put Flat Earth at the end of the invite, and you'll be able to find our server.
Yeah.
So what I should say is, there's a lot of common misconceptions about the so-called globe model. Like Wolfgang said, he said, what globe model? There is no actual globe model. There's a bunch of different models, right, for different observed phenomenon that are kind of just like stapled together. So when a sunrise will occur, they use something called the equation of time. And people will go on time and date, and they go, "Oh, look, man, it's predicting. They must be using a globe to predict when these sunrises come up." They're not even using a globe, because how the sun rises is a cycle, and it happens at regular intervals, and we can use functions in order to map that cycle and make predictions about when the sun comes up without any geometry at all.
Yeah.
And that's how epicycles work. There's no geometry really involved other than the position in the sky relative to the horizon.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't matter because all we're doing is calculating it from our perspective.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. So another common myth is that eclipse times are predicted using the globe model. That is also incorrect. Eclipse times started being predicted in 2600 BC by the Babylonians. They didn't think the Earth was a ball, right? And the first eclipse that was ever known to be accurately predicted was the eclipse of 53 BC, predicted by Thales, and he was a flat earther. So they use something called a Saros cycle because eclipses happen with regularity, and you can predict when they're going to happen just from the regularity because they wrote down all the eclipse times for a freaking 1,000 years. So now they can go, okay, well, there's a pattern here. What's the pattern? There's no globe involved. So people say globe model, and they're thinking, yes, it predicts eclipses, it predicts the motions of planets, it predicts like all this stuff. It's not actually like they're not actually like modeling a geometric globe and like coming up with this stuff. They're just yeah. Go ahead, Wilkin.
I was going to say, so yeah, it's more like pattern recognition, right, than coming up with predictions ahead of their occurrence and saying, well, we only figured this out because of the globe. They don't use a globe. They're just jotting down the actual observations, and then they're making models based on those existing observations. So we all see the same thing, right? The stars, the luminaries rotating and moving above our heads. That's what we all observe. But then you can mathematically make any model to explain or to describe those motions, which is what they did with Copernicus back in the day. They paid him to come up with a heliocentric version of it, where it was, instead of us being stationary and those moving around us as we observe, what if we're the ones moving? And Copernicus was pretty clear. He's like, this is just a mathematical model of that. It's not me saying it's supposed to be true or any of that stuff. So when you're talking about like the image and video that you posted of the heliocentric system, I mean, these are cartoons, right? I mean, it's a philosophy, like India was pointing out, like whether the stars are going around us as we observe, or if you believe that the ground beneath us is spinning and that's what's causing these motions, that's like a philosophical choice to accept that it's the ground moving. We're just going with what can be observed and measured, which is that we are stationary and they are moving. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no, because a lot of people these days they don't believe in science as it is. They believe in scientism, which is a whole different thing,
Exactly.
right? It's
Which is why
institutional
we're very
science.
clear about what science is. Yeah, we're very
Yeah.
clear about what science is, the scientific method, whether something conforms to that method, or whether it's actually pseudoscience, which is what people think science is when it's not following the scientific method, right? Like Cavendish, like we were speaking about earlier, swinging balls in a shed on some contraption you've created and then saying this means the Earth is a ball. That's pseudoscience. It's not actual science. So yeah, you should, like Panto said, join our server. We've got a channel called The Scientific Method, and if you're going to go on and do a science degree, you can learn a lot here because we're always discussing the scientific method, what science is, observations, measurements, data. So yeah, you should join the server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and stick around and listen to some of the conversations here.
Yeah, just for fun. I don't think, like, if for me to become a flat earther, I would have to like be more skeptical of like a lot of scientists who I really respect. So that's kind of a lot. Like, so I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
don't
I'm
even
right
don't even
because
add
I
that
respect these
emotional
people. I'm
side
just,
to it. Just do
yeah, but
it
we
as an
are emotional a little
intellectual
bit. So I'm
pursuit.
just
I
like,
know. But I'm saying
yeah,
just do the exercise of making it an emotional pursuit, right? It was Aristotle or something that said it's the mark of an educated man to be able to entertain an idea without accepting it.
yeah.
Okay?
Like I have entertained
So
flat earth. There was a time where I was like, you know what? Because there was this guy on the internet. Fuck, you guys probably know him. He was like that carnivore dude who lost his head, but he was also a flat earther. He didn't lose his head, but like, Savage. Or something. You guys know who I'm talking about? He was a carnivore. He was like one of the he was one of the first big flat earthers on YouTube.
I'm not familiar with him
I'll find him once.
myself.
Anyways, basically, because I used to eat like shit, like really bad food, and then he like showed me carnivore, and I'm not a carnivore anymore, but I tried it and it actually helped me because my diet back then was so bad. But I was like so like shocked that this was good because I was always told to eat vegetables, and I eat a little bit now. But the point is that I was like, what else does this guy believe? And he was like a massive flat earther. So I was like, for like a week there, I was like, yeah, I'm a flat earther too. But then I was like, hang on a minute, wait, I'm not really sure. And just after a while, I'm just kind of more like humble about it. But I still am a globe tard, you know.
So
Yeah.
let me say this about the scientists that you respect and that makes you lean towards the globe. What have they actually done to test the globe? Because that's the thing we hear often, right? Why are millions of scientists lying about the globe? Well, millions of scientists, just like everybody else, they learned about it in kindergarten, first grade, and they never questioned it after that. They've never tested anything. They've never gone out and seen if the globe claims conform to reality. They've just blindly accepted it. They're just like everybody else when it comes to this topic. I guarantee you, if you go into university and ask every single physics professor in the department, what tests of the globe have you done? And they're going to be like, well, I watched the sunrise, or fucking I saw an eclipse. They're going to say all the same shit everybody else says, but they've never done any actual tests.
Look at the stuff that Dell's done when Dell's been round the universities and speaking to these students, and they have not got a fucking clue.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the so-called educated scientist professors that are running the department, not just the randos, right? So, I mean, we've talked to them. I've talked to professors and PhDs. We've had regular people on our Discord that are higher education, professionals, or whatever, right? Satellite engineers. Yeah, we've talked to all these people, and invariably it goes, well, I don't really know that much about this. What they know is like their field, and they don't know anything outside of that, which is nothing wrong with that. To be an expert in your field, fantastic, great, good on you. But that doesn't mean they have any particularized knowledge of the Earth being a globe or not, whether they're educated, whether they have degrees or anything. So I should also say we have a guy. So he's a He's got a master's degree in astronomy. He's a grad student at university. He's trying to find exoplanets as part of his PhD thing. He's over in our Discord, talked to him lots of times. But he came in, shoulders back, chest puffed out, marching like a man into the Discord. And as soon as we start asking questions, he has to start going, well, that's not my specialty. I don't know anything about that. But you have people that like in here that'll be like, why don't we get an astrophysicist in here to tell these guys what's what and debate these guys and show everybody that these stupid flat earthers are wrong. Astrophysicists don't know anything. They don't even look at the Earth. They look at the fucking sky. How the hell are they going to tell you what the Earth is? Now imagine, I want to know what the Earth is. So instead of pointing my telescope at the Earth, I spin it around 180 degrees and look at the sky. That makes no sense.
I think the thing is if you're like in the universities, you probably become more institutional. So like, and let's say you're at a university and you get recent images from the Hubble place, whatever, right? And you're like, oh, NASA, I love NASA. You're not going to be able to go like, they're lying about this, but they're honest about that. You're just going to believe everything, right?
Well, Hubble's a special case. Hubble's just a piece of... So I'm quite a bit older than you, so when Hubble was like manufactured, let's call it that, they fucked up the mirror. They messed up the mirror.
I remember that.
So
Sophia. It's a Sophia. That's what Hubble is. It's Sophia.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying the rhetoric at the time was we broke the mirror. There was a defect in it. So they had to computer correct everything. This is what they say.
Paint everything to make it look pretty.
Yeah, so every Hubble image is, according to NASA, it's not me that's saying it, them, is a computer-enhanced image to fix the defect in the mirror. So you're never seeing the actual optical image. You're seeing an image that was created. No matter what the image is. That's the official story. That is the problem of Hubble not being listed at the International Registry of Space Vehicles. That the mission that's supposedly launched into space, the heaviest object into the highest freaking orbit, they don't have the record of that.
All right, I got another question. Do you guys believe the Earth is like a globe, like a sphere?
No.
No, not the Earth. I mean the moon.
The
the moon. Sorry, my brain shut
There
itself.
doesn't appear to be any curvature, bro.
Sorry, what was the answer?
I'm saying that the Earth is the floor of the universe. That's all you have to look at it as.
Okay.
Well, just to repeat, yeah, bro. Like we're not claiming the Earth as a shape, so like we don't claim any kind of curvature over water, especially. So that's where these tests are done. These long-range observations and laser tests are done over standing water.
Yeah, I think the guy was asking about the moon. But
yeah, sorry, I misspoke when I said Earth. That's why I tried to. I'm saying the moon. Sorry, yeah. If you guys believe the moon is a sphere,
if Indio's here, let Indio speak to him.
I didn't even hear the question, and I want to say, what's up, Zeppa? Long time.
Yeah, good to see you, Indio.
How you been? I didn't even recognize your freaking voice, man. It's been so long.
Oh, been through a lot. Yeah,
man. I hope you're well, and if you're not well, I hope you get better.
Yeah, no, on the up and up. Got a new job on Friday. And the solar eclipse started that fucking morning.
Nice, dude.
Nice. So, what was your question?
Indio was, do you think the Earth? Do you think the moon is a sphere?
I mean, could be.
Okay, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, thanks for telling us that.
Thanks for answering my questions.
Quick spiral.
Hey, what do you think is the cause of gravity, Indio?
I don't think it can be determined. Or hasn't been determined yet.
What if I told you that I know the cause of gravity and I can prove it?
I would say, what's the experiment?
Go for it.
I can show you. I can link you to a video. But it's basically ether propulsion. So it's taking some of Tesla's old technology and pushing this dielectric force to show that ether moves against resistive flow of electricity, and you have a counter space that moves in the opposite direction, and that's what we call gravity. Because the higher you go up in the sky, there's more resistance because you're further away from ground, and that resistive flow causes a downward counter space effect.
Well, Chip, I dropped the video in the text chat if you can, bro. I'll take a look at it when I get home.
Yeah, I'll watch anything, dude. Almost anything. I won't watch gay midget porn, but almost anything.
Yeah, I've got timestamps as well where you can see the plates actually moving in the side chat.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this guy's. I'm sub to this guy, Master Evo. I watch all his shit.
It's interesting,
so, yeah. I haven't seen this particular video, but I'm gonna watch it. Most of the stuff I watch that he does is on impulse resonance.
Yeah, so he's using that impulse resonance and pushing it through this plastic or dielectric material right between these two copper plates, and he's getting a movement. What's it pushing off of? It's not pushing. It's nothing magnetic. It's suspended on two wires. It's not pushing off the air because the air's not moving. So, you know, he's showing a real interaction with ether.
Yeah. So, I know this is crazy side topic shit, but one of the things that I really was into before I was a flat earther, there's something called asymmetric capacitor lifters. You ever seen these?
No.
So, it's called an asymmetric capacitor lifter. So you can take a wire and you take like basically like a sheet of aluminum foil and you separate them, right? So it's a capacitor, right? Because you're going to charge, you're going to create a charge between the wire and the aluminum foil, right? There's a gap between the two, so they're a capacitor. The wire's very thin. It has a small surface area, but because it's a sheet of aluminum foil on the other side of the capacitor, that's why they call it asymmetric. It has a large surface area. These things fly around. NASA's tested them. They work in vacuum. They work when the wire's in vacuum, and they have weird effects. They're called, but mainstream science says they lift up because of something called ionic thrust. But that claim has actually been falsified by actual experiments because, well, I have some experiments on a YouTube channel. But you should look at it. It's called the Byfield-Brown effect. You should check it out.
When you're looking at the thing that I learned, sorry, what's the name of it?
The Byfield-Brown, the Byfield-Brown effect. So it's Biefeld, Byfield-Brown effect. Yeah. So it was discovered like in the 40s, and you know, like mainstream science, they don't like that shit, right? Like, what is this? No, this can't be happening. Yeah, well, it's happening because it's been replicated so many times they can't say it's not happening.
See, I don't like them using. Is it really ionic thrust? You know, well.
No, it's not ionic thrust. That's what the mainstream. After like 5 decades, that's the only thing they could come up with because there's no other. They can't come up with it within the mainstream physics paradigm. They can't explain why this thing is flying, right? So that's what they have to say. It's ionic thrust. That means like the air particles, right, are getting attracted to one of the foils, and they're rushing down and pushing it up. So it's conservation of momentum, like the way a rocket works. Well, that wouldn't make sense because some of the charged particles would smash into the freaking bottom. What would you call it? The cathode on the bottom, and like whatever inertia you got would be canceled out by the kinetic energy to impact. But that's not what really falsifies it. Well, I just say that's not what really falsifies it because they've set them up where they put the wires inside of a vacuum tube. So they encase the wire in plastic and evacuate the plastic, right? So they get rid of the air. So there can't be any ionic thrust because there's no air around the wire.
Yeah. And let me tell you how, because have you ever heard of Vajra?
Vajra from Buddhism?
Yeah, some sort of Vedic device.
Yeah, it's in the Vedic things too. Yeah, but I mean, I
don't know exactly what it is. I don't know. Yeah,
it's also in Tibetan Buddhism.
But there's this device, right? And here, I'm not sure. Here, I'll just post it in the side chat as well, just so that because it's you don't even have to have the volume on for this one. You can just mute it and watch it. It's quite simple, but that there is a mechanical like a mechanical demonstration of this electric effect where you have these moving of ether. They're moving it mechanically with mercury, whereas in Tesla's designs, you're moving it not mechanically, but using the electric flow as the mechanical part of that. But a Vajra does the same thing. It will create. It will. I don't know what you would even call this force or this effect or this field, but it's all I know is that I'm almost certain that the craft that I saw was powered by one of these things. Because you can imagine it, right? Imagine something that produces more power than you put into it. So you have, like, let's say on the end of a staff, right, on the end of a stick, you have this thing, and you just spin the end of it, and then it lights up and it starts producing power, and it doesn't stop until you physically stop it with your hand. We're talking about that sort of technology.
So the Vajra in their mythology, if I remember right, so they have different manifestations of in Buddhism. There's different manifestations of the Buddha. In Hinduism, it's manifestations of what's the name? Whoever their main frickin' god is, whatever. But like
Vishnu.
Yeah, Vishnu. So yeah. So one of the manifestations is like a lightning god. That's my Western view of it, and he's always holding a Vajra. And in Buddhism, there's something called the Diamond Path to Enlightenment, and that its deity is holds a Vajra, has lightning coming out of his fingertips or some stupid shit like that. So there's a whole mythology behind it, this in the sense of like, every mythology has like a god of lightning, right? And in Buddhism, in Hinduism, their god of lightning holds a Vajra. Like when they depict him in images, they'll show him holding a Vajra.
Interesting. Okay.
That's how I know about it. Because when you brought up the word, I know about that word because when I was like in my late teens, 18, 19, 20, I was like, Tibetan Buddhism, just Buddhism generally, was something I wouldn't say into, but something I studied kind of intensively.
Yeah, I've studied fringe, I've delved into like Vedic or just general Buddhist and Hindu.
Yeah, they have the same underlying philosophy, right? That like
it comes from the same tradition and the same culture.
Yeah. But it's like the same underlying philosophy that they're like. There's one, like all the manifestations of or possibilities of reality are they only seem to be separations from the one from everything, right? Like it's hard to describe. Like you have like that's why they do mandalas, right? If you look at a mandala, it'll have a bunch of different pictures on it, but all those pictures are different manifestations of the same God. But there's one, and I say God just because in the Western sense, but it's not God in this like. It's not God in the Western sense of the word, but the only analogous word really that we use is the word God. So let's just say it's a God. So they'll have different manifestations of the God. But those manifestations, they're like sub-gods. So they like subdivide. The only way to really talk about it is they subdivide a particular attribute. So they got to represent like certain, like say 10 attributes, and those 10 attributes also have attributes. In each attribute, each one of those individualized attributes, they all have manifestations of the same God, but they're all one, right? But because we are fucked up human beings and we can't perceive, and Hinduism would be the samsara, the wheel of suffering, because we can't really perceive it as like lowly human beings without the karma to really recognize everything.
Because too much attachment.
Yeah. So the point is, because of our problems, like our issues, we can't see that this is all just really one manifestation of, the supreme consciousness.
And just for anybody that's interested, right? The easiest way to get to even just get a taste of this, if you're a smart person, you could do this in an afternoon or a couple of afternoons. Look into Vedic mathematics, and especially make sure the one that you're being taught tells you about the sutras, the 9 sutras. So the Vedic mathematics has these sutras, which are ways of thought, or the way of negotiating a problem, and it's like it's very like systematic, and so I trust that they were coming from like a like a very very well understood the mind, sciences, everything. They had flying machines.
They had a more
like
integrated
antiquity.
philosophy of reality, right? Everything was intertwined, whereas we try to break things up into little teeny pieces, right? We got molecules, then atoms, and then quarks, and then little particles. We try to just bust things up into little teeny little pieces, right? And like in their viewpoint, everything is kind of like a continuum. There's no separation between one thing and the other. It's all intertwined. But I mean, they've found radioactive sites in frickin' India and Pakistan and shit, and like, there's a lot of weird stuff that happened there. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, let's put it that way.
Well, this this technology. So
hey, we got a parrot.
If you look at
there's some really strange things going on in India if you really think about it for a second.
Wow, you're an awesome troll. You're awesome. Do you get paid to do this?
Yeah, some scientific project. Yeah, they found some really weird stuff going on down there.
If you look at that, if you look into that,
if you really think about it, like, doesn't it make sense?
Archaeologically.
So that etheric propulsion, or what was it they called it?
It's called what? I'm not saying this is the same thing because I haven't watched the video yet, but I'm just saying that this is something I know about. It's called the Bifield Brown effect. It's how it works. I don't know.
Okay, so,
ether, whatever. Asymmetric. Well, just think about it like this. It's creating like an electric. It's creating a voltage potential between two things. One is where the electricity is going, where the electrical field lines are very close, and one where they're spread apart. So if you took the whole field, that field is asymmetric, right? It's like almost like a surfboard, right? So how do you surf? The wave, right, is always crashing. It's falling over on itself. So maybe this is how it works. Like the ether is always crashing over on itself, like a wave. You know what I mean? It creates like a flow.
It travels tangentially, because you have a electric flow, right? Or let's say electric flow through a wire, but then you've also got the magnetic flux that around the wire or this field. Well, in nature, you don't have copper wires. Electricity, and they call it static electricity. It's not really static; it's dynamic, because that can discharge at any voltage, or it will be whatever amps and volts it needs to be to discharge into whatever touches it. basically. And so, fuck, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, it's dynamic electricity. So as that dynamic electricity is discharging from the ground, because you have build-up of I suppose matter, build-up of electric charge in the ground, and things. Well, it's actually dissipating charge, but the potential voltage difference from the ground to, let's say, 10 meters in the sky. So you've got 1,000 volts of difference of potential voltage. Let's say you do have a charge that travels that. Let's say a lightning strike or something. So it does travel that vertical thing where there's the most resistance from ground to directly up, or vice versa, right? So if you think about it at like in steps of 1 meter, so let's say a meter above the ground it's at 100 volts, 2 meters above the ground it's 200 volts. Well, think about now static potential of that 200 volt static potential across the whole ground that's extending out radially. Well, wouldn't that be where the electric flow is, right? Where there's ionic exchange, because the wind blows horizontally. The heat comes up in the east and then sets in the west. So you've got this heat transfer throughout the day, or that in that direction, or in a horizontal flow. All this sort of stuff. Well, there would be a force. There would be a force that's going directly up between voltages, the exchange of actual flow, the exchange of current, because you've got potential, but then
yeah, I know. So, I understand what you're saying, man.
So if the flow is going vertically, then you've also got an opposing it's resisting something, right? That resistive force I think that's what's causing gravity. Opposing force.
I mean, it would I don't know how you would test it, but
dissipation of current in a vertical direction causes a resistive counter space of ether that flows downwards, which we call gravity.
Well, there's things like that. Have you ever seen you've been around long enough. You've seen the Bremen drop tower, right? Where they drop the different elements and they fall at different rates. Yeah. Well, so I mean.
No. Wait. That's with air resistance. Wait, what are you talking about? Different.
No, there's no air resistance. They do it in a place called the Bremen drop tower, which is a 4-story vacuum chamber.
Right.
So they take the guy. It's not like they stopped the guy from doing any more experiments there. The German that did it, because they didn't like the result. So you basically have a capsule and you drop it inside this drop tower that's a vacuum chamber. So in his capsule, he put a bunch of different elements. So he put like lead, beryllium. I can't remember all the ones he used. Zinc.
Yeah, but they'd be suspended.
Well, he drops it, and they don't all fall at the same rate.
Do you know why that is?
Yeah, why is it?
Because inside of the capsule that's got all this stuff in it, that is also he hasn't completely evacuated it.
Well, no, because you'd have to see it. You'd have to see
the tower itself. The tower itself is evacuated, but the capsule that you're saying that he dropped within there, it had all the different things floating around suspended in what? I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
No, because they're on the. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thanks. So they're just sitting on the bottom of it, but when it falls, right? So they're all in free fall. They start to rise up, but each one of them rises up at a different rate of speed. But if they're,
I understand. But what I'm saying is that they don't have a different rate of speed because they're moving through the capacitance of whatever. It might be a vacuum of nitrogen. It might be a vacuum of oxygen. You don't know what it is.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is each one of these elements have different electromagnetic properties. Because they're different metals. They're not the same thing. And maybe one would have more ether. One might have more drag than some other one, right? Through whatever you think.
But I would like to see that, right, as a function of mass, because if they can show that, I'd be really interested to actually take that in, if it's peer reviewed, I would really like to take something like that into consideration. Yeah, I know, but I don't. I thought you were saying that it's like a mass thing.
No. It's just like, listen, like, you want to have all the information, right? So I'm just giving you information. I'm not making a statement one way or another. I'm saying that they do have different atomic densities and they have different electromagnetic properties, right? Because so like they're good. Like if the cause was just mass, right? Just the amount of matter in the object, then this test falsifies that idea because they should fall at the same rate because they're all the same mass. The only difference between them is that they have different electromagnetic properties. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
because they're different elements, and what distinguishes one element from another is its electromagnetic properties, right? So the way the atomic orbitals are, the way the atoms are connected molecularly, the cubic structure of the material itself, right? So strontium forms like a certain cubic structure, and fucking beryllium forms another one, right?
Well, this is if the globalists would be correct.
Cubic crystalline structure. Sorry, crystalline. Wrong word.
Well, this is what I'm trying to get at though with what you were saying though is that if the globalists were to be correct, and mass,
they're not.
attracting mass is the cause of gravity, then you would expect that, let's say, tungsten in a gravity chamber should fall faster than, I don't know, let's say tungsten should fall faster than lead, for example.
Yeah, that's a problem because in their good old gravitational model, we don't actually observe what the model predicts. That's the problem.
Because if it's more dense, then it's more mass in a concentrated area in that equation of the radius of the radius and all of.
That's why they define. That's why they don't define mass that way anymore. Now they define mass as a resistance to acceleration. They don't even say mass is a quantity of matter anymore. That's what Newton said. They abandoned that a long time ago.
Yeah.
So like they don't even say that now. If you look up physics definition of mass, it'll say resistance to acceleration.
Another thing too is they.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the one thing too, they changed their gravity constant. They used to say gravity is 9.8 meters per second everywhere. Now it's just an average because they have to fluctuate that, because if you drop something that doesn't fit 9.8, oh, it's just an average. Instead of actually looking at the object that was dropped, why was that object different?
Well, hey, it was good talking. I gotta go do something for about 20 minutes, so I'll be back.
Yeah, good
All
talking
right,
to you.
take care, Indio.
All right, I'll be back.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Great.
Nothing new under the sun.
Oh, dandy.
Yeah.
Nothing but a flat surface, my guy. Nothing but a flat surface.
It's not flat.
What is it then?
It's rugged.
Hey, can't we have a flat Earth roll here?
No.
No, the thing is mostly you don't really identify, like use
It's not an identity like she or he
Yeah,
or B or C or D. God knows what they're freaking calling themselves now, bro.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Floor of the
When
universe.
you use,
It's very simple.
instead of using identities and roles and stuff, you just go with what someone's talking about.
You sound like you're from the Aussie land, sunshine.
Okay, I feel like you're close to a triggering. Am I right or not? My triggering detector is getting pretty high.
You're what?
I think you're close to a triggering.
What does that mean?
Okay, are you going to pay attention or not?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so what's the reason for not having flat Earth roles, or any sort of role that is based on someone's identity?
Wow.
Don't put your identity out there, dude. identity theft is a very serious crime, and it's actually a problem, especially on Discord.
Yeah,
No,
no,
actually,
I
we have
spoke
like
to
we have.
I am correct before. I'm pretty sure, and he was pretty chill. So
Hello,
Oh, okay.
Franklin. How are you?
We have a lot of things, which is like one of them, like troll. You can like identify as a troll. You can identify as a like Sigma, really.
Well, they're not going to
You-
make roles for
so
every channel.
Sigma
it's not
Chad.
really, not really up to like who you are as like something.
Dude, it doesn't. I don't care
troll.
what you identify as, what you want to call yourself. What is the
So
point? Bring something up. Talk
Okay,
about
well,
something.
sure. Just do self-identify and say that if you're a flat earther, and
I
just be
don't
like
identify as a troll or a
as a
fucking flat
base
earther or
or
a fucking globalist or whatever
guys,
you
what's
want to
the
be.
conversation? Is there anyone new who wants to ask a question about the Earth?
These people are trolls, right? They think that you think that the Earth is a flying disc, but it's not. The Earth is the floor of the universe. End of.
Yeah, so let's give them a chance to ask some questions if they want.
No, they have to fathom that. Let that sink in. The Earth beneath your feet is the floor of the universe. Everything you see in the sky is in the sky, in the space, or whatever it is, right? In the waters above.
So flat.
Not a ball.
Flat. Say it, sunshine. Flat.
It is what it is. It's rugged. It's hilly. It's fucking wet. It's dry. It's mountainous. It's flat in places, in some places. Okay? I will give you that.
In enough places. But yeah, we don't
In
really care
enough
about the
places
terms
which do
here.
not
I
make
mean,
sense. Okay?
we're just talking about the nature of the surface. The primary contention is that there's no curve, so whatever they're telling us it is, it's not that.
The surface of what? You know, we live on the earth.
Yeah.
There's nothing but ground beneath us.
Yeah. So if any of the new guys, I'm correct, you've been looking into it.
Sorry, what was
John
that?
Strange, Mark, any of you guys, you got questions, comments, you got arguments for the globe? Let's hear them.
I've been watching a lot of videos about Baphomet. Baphomet is very interesting to me.
That's kind of what he was talking with Indio and another guy. We're talking about sort of the ancient cosmologies and explanations of the sky. I think Baphomet was one of those things that had tore what people call the Milky Way. They look up and say that is the Milky Way when it has appeared long before. You know, there was, I guess, or whatever the story goes, that at one point it was there or wasn't there or whatever.
I'm just
And
trying
it's
to
also
find.
too it debunks the claim too, where like you can see other galaxies. You know, when you look through this, just Google it. You don't see anything. All the stars you see are all supposedly right here in the Milky Way galaxy. So you're not seeing outside the Milky Way galaxy to see a different radial arm. A lot of people get that misconception of what they're actually looking at. And they'll tell you they know what they're looking at, and they don't even know what they're looking at to start with. This is why flat Earth doesn't invoke sky magic as its proof of what the ground is. Okay, that all there is just a symposium. Okay, just a meth-fueled giant. Michio Kaku said it best: giant leaps of logic, way outside the scientific method. You make an assumption and you dive in it, make another assumption and you dive in it, and it's because normally science is a very tedious process, but not cosmology. Cosmology is I mean, I just call it meth fueled symposium. Like, whoa, dude, what if that star is a planet like Earth and there's people on there?
So where did this all start from? Predominantly, I think when I look at this, the Earth isn't really the most important reason. The shape of the Earth or flat curved. I think that's the most important part. When I look at things like for example, the curvature, the flatness, and other things like the Twin Towers, the dollar bills, the photos of the globe map we have. All these things have hidden agendas behind them. For example, the American bill, you can fold and chop one up in a certain way, and you'll have the Twin Towers with smoke burning and showing. The globe map, you can cut and crop and mirror the image, and you will see a photo of what we think is Baphomet with tits. Like, I'm just trying to figure out where this all links back to, because what I see is a whole
That's
bunch of it.
origami.
What was that?
Origami. You're since those are examples of origami. The folding of the bill. You asked where it linked back to.
You might be referring to the occult inclinations and leanings of the people who have ostensibly tried to convince everyone of this globe model. So it's kind of posed as like an atheistic, secular worldview, but in reality, it's drenched in the occult, right? All the names, the numbers, even the people who promote it, NASA. I mean, the founders of NASA. We're looking at like likes of Jack Parsons and stuff like that. They're all occultists, which is why, again, if you investigate the elite today, you'll find loads of occult activity.
It is a cult for sure, but where does it link back to? Because there has to be a singular point where everyone is operating at, because it's all the same shit, just in different places. And then, for example, NASA, right? There's some images they're releasing. I think I was looking at a globe map where if you cut it and mirror it, it's a photo of Baphomet where the African islands meet up or wherever it was. And then that's just one sector. Like NASA isn't the head of the crop. It's very confusing. Where does this all link back to? Is what I'm looking at. Like it has to have started with a single organization. When it started, I'm not sure.
Oh, you're talking about like the plot line for Captain America: Winter Soldier. It all goes back to this like concept of Hydra, like an evil
Something like that, right?
organization that's in the backgrounds, constantly manipulating people.
Is that a bad way to think of it?
No, not at all. Because you'd say George Carlin said it best. I say it. I call it nothing new under the sun. Have people in power always been back channeling and manipulating the world to get the results that they want? Well, yeah, they have, right? Do these people connect generation to generation? Yeah, they used to call it nobility. Now they call it nepotism. All they did was just change the word. It's still the same people in charge of the same stuff for the same reasons, doing the same things.
Would it be like a singular bloodline? Like, for example, I think it's known that the Rothschilds, they inbreed. They don't really fornicate outside of the family to keep wealth inside. Maybe secrets too. I mean, there's certain families that go to the extremes to keep everything inside.
Could I ask, I am correct, have you heard of Eric Dubé?
You've heard of the name?
Okay, well, if you check out his YouTube channel, he's got a lot of flat Earth content to a lot of the who's involved, what organizations, what people. It sounds like you're trying to get the background understanding of who it is that has done this and why, which, if that's where you're at, that's an understandable question to have, but you have to understand there's a lot of speculation involved in that. But
yeah, like I think I'm confident
find
and
his
content.
channel, Eric
Yeah.
Dubay, and check
I'm
through
on it
his
now.
videos. He's got loads and loads, and
I don't know Eric Dubay. Fuck, I don't like his old videos, man.
Well,
I think
I'm just saying
yeah.
listen, I'm not saying take everything he says at face value and just accept it. I'm just saying he'll give you some places to look into for yourself, right?
I think the issue is you have to be very content and accept the fact that you might never find the answers to the questions you have when it comes to situations like this.
Yes, that's exactly the mindset you need to be able to have, which is why so many people struggle with this, because their pride and their misplaced sense of intellectual knowledge is all over the place.
No, I definitely sit down before I sleep and wonder about a bunch of things that I have to unfortunately accept. that you will never ever really know the answers
That's the
to.
way.
It's not great, but I mean, it is what it is.
You can, but honestly, the quicker you figure that out, the quicker you can start focusing your efforts on what you can understand, and that's the quicker way to learn. Because if you think you just know everything, you're all over the shop. At least once you know, okay, I can't know this, you can narrow your field of focus, right?
Tell me, Cyclone, have you ever considered government work?
What do you mean?
Have you ever? How old are you, first off, if you don't mind?
I'm in my 30s.
All right. Have you ever considered government work, like intelligence, to receive answers? Do you think a high-ranking agent, in, for example, the FBI, would receive any worth knowing knowledge?
Well, everyone receives knowledge that's worth knowing.
Knowledge that's not revealed to the general populace.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what a lot of these societies, these secret societies, are all about, right? They're called a cult. It's like hidden knowledge. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Hey, I've invented a new engine. Bring me in, hit me up. I only go to bed. Good night.
All right, peace,
Idea.
Sapa. Have a good one.
Erica Dubai.
And yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with everything he says or speculates. I'm just saying he does a good covering of both the FE topic and the who and why from his perspective, which goes into a lot of history that's lesser known.
Is this flop Biden getting impeached or what?
Don't distract yourself with the soap opera outside. They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Hey, I am correct. My fault there. I thought, with the one guy who was like making a bunch of noise and animal sounds and stuff, I had just thought that you were piggybacking on the top of that.
No,
I apologize for assuming that you were, you
you're
were
okay,
doing
buddy.
something. Okay.
You're okay, buddy. Hmm. Image space. Jesus, all these videos are like 3 hours long. This guy really likes to talk, eh?
Yeah, you need to increase that attention span, reverse that TikTok brain.
Yeah, what you can do too is like, like eating an elephant. Like you don't just take all one bite. You'll have it in the background when you're doing something or whatever, and you can hear it. You can play double speed. Like you can sometimes there's highlights in the video. But yeah, this stuff can be long winded and really kind of you got to set the dinner plate. You set the table first. And then invite the people to the table. And then have them. You got there's all these steps that you have to work your way up, which is why like sometimes you'll see there's someone keep interrupting a flat earther, like so it's flat, so it's flat, so it's flat. Like, dude, we haven't even got to that part yet. We're still working on that. You can't figure out why NASA would lie to you. I'm not gonna be able to explain flat Earth if you inside your worldview, you'll always just keep going back to. You can't think of one reason why NASA would lie to you. Like, there's no way. First, I have to build up the platform. Like, is it possible for people to lie? And the guy's like, well, yes, but not government. You're like, okay, sure, let's go down that route, right? And you have to build it up until finally, in their mind, it's a possibility of something other than what they're saying. Is it possible that you are wrong? That government could lie to you? And once they get that, then you can have like a little Dremel tool that you can kind of grill into their worldview and say, now, do you think the executive branch of the federal government is especially scummy or whatever? I mean, it depends. It's really that's why it's kind of hard to be a flat earther to explain things because you have to react in real time and kind of pick up what they're putting down. Or to be a globalist, you just Google some key word and just read off whatever it says.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that whole concept of just go on Google and read. Google is a highly monetized search engine. It's quite literally who pays the most gets whatever information they want up there. Like Google's AI engine is remarkable. Like they will show you exactly what they want you to see without you even knowing. You know how bad the search engine is for actual information finding?
The Dewey Decimal System has its faults too, but the library is still the library.
True. And tell me, the library and the sections that steer you in a certain way, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Do you have to go the way you've been steered?
Of course not, but it definitely influences you.
Well, that's fine. Now that you've realized it influences you, you can react to that. You can say, is this really the direction I'm wanting to go? I'll go this direction to see what's there, but then I'm going to go the other direction.
Influence is influence. Not many people will reflect or ignore it.
Yeah, not everyone. A lot of people choose to be lost in this outer space delusion. They prefer it.
Of course.
I used to.
But a good example.
Well, I didn't prefer it over anything. I just lived in it.
It just is what it is. It's not something you realize, I suppose.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, some people are not even going to be. They're not even going to be realizing these influences that you've realized exist.
Well, I mean, if you go on Google and write toy car, and then you open any other social media app, all you're gonna see is cars and toy cars, for example, and you're gonna be linked all these social influences. For example, you're gonna have 1,000 Shopify websites linking you to a toy car, and all you know is for the next week or two, you're gonna be pushed towards buying a toy car. For example, you went on Twitter one day, you watched a video for 35 minutes, and now the algorithm realizes that you like that certain video. So now it's going to show you that video for the rest of the month.
Well, isn't that what you
works?
You were looking into toy cars, though.
Sorry?
I don't know. Like I said, about the Google is sort of like the modern day library. I mean, yeah, you can walk into the library and pick up the book that they've put on a shelf and told you everyone else has read, and you can read it too and join the book club, or you can go and try and find the book that you are searching for.
Yeah, well, I think a better example to put it is when you walk into a library, they're going to put the books that they want you to read at the front, right? Just like when you walk into like a Walmart or a grocery store. Sorry?
That's what I just said.
Yeah, no, you're right. Even in the grocery stores, for example, whoever pays the most money gets their candy bar put at the front of the aisle, and then as you pay less, or less popular, they put them at the place where people can't reach, at the back of the aisle. They will show you exactly what they want you to see.
Or you can or you can order it bulk from the candy store, and you might have to wait, but you'll get more for your buck.
And how many people do that?
Well, how many people search for the book they're really search until they find the book they're really looking for?
Not many.
Not everyone's going to be able to.
You'd be surprised. Everyone is just trapped in a little bubble that they don't really want to. Like, for example, who wants to wait and go online and find for the best deal? Most people just walk into a grocery store, buy the first thing they find, and call it a day. Not many people are going to find for the best deals or actually prepare.
It's called laziness.
Yeah, it's called a bubble that everyone's in. Laziness has played a part.
It's not that hard these days. You just put like trackers on websites until it hits certain price marks. It's not that hard to do.
Who does that?
To be fair, I like to buy expensive audio equipment, so I put trackers on Sonos and things like that, and I just wait when it hits a certain price.
What type of
not that hard to do.
Yeah, there used to be a thing you could do for Amazon and whatnot, where it would I can't remember the name of it, because I didn't really care to keep track.
It's speakers that does it.
Do you have like good speakers and things like that, Hitman?
I threw away a lot of my cabled stuff and replaced everything with Sonos equipment. Just less of a hassle. Yeah.
Do you think it's any good?
Oh yeah, I invested in the whole multi-room speaker setup. It's pretty nice. But if you want like pure audio quality,
I'm not sure. I like my one. I have 2 speakers at the back, the sound bar and the sub. It's okay. Nothing to
Look at you! Look at you two. In a world full of earbuds, you guys have premium speaker systems.
Once you have enough money to buy stupid shit, eventually you do. I mean, I've got $2,500 headphones on for no reason. They sound like regular headphones.
Yeah, I went for XM5s.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're saying everyone's doomed to 99-cent earbuds, but you prevailed.
It's because we're audiophiles and we want to spend more on that, but probably cost some
There you
on
go.
other things.
There you go.
Yeah, but you have to keep in
Those who
mind
seek the truth will find it, or they'll
even
get closer to it.
even these audiophile headphones, like I think there's about 1% of the content online can actually play audio to this quality. Like even at this point, everything is so limited. Like yeah, sure, I've got these amazing headphones, then they can't really be used to their potential.
If you want bang for your bum, just buy XM4s. We're on the go.
I have XM4s. I think I have the XM5s as well, the newest ones.
How do you enjoy them?
They're okay. I wear them to the
But you
gym. They
realize the
don't
analogy,
really
you realize
compare
the
to
analogy
the.
here? You guys need to go find headphones enthusiasm Discord. Do you get the analogy I'm making there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Go back to topic.
The XM5s
I'm
are
not
good.
trying to be a smart ass, but you act like it's so impossible for people to find things that they're looking for. But look at the setup you've come up with.
It's pretty simple though. People need to be interested in it to make the effort of looking for it. That's the key.
True.
Yeah, the XM5s are good, but when you compare them to actual audio headphones, they're really not that great. They're always like the best gym headphones. I wear them to the gym.
I went for Bose sport buds for the gym.
I have AirPods and I have Sony's. Sony's are by far the best headphones I sweat in.
I guess they didn't get the analogy.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
got it. We
All
got
right.
it.
Okay. Hey, check this out. So news of the day, right? So Elon Musk, right? Supposedly he's like this Iron Man, Edison, he's blazing edge of societal evolution. The best of the best, man. America is just, God
so
bless
lucky to have
America.
him.
Okay,
He's South African though.
Yeah, I know, but he came here, right? He didn't want to stay there. So the immigration policy, all these things made it perfect that without Elon Musk, no one would be on their way to Mars. Oh, but no one's on their way to Mars anyway. Okay, so apparently this is what he does with his free time. He gets in a Twitter war with Ice Cube.
Ice Cube?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Yeah, the rapper. So to me it just looks like what a petty thing to do. Like if you're running all these businesses, you can hardly keep track of your time. You're the most experienced person ever in manufacturing. Aren't you a little busy trying to get your Cybertruck to market? Aren't you
He's
a
a
little
human.
busy?
I think once you're in a position that he's in a supervisory position. He doesn't really do anything beyond managing oversight.
Yeah, he's not hands-on anymore to a certain degree.
Yeah, he said he doesn't do that supervisory. He's a guy in charge because he says I take responsibility, but I'm one of the workers. I'm down in the trenches.
Yeah, he's talking shit. He's in oversight.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like
yeah,
all this guy does is talk shit. Nothing
look,
he says is ever going to come to fruition.
I wouldn't
Problem
say...
is he's a guy who did PayPal and everybody called it stupid. He's a guy behind Tesla and everybody called it stupid. I would not pass it by him being able to do anything at this point. Because there's one thing we don't have: billions and billions and billions.
Look, I think his best creation was PayPal. That was his most successful and innovative. But I mean, PayPal was very much needed in the industry. It's obviously not great anymore. But I mean, it does look like anything this guy touches and dumps billions into does turn into a very good project.
Yeah, you know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yep, that's Elon quote. Like, I'm just gonna shoot a car into space. The biggest waste of time car TV commercial ever.
If you had billions of dollars, would you not do the same? Realistically,
dude, there's no. If you think there's a car in space, I would call that a disqualification from this topic. You know,
if I put a car in space, I wouldn't say, "Wow, you know it's real because it looks so fake."
And to be fair, marketing standpoint wise, you all remember it. And it has been how long?
Since, yeah.
That was a lot of people's like wake up to flat Earth when they said, "Oh man, these flat earthers are so dumb. All this stuff is wrong." And they said, but the other side said they put a what?
I would not call flat earthers dumb.
Cargo space? Cargo space. You know?
A car that can barely get down the road.
Oh come on! The Tesla is amazing. Drive it. It's an amazing car.
Self-driving, like remember that thing he's gonna do? He's gonna make it self. There's a guy called Thunderfoot on YouTube. Man, he makes these most epic roastings of Elon. It's just great. It's just great to watch him. You know,
I don't think Elon deserves that much. He's not like a terrible person. There's obviously. Have you seen, like, for example, Jeff Bezos? Now that guy's a freaking. That guy's a character, I'll tell you.
You guys are really into the space travel TV shows that are being produced these days.
Oh yeah. Have you watched Stargate? Best show of all time.
Oh yeah, but Stargate's sci-fi.
Yeah,
Jeff
how good is
Bezos
that?
is being presented as non-sci-fi.
No, he's definitely sci-fi. Doesn't he have like a really big deal with the CIA and all some shit?
Then they're all TV shows. All this stuff.
I liked his rockets Lonzo, and I liked the fact he was wearing a Speedmaster 321 caliber. What was a fine touch to it.
A Speedmaster, a dog shit watch.
Yeah, it seems you guy you don't know your watches, mate. How the hell is a Speedmaster a shit watch?
I don't like it. It's ugly. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a bad watch. I take that back. It's just not a very attractive watch.
So what are you into? Submariners?
If they remade Firefly, listen, Rolex guys, if they remade Firefly and replaced Nathan Fillion with Elon Musk, would that put a bow on it for you?
Oh,
I would not care.
Elon Musk is a classic hero for the children these days.
Wow.
Yeah, so put it in the bin with Santa Claus. Let's get back to the server topic.
I think the Speedmaster is still a bit on topic. It is a moon watch.
Yeah, the moon is pointing to light and sky.
Do you have a Omega Speedmaster?
386 from Sapphire Sandwich.
Listen to these guys. These guys they're trying to stay on their watch or audio talk. That's good. Go on.
It doesn't need to be sincerely 1000% flat and circular all the time. I don't think.
No,
We are
but while
human,
there's a
right?
few of us in here to answer questions, that's what we're going to keep the topic to. So, guys, if you do have a question or you want to raise a point about the topic,
can you disprove
please do.
the Speedmaster 321 caliber has never been to the moon with Armstrong?
Well, you would have to prove that
I
it
mixed
has
it.
been.
Yeah, they found space dust on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Moon dust, yeah.
Please cite the source for this. That should be interesting.
It's in the NASA museum.
What the hell is space dust, you goofball?
What is moon dust?
I don't know, like dust from the moon, Jesus.
Yeah, but how can you prove dust is from the moon? What does that look like?
I don't know,
Yeah, what does that
particles.
look like? I don't know,
They
whatever
went
they
into the
say.
movement. They went into the movement.
Lunar dust is made of minerals that have been pounded by meteorites. So any meteorite dust is lunar dust. Crazy how that works.
So the moon is made of iron?
I mean, lunar dust is
different
made of
elements.
minerals that have been pounded by meteorites. For example, a Rolex meteorite dial would have lunar dust on it.
Oh yes, GMT Master 2, amazing watch.
One down. Who's going to talk about the next watch?
Well, they see you boys coming. The ultimate marketing gimmick. You guys buy an acre on the moon too?
To be fair, if you would buy a GMT Master 2 at retail for €10,900 and you would try to sell it again the day after, you make $4,000. So probably not a bad investment.
Yeah, there's a lot of globe heads out there to take advantage of, that's for sure.
Flat Earth, Globe Earth, watch is always a good investment.
Yeah, you are correct. Right. So, guys, let's keep it back on topic. Yeah.
Well, kick it off, please.
Okay. Tell us your top 3 evidences for the spinning ball.
NASA, done. I believe NASA.
Okay, so I believe the government is the first one. What about 2 and 3?
That's it. I'm finishing up at NASA.
So just believing the government story. Okay.
I believe NASA. Yes.
Why?
Have you seen that video of the guy being interviewed while we were showing the space shuttle that went to the moon? Surely that has to be the first giveaway that that shuttle never left Earth, bro.
Oh yeah, the video that has been bunked and debunked and unbunked and debunked again. Jesus, that's like the biggest conspiracy ever on the planet. Have you ever been to the moon or not?
How can it be debunked? It was literally a video of the guy, the head engineer of NASA, explaining the shuttle.
Hasn't that been debunked already multiple times, though?
What part of it was debunked?
Like the scientist was like a fraud, and the whole story was like fake from him, and we actually went to the moon because we left some stuff over there that we can see with a telescope.
No, you can't see anything with a telescope.
The work you
Yeah,
can't really debunk
with light
considering he
reflector
actually
panel.
was the head scientist.
They claim they left retro reflectors, but they were already shooting lasers off the moon prior to Apollo going there, so they say.
What do you think you can see of it in a
Hearsay,
telescope?
probably.
You think you can see the flag?
The flag.
Well, we have telescopes in space.
Oh yeah.
So
Can
they see? Can they see the flag?
Probably if you angle Hubble the right way, probably we can.
Could you show us?
Not at all.
No, I don't have access to the Hubble telescope. To be fair.
All right, so they've never shown that.
I don't have the Hubble telescope control panel to aim it directly at.
Yeah. So what are you really believing then? Images,
That,
videos, what?
Yes.
Stories?
Yes. Why not? I believe Neil Armstrong has been to the moon.
If
I
I
believe
showed
his
you a
story.
video of Bigfoot, would you believe in Bigfoot?
If it can be authenticated, yeah, why not?
Well, you can't authenticate the NASA ones, can you?
Yes, because there was multiple scientists working on it, and probably Bigfoot
No,
was
that's
probably
not
3 drunk dudes in the
authenticating them.
forest.
That's just believing them.
There's a more weight to like about 3,000, 4,000 scientists working on a project than 3 guys drunk with a beer in their hand taking a picture of a bear thinking he was Bigfoot.
If you want to take it down this road, only 24 people claim to have ever been to the moon and seen the Earth being a ball. Thousands of people claim to have seen Bigfoot. So if you need numbers, it's on Bigfoot's side.
To be fair, the International Space Station we sends a couple of thousand people to space, I think, or at least 1,000,
Nope.
close to it.
Nope. Only
How many
ones that
people
claim to
sent to
go
space
beyond
until?
lower Earth orbit is the Apollo
How many people
astronauts.
have been to space?
24.
That's a good question.
Not more than a few hundred at most.
I
There's
want to know.
24.
Actually, I'm gonna Google. People have been to space. Let's see.
One of my professors was an ex-astronaut. That's the funny thing.
570 people.
That is funny.
570 people have been to space.
No, is that lower Earth
Don't you
orbit?
mean an ex
Meanwhile, I
astrocon?
get to learn to you retards on the internet.
Your
Compelling arguments.
I'm going to the Bolton data.
It's a dismissal of your retard statements.
347 have been from the United States, 123 have been from Russia, and 569 are from the rest of the world.
And 100,000 Afghanistan have been to Mars.
And 11 from Japan.
What altitude?
Between 20. I'll look up what their definition is. Can you give me a moment, please?
Sure can. See if the upset guy can hang on to his pearls while we wait.
Hey, that
upset guy.
Have reached the altitude of space according to the FIA, and the other ones have been just left the altitude where I don't know exactly. They've been to
so
space
that's
basically
defined
left
as
gravity.
lower Earth orbit, not.
Yeah, no,
space.
that's then it's more lower Earth. It's more.
No, because the only ones who claim to have gone
to an altitude sufficient to have seen the ball is the people
Oh,
on
I saw
Apollo.
I saw the video, Dr. Air. He just posted some funny things, and actually there was a guy who debunked everything of that stuff. I saw that video. Quite funny.
I'm saying there's a video of a guy debunking doesn't actually debunk anything.
Oh yeah,
Have
we
you
have a
guys-
guy who was trying to say the ISS was fake, and then another guy who was a NASA scientist like completely destroyed it. It was so funny.
Have you guys heard of a guy called Mr. Sibrel?
Yeah, Bart Sabel. Yeah.
What do you think about him?
I think his takes on flat Earth are, misjudged, and mischaracterized. I mean, he basically classifies flat Earth as some sort of CIA-controlled op meant to discredit truth movements.
Have you seen that video where he went to Neil Armstrong? Because Neil Armstrong's a supposed believer of the Bible, and Mr. Sibrel woke up
All the
and went to
astronauts are. Every single one of the astronauts are high-grade military officers. They've taken oaths on the Bible many times, each one of them deeply religious. So that's one thing you're like, so why wouldn't they swear it as the only proof you needed, right? Like, say if I went to the moon, and the only proof you needed was for me to put my hand in the Bible and tell you I did that, and I
That
wouldn't
doesn't
do
sound
it.
like a big deal, right?
All the videos in the rocks helps, and the rockets help, and yeah.
Yeah,
Speed
so
masters
me,
help.
when I look at this video about Mr. Sibrel saying, "Hello, Neil Armstrong, my name is Mr. Sibrel. Can you swear on the Bible right here that you went to the moon?" And the guy turns his back and walks away. A bit sus to me, hey.
No, he says
He's an old man with
Armstrong.
principles that go against the ideas, so there's
So
no
to be
surprise
clear,
there. No surprise.
He's an old. Have you not seen the videos
so
of
to
him
be
swearing on the
clear,
Bible for
if Neil Armstrong,
I've
so
seen all
you're
the
hinging
videos
your
you've
belief
seen,
on whether or
retard. I
not he
just
went
don't
to
have
space.
your takeaways.
Yeah, Armstrong didn't
you're
say he
hinging
wouldn't
your
swear on the
belief on
Bible.
whether or not he
Armstrong
went.
said that he thought that was a fake Bible. Armstrong
Yeah,
wouldn't do it.
on this picture where it shows the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Armstrong
So what
said
I'm
that-
trying to ask. Holy shit. Okay, so what I'm trying to ask is, if Neil Armstrong had in fact sworn on the Bible, then would you believe that he went to space?
No, it's Bart Sabel.
Oh, okay.
Bart
so then it doesn't
Sabel's.
matter then. So
No,
it doesn't
it
matter.
matters because you got two people who think the Earth is a globe, and one of them is not
Neon,
sure.
you can just keep coping. Stop your bullshit. Carry on, Quip.
Yeah, the guy
It's
who's
not me
coping.
who did this. This is Bart Sabel, and Bart Sabel's hatred of flat Earth is about equal to your hatred of flat Earth. So you two should be able to start from a baseline that you hate flat earthers. Okay, now that you hate flat earthers, let's evaluate your proof of the globe together.
Okay.
Hold on, the guy who's the Armstrong fan. If you don't like the Sabril, film, just go listen to Armstrong's speech he gave at the White House during the Clinton administration.
Armstrong has been losing his mind for over like 10 to 15 or 20 years.
Well,
since
he's
I last
dead
can
now,
remember.
Yeah, you got the wrong person. You're talking about
I
Buzz. Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
who are
this
you
guy's
guys?
saying it's
Oh,
so
I'm
funny.
sorry.
This guy,
I'm sorry. I didn't
for
get the
you to
memo on
say
some
that Neil
nobody's
Armstrong's
death. I
for you to say,
apologize.
yeah, for
Is
you
that
to say
Wish?
that Neil Armstrong's been losing his mind.
Yeah, go ahead and run your mouth now. Yeah.
Wish,
Okay.
dude, pump the brakes, okay? If you don't know these actors, that's okay. I know it.
They
They're
are
basically
significant role models.
I have a quick question. What do you guys think of prosecuting people who spread disinformation intentionally if it could be proven? What do you think about that?
What an absolute pussy you are. Who is that
Like
pussy?
serious
What's his name?
prosecution.
Is that
My
Wish?
name's Newt.
Is that? Oh, it's Newt again. Okay, yeah.
Oh, Newt.
The same crybabies. Do you want us to be
Crying?
prosecuted because we
Not
don't
crying.
believe
I'm
your
thinking it
globe
would be a
fantasy?
useful technology if there was an AI that hunted down people who spread disinformation and hold them
Yeah,
accountable
what an absolute
socially.
pussy you are.
Why does it have to be an AI?
Pathetic.
Why can't you just do it?
Yeah, there's a video called Slaughter. Hey, you guys, real quick, I want to get this out. There's a video called Slaughterbot where they talk about like a rogue AI that have these little drones that basically insert a shape charge in someone's head, and they can outmaneuver people. And it's sort of like a little Black Mirror episode, and it basically shows that at some point everything became so subjective that nobody knew exactly who they could criticize, who they could argue against, because at any time they could get these black market slaughter bots and just go after somebody. So people they all just zipped their mouths. They all self-censored, and no one knew exactly what to say anymore because everything was misinformation. No one could I'll find the video for you, but I think if you just type into Google or YouTube, whatever, basically it was done by a think tank who was evaluating AI and how important AI might be, the use of intelligent weapons and whatnot.
Well, the issue with censorship is
Oh, looks
no
like
one
he
actually
left.
knows anything. No, of course he left. Censorship is a big problem, I believe. In no matter what someone says, as long as they're not inciting violence, I feel like beyond that, censorship shouldn't really exist. For example, social media websites, a lot of them are censoring just about anything that they don't like. And they've been doing that for a while. Like,
But do you see the cult-like behavior? The cult-like behavior that we deal with, because that guy was advocating for people like us who would just be asking questions about what we're told to be sent to jail, basically criminalized, because he's part of a cult. And like Scientology, if you try and get someone out of that cult, the rest of the Scientologists come after you. Right?
well, I mean, if you look at a country like Canada, bro, they're trying to prosecute anyone that misgenders people. For God's sake, like, what's left of speech if you're going to be prosecute? Like, we're talking actual fines, jail time, prison for misgendering or using terminology that you were raised on. For God's sake. Like,
Yeah, well, it's just the pathetic state of society currently. So let's keep it to the earth. What other questions we got?
Okay, here I found the video. It's called "The Future of Life Institute," a think tank, and here I'll post it in the side chat. Like, this is what the best part. If you follow their worldview to a complete logical conclusion, you're looking at a despotic nightmare that no one wants to live in. So they're offering you a version of the globe that is simply not worth believing in. I don't want the world that he's offering. So no, thank you. I'll stick on my flat Earth. If he offered something better, like here's a kumbaya world where all people are all interconnected, everyone is together, then maybe it'd be like, hey, this is the Renaissance that was offered in 1972. They said we land on the moon for world peace. Then show the world peace part. If you're gonna, okay, go ahead.
Has anyone actually shot a laser over the ocean? I'm watching Dr. Air's video. How far can a laser beam travel, and has anyone shot it right over the ocean?
How far the lasers have gone? I mean, I don't know the exact details.
Yeah, so has anyone actually shot? Hello, has anyone shot a laser over the ocean?
I have multiple times. Why?
Jamaica, lick my balls.
I have, bro. I got a big Minosh and poked a hole in it. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Ask me any question you want, man.
Yeah. All right, doctor, my bad. 40.5 miles away.
Geometric
The Earth is
would,
round. Why
at one
is
point-
the top of surface of water flat?
It's not.
It's flat. Water is flat.
Nope. At 1.22 miles, it starts to curve from a 1 foot observer height.
No, that's just your
What are you talking
perspective.
about?
That's what you see
his
with your eyes.
imagination.
Because
That's his
your eyes
imagination.
can't see
Geometric horizon.
further
Geometric
than a
horizon
hawk.
is-
You know, the
No,
hawk can see further than you, right? If a hawk
There's
can see
evidence.
further than you, I bet the hawk can
Someone
just
take him.
keep seeing
Someone
further than the
stop.
curve that you're seeing.
Can I jump in?
Trust me, I know
Hold it,
what
guys.
I'm
Hold it,
talking
guys.
Yes,
Nice.
the geometric horizon. You guys reference the Black Swan event constantly. With the
Schmocko,
two
you
oil
seem to
rigs.
be switching your LARPing status every time.
No, I actually. Wait,
he goes
who
from
was the
flat
last
earth to
time?
global earth.
No,
What is
no,
that?
there was someone the other day where I actually do talk to you guys and try to get to your logic. You convinced me on something once, which was that Black Swan event with the two oil rigs.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, doctor. Doctor, do you think that that long? Let me ask the doctor a quick question. I'll shut up. Do you think that long distance
Thank you for
observation?
addressing me. Thank you for addressing me by
You're
doctor, by the
welcome,
way.
doctor. Do you think that was anomalous?
I don't know what the word anomalous means. We didn't learn that in
Do
medical
you think
school.
that was an anomaly? Do you think that example was cherry picked?
I think it's a great example.
No. Do you think it was anomalous? Do you think it was an anomaly?
Is horrible.
I don't understand what you mean by anomalous.
Do you think that that was a one-off? Do you think that was a rare event?
No, I doubt that's a rare event.
Okay, so there's no need to be calling it. You're
You guys
gobbling
referenced the
in.
Black Swan
You
event.
listen, doctor. I'll shut up here. You're saying Black Swan event. It's a Black Swan situation.
Yes,
It's not
the same
it's
thing.
not some. It's you're no. You're the media has merged that term. So if I say listen, doctor, if I say all swans are white, all you have to do is bring me one black swan. Correct?
I had a joke there, but I'm not going to say it. But yes.
No,
correct.
I'm asking you. Okay, correct. So that certain long distance observation with the oil rigs is one white swan. Okay. Or is one black swan.
You guys referenced
There are
it.
many.
You guys.
Listen, doctor. If you don't know what anomalous is, and you're a doctor, God help us all.
Sure.
We did
So
60s.
I actually have a real point here, but thank you. I get what you're saying. But you guys referenced it as Black Swan event, by the way. You guys brought it to the chat.
No,
but
you do.
No, I did.
You
that was,
do.
It was just called like, hey, when the people rolled it out, they ain't called it anything.
I'm not arguing about the title. We can not use that title. It's fine.
Pump the brakes, okay?
Doctor actually finish his point?
Yeah, that's
the
not my
person
point.
that referenced it as a black swan.
Confused.
Okay, the person who referenced it as a black swan was a guy called the Rumpus. Okay,
Sure.
The Rumpus said that
it's not the point of what I'm making anyway, Crit. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
because
not,
you don't really know the information here. That you're some.
You haven't even heard my version of the information, man.
Yeah, you keep saying you guys call it the black swan. Why do people?
I was just using that as a way that we all recall what I'm talking about. That's all.
Well, you need to understand that it's not an anomaly.
Sure. Okay, it's not an anomaly. Sure.
Significant.
That's fine. Can I continue? It's not an anomaly. All right. The point I'm making is that the reason why that was such a good piece of evidence for the flat earthers was because you are right. At 1 foot, as an observer level, at 1.22 miles, the geometric horizon should have been there, and we should not have been able to see an oil rig 9.4 miles away. Correct.
Dude, it's used as proof of the globe by globalists too.
Yes, it's also used as proof. Correct.
Yeah, they say,
but let me finish
that's
the point,
what they call the black swan.
Fuck
the
me,
globalists. Okay, you're not paying attention. Okay.
No,
I haven't even finished the point.
Your point is already down the logical error. It's not a piece of evidence for or against anything.
No, let him get it out. Just because just let him get it out.
I literally am. I'm putting it.
Just
let
go,
me just
bro.
finish.
Just go.
Okay, let me finish. There's 2 oil rigs, right? One is clearly over some sort of horizon because you see it lowering at some point. So the reason why the globalists use it, as you put it, Crit, was because it still shows a curvature. It's just that the radius is obviously not what we intended it to be. Now, the argument for that on both sides is both sides admit that, well, I don't know if the flat Earth perspective is, but if you were looking at it from the perspective of a globalist, they would argue refraction. Obviously, the superlooming, whatever you call it, the superlooming refraction, whatever bullshit term they came up with, right? But the flat Earth argument is that at the worst case scenario, the radius of the Earth is not what we have been told it could be. Correct? Now, why do you guys?
Argument.
Who had the concave argument?
Yeah, the concave argument is that it's curving upwards, and then
That's the globalist argument or the flat Earth argument?
No, concave. Okay, everybody on all sides of the aisle have all made
so this is
argument.
another. Okay, so this is another group. This is another group, right? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so. But when you guys present that as evidence that the geometric horizon isn't what we think it is, why do you negate the fact that there is still a curvature nonetheless? And if you say it's to do with refraction, no, because the second oil ring,
because the only argument for the curvature that you have is if it's at 1.2. The fact that it's not at 1.2 shows us that it's not actually any form of curvature.
But wouldn't you say that the second oil rig shows that there is a curvature?
No, the horizon is flat. Your only argument for the horizon being a curve is that it can be geometrically predicted based on the radius of a sizable ball. That's out the window. So the whole
unless
notion
the radius changes,
is a baseless assumption, which no one's arguing. So it's a baseless assumption.
Unless the radius changes, so if the radius...
so are you saying that the ball increases and decreases in size?
No, I'm saying that the reason
then the
why
radius
that was such
doesn't change in that way. So,
dude, that's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that that piece of evidence showed to me that, well, wait a second, if the globe is as we've been told it to be, then it should be disappearing at, as you put it, 1.22 miles. But at the worst case scenario here, the radius isn't even what we've been told.
Okay,
It is.
Doctor, is there any other reason why the bottom of the oil rig could be disappearing?
I know you might. I don't know what the flat Earth reasoning is, which is why I'm
No,
asking.
not flat Earth reasoning, just real world reasoning.
Oh, okay. So the globalist
Could there
argument
be
is
another
obviously the refraction.
explanation?
Yeah, the
Could there be
refraction
another
argument.
explanation? Okay,
The refraction argument.
what? But the refraction argument goes against that concept.
No, the refraction argument would lift the horizon up, and it would make it seem like it's a flat.
We're talking about. Listen, we're talking about in the case where you're claiming that because we don't see the bottom of an oil rig, that's the Earth's curve. Is there another reason? Okay, whatever. Is there another reason for why the bottom of the oil rig could be obstructed, other than a geometric horizon?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, perhaps enroll in a drawing course, Drawing 101. But here's I'll shut up again in a second.
Give me the answer then.
The oil rigs, listen, the oil rigs of these, the reason why these black swans are so popular is because the oil rigs are known distance demarcations. And the point is, you can see the horizon beyond them.
We know that. I understand that. That's
it has nothing to do. The only reason for the oil rigs in those observations are because of the distance demarcations.
Wait, the only reason the second oil rig is half shown is because of distance? Yet you can see the geometric horizon.
No.
That makes no sense.
Your misinterpretation of what I said makes no sense. The distance markers are the oil rigs, okay? And the horizon is beyond those oil rigs. In your brain,
why the second one?
In your brain, in your brain, the horizon beyond those oil rigs is also the Earth curve. But you also want the Earth curve accounting for the oil rigs' bases to be blocked. Perhaps enroll in a Drawing 101 course.
But that's a refraction argument. That's literally the refraction argument.
No,
yes, it is.
Okay, what? No.
Yes, it is. The refraction argument is that it brings up the geometric horizon to make it seem like it's behind, but it's just being lifted.
Okay, but the geometric horizon at that point in those observations is 1.2 miles. Where do you see it? Where do you see the horizon?
It's 1.2 miles, not taking into account refraction.
Okay, so you're telling me that the 1.2 mile point is being projected beyond the two oil rigs.
I get what you're saying. This is my explanation. My explanation is so the actual geometric horizon is not that back horizon you see behind the second oil rig. That's the refraction effect. The geometric horizon obviously happens before the second oil rig.
So the 1.2 mile mark is being refracted beyond the oil rigs.
No. It's being refracted before the second oil rig, most likely.
Oh, brother. And then, dude.
The geometric horizon begins before the second oil rig.
So then what,
the refraction
what's going on beyond
Wait.
Dude, you're really confused.
Where you said it should, but okay, so in the image, when we see the horizon behind the oil rig, where's the geometric horizon?
Should we just bring it up so we can reference this a lot easier? One sec.
Someone can post it in the chat.
Can someone post in the chat, please?
Yeah, maybe you could walk us through it.
Maybe you could draw.
Okay, cool. Sure.
Maybe you could draw. Just post the normal one. I mean, the other one is still not 1.2 miles. I mean, this is the crazy thing about you guys. You think that second picture is actually even a white swan.
I didn't post that.
That's at 6 miles, which is
those are all black
2 miles. So all of these debunk the globe. Okay, so in the image, in the one on the left, where is the geometric horizon?
Okay, so the geometric okay, let me break this down. So what I'm saying is that the geometric horizon is not that back horizon behind the second oil rig. I'm saying that's the refraction effect of the actual what they call the I'm not sure. You say the same thing you see when you see a floating ship in the horizon.
Oh,
floating in the air.
Yeah, the Fata Morgana.
Yeah.
So where's the geometric horizon in that image?
I believe it would. I mean, so the geometric horizon is when the curvature starts. Is that correct?
That's the claim.
Okay, so I'd say without knowing for sure, I'd say it's somewhere between the first and the second oil rig. With like it becomes
So even with knowing that the globe model claims 1.2 miles, you're still saying the horizon, the geometric horizon, is in a different place than the globe model says it would be.
So that's why at first this is why I started my point with saying at worst the radius.
Well, I can see
off,
that that it's broken your brain.
No, it
It's
hasn't
still
broken my brain.
far.
I
You
literally
realize that that's
started.
still too far, right?
Because if you're saying it's between them, then
dude, I'm not
you're
saying it's
debunking
between.
the globe. That's what you said.
I'm saying
the
that
geometric horizon is somewhere between them.
So the geometric horizon, correct me if I'm wrong, is when is basically when it's space the curve is noticeable. Is that correct?
It's the point of the curve that you could no longer see beyond, and that boats and things are supposed to be going over. It's what the horizon there is supposed to be according to the globe religion.
Okay. Let's
Where's
say
that in the image?
Okay. Let's say that the geometric horizon is even after the second oil rig. Okay. That doesn't
that makes your radius. That makes your radius about 200,000 miles,
Sure.
and that makes
Which is when
all
the
of what they've
refraction.
told you. That makes all of what they've told you about the Earth and space a lie.
Sure. So would you not say that refraction can explain that increase in radius or not?
No. So why are you not? But let's just assume that is what happens. Why are you not raging at your government for? Because let's think about it.
That's why I premise the entire point on the fact that at the worst case scenario,
if this is your point, that it would have a 200,000 mile radius instead of a 4,000 mile radius, that makes the ball so much bigger that we would be on like 10% of it, which they've told us is all of it. So they'd be hiding about 90% of what's available on Earth.
Yes.
So why are you not screaming to the hills that the government are lying to us about everything?
You didn't hear me when I started that. I literally started by saying that's why it was such compelling change of thought in my mind, was because I was like, fuck, this is true. This would mean at the worst case, the radius isn't what we've been told. I agree with you on that perspective, but then I challenged that was used as evidence because it still shows curvature. Is the point I'm making?
Because this is when you then go on to beg the question. See, even though we've falsified any reason for assuming any curvature, you're still assuming it. We're not doing that. But if you don't agree with the globe model,
how do you explain
you're all
there's
right in
no
my book.
curvature? Sure. So how do you explain there's no curvature in this instance?
Because there's no curvature. Where's the curvature?
So why is the oil rig dipped? Why is the second oil rig dipped?
Well, things get smaller in distance, in angular size over a distance.
So okay, so in both those images, there's no indication that it's dipping.
Well, where's the curvature in those images? Could you draw it for me?
So the oil rig now starts at the top platform level.
I just see a flat surface of water. What do you see?
No, you're not answering my question. I'm asking why the oil rig is halving.
Why isn't there curvature there? And I'm saying I'm observing just
why
flat
is there
water.
curvature?
Yeah, and I'm saying I only observe a flat surface of water. What are you observing?
See, I'm observing personally that the legs of the oil rig have become, the water has covered more. Sorry, the
You can
legs
see
of
the
the
water
oil rig
beyond the
has
rig.
lowered.
You can see the water beyond the rig.
You're talking about the first image or the second image?
The first image.
Okay, in the first image, yes, and that's why I mentioned the refraction argument. I mentioned the refraction. Well, superlumbing is a refraction that would bring that geometric horizon.
So you're
whatever.
whatever
that
so you're just assuming it.
You're
not seeing it. So you're just assuming it.
I'm assuming that's refraction. In my worldview, I would assume that's refraction.
You're assuming that's curvature.
I'm assuming that's refraction. That's showing the geometric.
Okay, so you're not assuming. So you're not assuming any curvature. So you're not assuming any curvature.
You can have curvature and refraction.
Are
the
you
illusion of that horizon? Yes.
Well, you are.
Assuming...
Okay. Well, I'm not assuming any.
Okay, so can you explain why it's lower?
Which one? From which photo?
Let's go for the obvious second photo then.
Okay, so that would be perspective.
Perspective?
Right? Yeah, you heard of that?
Explain to me the illusion of perspective.
Well,
and the equation,
it's
and whether it would fit
how
that.
Optics work.
So explain it to me.
So you can demonstrate to yourself that over a flat surface, an object can appear to disappear bottom up when it's pulled away from the optic. Are you aware of this or no?
That the entire object can seem like it's shrinking.
Well,
yes.
why are you saying entire? Because that's not
Because
the
it
entire,
wouldn't cut
is it?
off the object; it would just be the entire
No, it
object. that
does.
shrink.
It cuts off from the bottom up.
No, it
Okay,
wouldn't
so
cut
you're
off the
unaware of
bottom.
that. Okay, so you're unaware of this.
It would
phenomenon.
shrink the entire image if it was still capturable.
Well, the
by
entire
eyesight.
object will shrink as it increases in
Correct.
distance away
But
from
you'd
you.
see the leg
yes.
shrinking as well.
You would, yeah, you would see the whole thing getting smaller, and then it would
Correct.
start
Except
to
we only
disappear
see the
bottom
top
up.
bit in the second photo.
Yeah, because it's already past that point.
What point?
Of perspective making the object appear to disappear bottom up.
Wait,
Yeah,
why
this
is
is
the
why-
assumption not that the water level just raised 4 years later? That happens.
Yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
why-
these are
this
other
is
things
why
to
I sug-
consider.
Yeah, I suggested
wait.
the Growing 101 course.
Wait.
Yeah, but either way, the point is.
No,
the point is
no.
which
It's
you
not
need
about
to
either way. You don't go
understand-
either way, my friend.
Yeah, no, I do go either
Perspective,
way.
You've
because
used, you're allowed to
still
use an
making the
optical illusion.
assumption- You're still
You're allowed
making
to
the
use an
assumption.
optical illusion, yet
I'm
refraction is not
using
allowed to
a
be the
known
reason.
function of
That a
perspective
geometric
which
horizon.
can be demonstrated. Yeah,
Oh,
you
and
can't
refraction's not
demonstrate
known.
that claim.
Refraction's not known.
Define refraction.
Okay, refraction, like the bending of light through. When
Okay,
you
but that's
look at
not
something
what
through a
you're.
medium.
No, but you're making a more specific claim here, aren't you?
Well, no, actually, when you look out
Yes,
into the
you're
ocean, there has been. Do you
you're
believe that you
saying
can? All right, let me
that
ask
the
you one question. Do you
geometric
believe
curve
you
of
can
a
see?
ball can be
do you think
optically flattened out and put behind an object that it's supposed to be obscuring? So what you're saying is that.
Do you believe refraction can be seen through the
behind
medium
a
of the
hill.
atmosphere horizontally?
You're saying that something could be behind a hill, like a house behind a hill, but depending on the conditions, you might see the house in front of the hill.
Correct.
That's
So,
what you're
or
saying.
or elevating above the hill.
now-
Correct.
No. This is in front of the hill.
No.
and
I'm
down
saying
in front of it.
elevating
So
above.
could
the
you
hill.
show us a demonstration of this phenomena that you're claiming in demonstration?
The floating
us a
ship
video.
phenomena?
No, that's not what you're claiming.
Yes, it is.
The-
That's
the
exactly what I
ship-
said.
No, the ship is in relation to the horizon. You're claiming the horizon itself.
The floating ship phenomena is exactly what we're discussing right now.
No, it's not. What in the Black Swan image is floating?
But we're talking about the house being elevated from behind the hill, right?
No, in front of the hill. I'm not saying floating over the hill.
I said floating over with giving the
Yeah, and I
illusion that it's in
didn't
front.
because that's not what you're saying. Because you're not saying
That
these
is what
oil
I'm
rigs are
saying.
floating over the
I'm
horizon.
telling you what I'm saying.
The horizon is behind the oil rigs. We see it. We don't see the oil rig floating above the horizon.
No, I'm not saying that's the horizon. I'm saying that's the Earth. That's the curvature being elevated due to refraction.
Okay, yeah,
the
this
same
is
way
what
a
you're begging
ship
the
is
question
lifted.
of. That's your assumption. that you're
So
waiting
the
for
ship
evidence on.
the ship at 1.2 miles is hovering in the air and appearing beyond 10 miles.
Here we go. I'm just posting it so everyone knows what we're talking about.
Like, so if you have this ship at 1.2 miles,
Sorry,
it's
let me
hovering.
recalibrate. So if we have the ship at 1.2 miles, yep.
It's hovering beyond the 10-mile mark.
It's hovering behind the 10-mile
Beyond.
mark. Okay. I don't know, but okay.
Okay, here's the thing. In these oil rigs, the reason why the oil rigs are so important is because you can't play this game there. Because the 1.2 mark, the supposed geometric horizon, is in front of both of those oil rigs. Right?
No. Wrong.
Oh boy. So now you're going against the 3959.
I'm saying that effect of you seeing that horizon that horizon illusion in the back is the same as the ship being lifted over the horizon.
This illusion still pertains to the 3959 water ball, correct?
I don't know what that is. Sorry.
The claimed size of globe Earth. 3959 mile radius water ball is what the thing is. But
okay.
I don't know.
What are you saying that I'm claiming? What are you saying I'm
they're
claiming?
legitimately confused because on the 3959 mile water ball, from a 1 foot observer site, at 1.2 miles, the ball would start curving away to form the ball and come up around the other side.
Which is why I started this entire argument by saying that the radius could, of course, be larger than we expected based on that
if the radius is wrong, then the whole outer space story goes bye-bye.
I mean, we can go to that logical end, but I'm just arguing it at this point, right?
Okay, yeah, at this point, the 3959 water ball has been debunked.
No, I wouldn't say it's been. I'm saying as far as I know, That was the most compelling piece of evidence you guys ever presented. But you were also in the same evidence admitting there is a radius and a curvature. That's why I don't understand why you use.
We're
this.
examining the claimed radius and curvature, whether it exists in reality. If there was a 1.2 mile geometric horizon, every time a boat or a guy in a raft would probably disappear before then. But anyways, if the Earth was a water ball, ships would have to be going over the curve, eventually antipodal, and then coming up behind you.
Question. What is a more, what's the word for it, realistic explanation? One, that they've misjudged the distance that they're saying that these rigs are at, or two, that the entire formula of the size of the Earth is incorrect?
Well, it's off by a factor of like 10, so yeah, it's not like a little miscalculation. It would mean that the radius is around 200,000 miles rather than 4,000 miles. And also, they would be using that 3959 mile that they claim is true to do all of their orbital mechanics, putting satellites up, launching rockets. It has to be 3959 for any of that stuff to be true. So if you're saying that's not true, then goodbye NASA, goodbye space,
But
goodbye
wait a second.
goodbye satellites.
Someone said earlier it
goodbye
was perspective,
gravity.
but isn't perspective parallel lines, not a bottom-up disappearance?
What?
Isn't perspective a parallel line disappearance, not a bottom-up disappearance of an object over
If you have a
distance?
vanishing point, if you've ever drawn a vanishing point, there's a box, and all the lines in the box go to one point. So from the top and the bottom.
No, but it wouldn't be it wouldn't start as a bottom-up disappearance, right?
Well, if you have a vanishing point, yeah, it would go down the tunnel. Like if you're looking at a railroad track going away from you.
But do you guys believe in refraction or not? In the atmosphere? So, like, when you look horizontal through the medium of just the atmosphere, do you believe refraction can occur? Hello? Hello? Hello?
They're clearly bugging out. Give them a minute.
Well, I didn't know if I was bugging out.
What did you say the size of the Earth was again?
Wait, no. The question was, do you guys believe in refraction through the medium known as
Okay,
looking
now I'm
horizontally?
asking you, do you acknowledge that this terrestrial refraction that you're dying to chant assumes the 3959 mile radius water ball?
No, I'm genuinely curious whether you guys believe in refraction.
Yeah,
through
and
the
I'm
medium of the
asking
atmosphere.
you, the terrestrial refraction you're dying to chant, do you understand?
I don't even know what terrestrial is that terrestrial refraction? Okay.
Yeah. Do you understand that the 3959 mile radius is already baked into that?
What is the 3959? What does that refer to exactly?
That's the 3959 mile radius is the claimed size of water ball Earth hurtling through space.
I'm getting circumference 40,000 kilometers.
Okay, yeah, that's about 24,000 miles, and that would make a 3959 mile radius water ball.
Maybe I'm dumb. I don't get it.
Basically saying that we don't believe in refraction in that sense that you're saying it's terrestrial refraction. We do acknowledge that refraction exists. However, in this situation, a lot of claims saying that, just because there's a gradient, suddenly Earth curve, right? But what he's trying to tell you is that we're given a globe claim, right? 3959 mile radius.
Yes.
Right.
But the man before said I should go to a drawing class.
Already
He said
assumed with that equation.
There's a disingenuous motive here because before someone said to me that I should go to a drawing class and understand perspective, and I don't even know perspective, and I said, wait, wouldn't the entire object decrease uniformly? And you guys said, no, it would be bottom up. I've done a bit of research, and when it comes to perspective, it is a uniform decrease, whereas curvature would be a bottom up situation. So why was that that was a bit of a disingenuous statement earlier?
Oh, there's a lot of optical phenomenon, right? I mean,
No,
like, for
but I
instance,
was.
air
You guys
the air
outrightly
turbulence.
lied
What was the lie?
that it doesn't disappear uniformly. It doesn't
I
shrink
don't know drawing course.
uniformly. What?
I asked you if you had enrolled in a drawing 101 course before. You said no.
Correct, and you made me seem like I didn't know what I was talking about.
Well, I asked you. Okay, go on.
And basically, I said, just using my own intellect and intelligence. Wait, when it's perspective, isn't it uniformly disagreeing? Like the entire object's decreasing over time, as opposed to a bottom-up disappearance. And I did a bit of research, and I'm correct. I actually looked up two scenarios that when if a ship was disappearing due to perspective, it would be uniformly disappearing. Whereas if it was disappearing due to curvature, it would be a bottom-up disappearance.
Okay, great. So if you have this bottom-up disappearance, does that happen? Does that coincide with the claimed curvature of Earth?
Yes.
At the distance. So every boat you've seen disappear bottom up is disappearing in relation to your observer site at what the globe claims.
Are you saying that when I look at a boat disappearing on the horizon, is it always due to curvature?
That's what I'm asking. I'm guessing you're.
I'm not sure.
I'm guessing you're around 6 foot tall. Okay, there you go then. Then you're in limbo.
Say that. No, I can't say that. There could be other illusions, but the point I'm making is you guys made it seem like I was wrong about perspective when I was actually correct.
Well, if someone walks away from you on a railroad track, what's going to happen to them?
They uniformly decrease.
Yeah, okay. Can you look in the text channel? Look in the text chat.
Yeah.
Right. You see this guy pulling a coin away across a table?
One sec, let me see.
Is anyone talking in here?
Well, yeah. I was going to say what this boils down to is that, well, refraction is actually our claim, right? Because that would mean this geometric horizon, the globe claim, is moving around from day to day, right?
You talking about refraction?
Right.
Can you show me the table? Like the horizon, like what's this script supposed to show me?
I imagine it's meant to demonstrate that you can lose sight of an object progressively, even on a flat surface.
I mean, are we going to take that as evidence of perspective versus curvature?
Yeah, we can just show.
Certainly evidence
you can demonstrate it yourself. That's the point.
Sure, I'd be happy. I'd be happy to.
You said shouldn't have happened uniformly.
No, I know, but I just won't use. Okay, I'd be more than happy to demonstrate that myself and look into that myself but not going to take that GIF as a word.
Yeah,
okay, well here's the point.
Right? Figure it out for yourself.
Yeah.
If you're about 6 foot tall and you're at the beach, every time you see a boat disappear, it would have to be happening at 3.2 miles.
I'd be happy to discounting
because if you're watching an ant on a basketball and it walks away from you, it's eventually going to cross the threshold over to start going antipodal.
Okay, but is the perspective here you're below the table, by the way? Like it seems like this isn't taking into account the observer effect by being above, like 1 foot above, right? Right?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Are you talking about perspective?
Yeah, like the observer in this table scenario seems to be either below the whatever you call it, as opposed to like one. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that GIF.
I think it should be looking across the top of the table.
Sorry.
It's basically showing an optical phenomenon, right? Like showing a different scale of that angular resolution of the camera, right? Just like how our eyes have angular resolution, things basically fall into a vanishing point, which is what it's called in the laws of reflection. Also referred to as just perspective, right? That things are going to the horizon line your horizon line happens to be very, very close to the horizon of the Earth. Therefore,
Okay, then
the ship
what's
is going to
the
look like it
equation
goes
for
into that
perspective?
plane.
What's the equation for perspective?
It really depends on your observation height.
So then why don't we
because that's a
calculate
very
whether the
important
why don't we calculate whether the ships in the oil rigs in this scenario are disappearing due to perspective? Because we know what height they're at, the observers at. So why don't we just check? Wouldn't that give an answer one way or
the
the
thing
other?
is that we can do two things. We can either know the height of the object at a certain distance, or you can just know the distance of an object and observe the horizon and where it should be, right? So the problem is that the globe is claiming that it's at a certain point, even based on your elevation, right?
No, I understand, but your argument was that the only reason it's dipping, like it's got that effect, was because of perspective as opposed to curvature. So should we not, like we have put the curvature component into an equation, why don't we do the same thing with perspective? And maybe you guys have a stronger point after this.
Yeah, we see it. I mean, that's...
No, but why don't we do the equation? Why don't we just do the mathematical equation that we're resting this entire case on?
I mean, because the horizon is an optical effect, right? It's not a geometric thing.
No, wait, but guys, I'm saying
It's where the land meets the sky,
you
right?
debunked
And that's
the
due to
supposed
the
raising.
laws of perspective.
You get what I'm saying, don't you? Or not?
It's like, for instance, you can't really tell the scale of something by a picture, right? Often I teach this in my architecture because I teach perspective, right? And I go over the math. We literally draft it old school style, right? However, it's all based on that horizon line, right? And setting up your vanishing points. Now, yes, you could calculate these on different angular resolutions of the observer, such as a camera or a person, right? But when you're trying to say do the math, there are certain knowns that you would have to know to do that math. Like, and that would just actually tell you the scale of the object itself, and that would actually assume a level horizon. I mean, perspective doesn't account for curvature, to tell you the truth. No one's drawing curved horizons for their drawing class.
I just don't understand why we can't do the same mathematical truth here when it comes to perspective.
Here's the thing. If you're going down that route, you've already conceded that the reason isn't the geometric horizon.
No,
Exactly.
I'm
Because
pushing
you're
my
examining
limitations.
something beyond it.
I'm not, but it's not me examining something beyond it because I'm conceding. I'm pushing myself to your logic and pushing my argument to its limitations
Well,
to
but
get to the truth.
that's you can't say that because you're misinterpreting the entire observation. The point of those oil rigs are distance demarcations and the horizon existing beyond them.
Sure, but okay.
Any image you show from this genre of those Santa Barbara oil rigs from 1 foot observer height, anytime you see the oil rig, that already debunks the 3959 mile radius globe.
Sure. I'm even letting that point go, right? So I'm gonna concede.
That's sort of the big point. That's the main point of this whole thing.
No, but then I'm pushing it past that point. Let's say we have contention there. Let's push past that point into.
Well, you're wanting to push a
explaining.
point. You're wanting to push a point on an Earth that is exponentially larger than what they claim it to be.
No, as in push past it, as in not ignore it, which is the reason why I'm so fascinated by
I get it.
You guys have shown me.
Yeah, but now you're
I'm being
examining
genuine. I'm being very
things.
genuine, man. I actually came in genuine, and I said this evidence was compelling, which is why I'm pushing myself. Okay.
I guess if I could say, you're wanting to sort of take parts of it and create your own fanciful interpretation about them.
No, my friend. No, now I'm pushing my logic to its extremes.
Do you listen or just wait to talk?
But I feel like you haven't heard me, which is why I'm interrupting.
Okay, well let me run it by you one more time. When you're wanting to examine whether the bottom of these oil rigs disappear due to perspective or whatever, you're already acknowledging that the Earth isn't the 3959 water ball.
Tell me why.
Oh, brother.
No, but I'm saying. Okay.
On a 3959. Okay, I'll ask you a question. On a 3959 mile water ball.
Yeah.
You're familiar with these oil rig observations, correct?
The rig should be gone. I understand. Yes.
Okay. And why should they be gone?
Because curvature at 1.22 miles would be the geometric at one. I believe was
Yeah,
it 1 foot or did it end up being 6
just
foot?
as an ant, just as an ant would walk away from you on a basketball and eventually disappear. The Earth is a giant basketball, is what they tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you guys are sort of in this position that you think is a strong one or confusing enough to let it float, but you've entered into this paradigm where everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion. That's what you're telling yourself.
My
Guess so.
question is that if you, and I'm going to leave it at this, and I'm going to, because I feel like I've hijacked the conversation now, and you guys have been great. Thank you.
No, it's fine. It's fine because listen, these oil rig observations
I have one final question.
They were presented because of their simplicity.
That's fine. It's simplicity.
Yeah, no, he's been
key.
Yeah,
I know.
Thank you for being respectful.
Yeah,
And,
sure.
He's made headway, but he still seems confused.
I will continue to examine one thing, right? No, but people get to their understanding their own way, right? This is a matter of days for me. I don't know how long you guys have been in this. So
years.
I'm learning terms. I've learned perspective. I will look into perspective, and I will look into curvature, and I will try to understand what the difference should be over the horizon, and I will come back and present those points when I'm more informed. But I'm still contentious on whether the only thing I'm contentious on at this point is the effect of perspective in this scenario versus the effect of curvature. And if there is a curvature of any sort, can we explore why that's not being factored in? And I need to explore that myself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's good. I appreciate you saying that. And yes, you've honed in on the crux of this whole debate, which is the apparent curvature versus perspective situation, right? Because from our understanding, what they've done is essentially they've hijacked the principles of perspective, which coincidentally for the human eye, it lines up. It's like the angular resolution limit of the human eye makes it so that if you're a 6 foot observer, the vanishing point, which would be the horizon, should be about 3 miles away from you, which is what they just have come in and said. They've just done the curvature math basically on that resolution limit of our eye, so that for a lot of the time it might seem to be that is the case. But also to your point, yeah, that's what you need to look at, and that's cool. That's exactly what you should do. If you join our server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you'll see that there's a channel called Perspective. Okay, well, there's a channel down below in the additional information section called Perspective, and it has loads of information that you can check out. And also, to your point about it, what if it's a bigger curve? Okay, I can get what you're saying. Like, why couldn't we say that that's just a much bigger curve? You can investigate that. What I would say is, when we see the horizon fluctuating closer and further, that would indicate to us that it's optical, not physical. So to then say when it gets to the further point, it could still be physical, kind of doesn't line up because it can be closer as well. So you can't really draw any geometrical information from the phenomenon, which appears to be optical.
Wait a second.
But on top of that, even if it was bigger, it would still eventually show curvature, which hasn't been measured. So we're just going where the evidence has gone. You're saying, what if there's evidence of this? That's not been found yet. If you can find it, feel free to
Curvature
present.
hasn't been measured. Curvature hasn't
Correct.
been measured.
Thank you. Thanks,
No,
mate. I'll
thank you,
keep that in
bro.
mind.
Have a good one.
Curvature hasn't been measured
Correct.
by who?
Unless you've got one. By who? By no one. Unless you've got by who? You can tell us.
So I'm assuming you support flat Earth, right?
Well, I'm telling you, the curvature's never been measured, so.
So the Earth is flat.
Well, it's hard to be.
What's your position?
Hard to be a ball. Hard to be a ball with no curve.
What's your position?
It only observes and measures flat over bodies of water, right? Topographical.
So you're saying if I run a laser across 500 kilometers.
Yes. Well, not 500 kilometers, but yes, lasers is one thing that's being used to demonstrate this. Someone take over. I need to go on mute.
Yes, so 500 kilometers. You're saying it'll stay flat? It'll stay straight?
That's what they're saying. What I don't understand is that like we sit here and talk about the whole flat Earth thing,
and it not be connected to the religious aspect. I don't understand why. Feels like it has to be.
The guy's gone on mute.
Like, does anyone in here like understand like the religious aspect of flat Earth?
Well, I guess it would make sense from a religious perspective, because it would mean that they would be trying to destroy the narrative of the Bible, which would make us seem even more insignificant than we already feel. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's
The-
that the Bible basically describes.
The only religion being studied or being addressed is the world's most popular religion, heliocentrism.
Yes.
It's a refutation of that.
So are you guys? Are you guys saying?
The outer space religion
Yes.
is the one.
Yeah. So do you guys not
That's the
believe
only
that outer
topic.
space exists?
Within people's religious frameworks, it does. Yes.
No, I'm asking you in the aspect of flat Earth on the whole. Do they
Reality,
believe outer
you mean?
Yep.
TV shows, yes. TV shows, science fiction, science fiction literature, cinema.
So you're saying outer space does not exist?
Well, it exists in those. It exists in those forms. It also exists in people's imaginations.
Yes, but
hopes,
that's not what I.
dreams.
Yeah, but you know that's not what I'm asking you. Please don't do that. I'm asking you, as a person who believes in flat Earth, what is your opinion on the universe? What is the opinion
I
on
don't.
the planets?
I don't really need to delve into beliefs when all I do is acknowledge the nature of water.
Okay. So I'm acknowledging the nature of law and order.
What's the nature of water?
Water.
No, law. No.
Water.
Okay. Nature of water. Okay. Give
Yeah,
me.
you've acknowledged the nature of water.
I do. I accept everything that you believe.
Welcome to flat Earth. No,
I
the
accept
nature of
everything that you
water.
say.
The nature of water doesn't hinge on my belief system.
But that's not what I'm asking you. You'd stop dodging the question. I'm asking you a simple
I asked
thing.
the question. I answered the question. You didn't like my answer.
No, it doesn't make sense.
You said no. It only makes sense if you're holding on to a irrational belief in outer space.
Water doesn't make sense? What type of claim is that?
You're not answering what I'm trying to ask you. Is like, how do you explain all of the images of Saturn, all of the images of Uranus, the universe itself, the many things? It's just.
How did you?
I just want an explanation.
How did you
that's
get those
all.
pictures? Those images are private. I'll have you know.
Okay, so that's great. That's great and everything, but how do you explain you looking up and
That's
seeing
good,
the
Joe.
stars?
That was a Uranus
You're
joke.
talking about lights in the sky. Yeah, I see lights in the sky when I look upward, and then I'm presented pictures from some sort of NASA or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, they could be fibbing. They could be lying 100%. I agree with
there
you.
go. Well, there you
I
go.
agree with you.
Then why are you belly aching to me about it? Sounds like you're the one that doesn't believe in outer space.
No, it's because I want to understand what your thought process is of what is up there. Like what is beyond the dome.
Who knows?
Heaven, God, most likely.
So does that mean that if you believe in flat Earth, that you believe in God then? That is what I'm getting at here, is that I feel that if you're going to make the argument for flat Earth, you're definitely making the argument for basically.
Well, that wasn't him saying that. That was me. But there is necessary antecedents to reality, and the antecedent to this place where there's a containment. There's containment to the gas pressure that you're breathing right now, and the antecedent to the container must be some type of design. When you're talking about the luminaries like Jupiter, you were talking about Uranus and
of
all the luminaries. The luminaries revolve in cycles, daily cycles, nightly cycles, yearly, weekly cycles, monthly cycles, yearly cycles, and cycles that can only be put in there by design. There's no accident about the cycles of the luminaries.
Intelligent design.
But then,
Creation requires a creator.
Yeah, so the design requires some type of architect, an informer, a coder, for it to be to work. So yeah.
So now follow the path. Now we know that. We've kind of agreed on that factor. The Earth is flat. We follow the things of the Bible. The Bible was correct with everything. The firmament is real. We can't penetrate it to get into space because we don't know what's up there. Are we correct on that, Hoss? We don't know what's up there.
You're
We just know
the
that there's
one who
light.
brought up firmament. Yes,
I brought
lights
it
in
up.
the sky.
Lights in the sky are mysterious.
Mysterious. Okay,
The
perfect.
nature of the containment unknown. Mysteries abound.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we go down the path of the reason why.
The
reason
other
why.
religion has an accidental Big Bang. That's your God.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, but once again, we don't know. I don't have the answer for that. But
Yes,
I'm going down.
This isn't omniscience 24/7.
No, but this is a path that I'm going down to kind of understand something. So the path is that now
you need to
That's
acknowledge
all right,
the nature of water and start there. He's law, right?
Can I finish my thought process?
Well, let him get his thought out.
So
Let him get his thought out.
we accepted all of those things. So now we've come to the conclusion that the Bible is correct, that the Earth is flat, and that is said.
Hoss is not claiming the Bible. You're adding that for him. I don't know. You're talking to Hoss.
I'm claiming from what you said.
You're claiming the Bible.
If you want me to give you a general rundown of where the link comes in from, I can do that, and then maybe that'll give you some clarity.
Yeah,
just like has been said.
The main thing I was getting at.
Hold on. It's weird that you went from religion and then you went to Bible.
Well, I mean, like that's what I was referring to, Christianity.
Well, that's just his.
I said that
word
before.
on it. Okay, what were you saying?
No, you didn't.
I did. I said Christianity and Bible. I said Christianity and.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
Okay, so now if that's all correct, maybe that's the reason why they're hiding it from everyone. That's the reason why they're hiding.
It might be. That's something to
that's
consider.
more than likely the reason why, because the truth must be that the devil is among us at that point. So obviously he would not want us to know that the Earth is flat, that all of these things are going on. That proves his existence. It proves the existence of God at that point. And that
there you go, Don Vader. Maybe you're starting to get onto something. Maybe you're starting to figure out, but why would they lie? What difference does it make?
Yeah, why would they lie? That is my biggest thing with the flat Earth theory thing that keeps me going is why would they lie? Why?
Well, you just articulated a very plausible reason, did you not?
I did articulate a very plausible reason, but it's still very difficult for me.
I know it's very difficult to accept, but it is what it is. And listen, we're not coming at it from the reverse. We're not looking at some scripture, whether it's the Bible, the Torah, the Quran. We're not looking at that and then saying, how can we confirm this in the world? We're looking at the world and then saying, that does seem to be what they're describing in all of these scriptures.
Do you guys have an idea why they lie to us about it? Wait, what's the reason?
Well, maybe, like you said, they want to hide the nature of our environment in the fact that it's intelligently designed. That's one possible reason. Because then that would mean that the pyramid.
What's the other reason?
Well, for NASA, maybe 70 million reasons a day, like $70 million a day, maybe some money there.
There's economic gains to this space story.
A day?
Depending on how you're using it, $70 million a day is quite.
He said that's small. He said that $70 million a day is small.
Yeah, it could do a lot of good for schools and hospitals, you know.
It could, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's.
Well, either way, I mean listen. I mean, the point is, I mean, it's probably a military slush money anyway. But the point is, a story. They get to create your entire worldview, where you are, what your purpose might be. Turn you into a 9-to-5 wage slave and tell you, well, there's nothing going on except what we tell you. We tell you what's out beyond the sky. Don't read your books. Don't listen to your grandfathers and your ancestors.
1984, man.
The iPhones. So, I mean, control over your worldview. Well, with control over your entire worldview and belief system, if you don't think that's a position of advantage for people trying to control you.
Knowing the world is a sphere and that there's a solar system, and then compared to the Earth being
think about it on a high level. On a high level, have you heard the phrase "knowledge is power"?
Okay, yeah, knowledge is power. Yes, of course.
Do you agree with that?
Of course, 100%.
Why do you think knowledge is power?
Because it elevates you as a human being to ask questions.
Right. So if one person has more knowledge than another person, you'd say they have an advantage over them?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. And the people who are trying to control other people, do you think they would like to have an advantage over those people that they're trying to control?
100%.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah, but once again, is it that much of an advantage?
Also, there is
That's for you to investigate. I would say yes, absolutely. I mean, if they tell you tomorrow, hey, an asteroid's coming, guys, we're all going to be wiped out in a year, and you can get at least 50% of people to believe it, that's power.
Yeah, I understand that, but once again, what is the true reason on why they must see that it's flat rather than sphere? Why does that matter to them?
Flat, because the sphere is the natural creation story, right? So it's their only plausible story that they've come up with to have anything other than intelligent design be responsible for this system that we're in. So if that's not true, and then everyone figures out, oh, it's an intelligently designed system, a lot of people are going to have questions, and a lot of people are going to be asking the government why we've been convinced of this spinning spaceball story.
Can I interject for a second?
Yeah,
sure.
What ends does that serve? Like, if the Earth is flat, and they just if the government just said, "Hey, the Earth is flat," you could still have all this control and this power you're talking about. I don't.
All the scarcity, all the
specifically where the
all the
flat
issues of
You don't
scarcity
think
go
people are
bye-bye.
gonna? You don't think people are gonna think?
All the issues of scarcity of resources and water. On what grounds are they banning gas stoves? Climate crisis.
I'm a flat Earth, buddy.
So they,
flat Earth.
yeah. Well, I'm talking about the stories of the globalists.
Well,
buddy.
we're talking about flat Earth, buddy. So I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Well, the globe is the original claim, buddy.
Yeah, but
you can cope.
But the firmament still has that thing that's there. It still has
the logic
things that are
comes
very
down to
similar
this.
to the dope.
It really comes down to this. Like, it is a conspiracy, and the more you fail to rationalize
the globe
why
is the grandest conspiracy of all time.
to hide
Yes.
this truth that the Earth is flat, like, it makes no sense at all. And
Yeah, I mean, if
no
you've
one
not
can
really
ever
thought
give
about it
just a
for more than
clear,
5 minutes,
like,
yeah, you could think
logical
that.
reason.
But if you
Like,
use your
I asked
brain
why-
and think about it, yeah, there's a lot
Okay,
of
I
reasons.
ask you why they would lie about it, and you're like, oh, well, if you just think about it, if you look at all this
Why not
information
lie?
that, it's
So,
confirmation
are
bias
you
for
under the
me that I've
impression? Are
collected.
you under the impression that the government doesn't lie?
I mean, I'm not saying the government doesn't lie. I'm asking you.
Right. So why do they
you're-
lie?
No, dude, don't do this. This isn't a
Yeah.
puzzle
Why do they
piece.
lie?
This isn't like you're
Mark
trying
Mark
to.
was
You're not answering
You
his
can't-
question,
you
dude.
can't
That's what I'm
make it
trying to
fit.
say. Is that look at the dome.
Any of
look
this
at flat
stuff
Earth.
you're saying, this control stuff
answered
has
the
nothing to do
question.
with the Earth being flat. You could have the
pro
exact
wrestling
same
tag team
system
duo
with the
has
Earth being
surfed it.
round. You're like, you're not answering the simple question of what does the Earth being flat, specifically the
Well,
Earth
we
being
just spoke
flat, have
about
to
it for
do with
10 minutes. Where have you
No,
been?
you said control, and you said this and that. You didn't. there's
No, we talked about the religion
reason.
aspect. That was the only other thing that could possibly back this. Would be the
Why
religious
would
aspect.
again? That makes no sense. Like,
It
dude,
does
they can
because
do the same.
Well,
religion
yeah, the
has
globe makes no
exactly as much
sense.
control as
it is in the
clearly
Bible
if the
that
Earth
that
is
it said
round.
that it was a flat. That Earth was flat. It
The
says
code
the
Yeah,
Earth
do you know why it is?
Did it
Because
say
people
that?
who want to have ultimate control and power, they want to be seen as the ultimate authority. If the world comes to realize that the governments, the nation states of this place are not the highest authority, and that there's a higher authority to be listening to, that changes the whole
There's some
chessboard.
logic in that, but again, what does
Okay.
that have to do with the Earth being flat? Like, again,
It
like,
has
that
to
has
do with
nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
control.
Like,
I want to answer.
all
No,
this
that
stuff
was what I was
you're
trying to
saying is what they're
explain
doing,
before. That's what I was trying to
and
explain
the Earth
before.
is still round.
Where
and
in
you're
the
just
Bible
not
does it say
saying
that, bro?
anything about
I'll
the
pull
Earth
it up
being
for you right now,
flat.
man.
Like, it just, I don't.
Yeah, I
don't
just
get it.
explained it to you. I just
No,
explained
you
it
didn't
to you.
explain it. You explained the structure of power and control, and people want control
Yes.
and blah blah blah. What does that
Yes.
have to do with the Earth being flat?
Saul, they have you convinced that you're
Because
a piece of evolved pond scum.
you're who they go to. They are who you go to for answers to your questions. Yes, about
What does that
what's
have to do? Okay,
beyond
so you
the
can't
earth.
answer. So you're refusing to answer the question because you
Wow.
don't have an answer.
You're very emotional, aren't you, bro? I mean, you could just listen if you want an answer.
Because I
instead of
keep
just
asking you
refusing
over
to
and
hear
over,
it.
and you're like,
You
not,
refuse to hear it.
you're not answering the
You
question.
refuse to hear it. I'm answering your question.
I'm
You
You're
refuse to hear it.
refusing
I'm
to
just not
listen.
letting
You just
you
feel
dodge
you
the
just
question.
having a diarrhea of the mouth at the moment, and you're refusing to listen, bro.
So, who was the one guy who said that the Bible? Where's it say in the Bible about that? Was that Kumla? I think.
In the scripture, he said, "My people suffer because the lack of knowledge." Right. So see the suffering around the world because the lack of knowledge. So there you go. That might be one of the reasons.
Kumla, are you there? I think it was come on.
Yo,
Yeah, it says there's 3 different passages that come up, which is one that I sent my angels to the 4 corners of the earth. That was one of the first scriptures, as one of the first passages. Second one is about how how the earth shall be fixated upon a plane of existence to see to all. Then it talks about. I'll pull the other one up. I just had it up before.
Listen, there's over 200, and
There's a lot of
you got your
there's a-
Bible from
every mention of them.
Yeah, it's
Look,
King James Bible, man.
let
100%.
me post
You got your
Don
Bible
Vader,
from
right? Because
AliExpress,
Don's
bro.
actually starting to
What's
make
up, come on?
some headway.
I said you got your Bible from AliExpress.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The King James Bible's been
Yeah,
around
very
forever.
good.
What's
Right,
wrong with
so
that?
Don Vader,
It's
see
not
if you
from.
look in the text
I don't
channel.
understand what you're talking about. Where it's from
Where
AliExpress,
does it
bro.
say that,
Stop getting
bro?
baited. Stop getting
I just
Get
baited.
my Bible
Why are you
and
getting
read it out
baited?
loud.
No, I'm not getting
Don't
baited.
get.
I'm just trying to
You are
explain
getting
to him.
baited. It doesn't
It's not.
matter.
It doesn't matter. No, because this is what happens when you back down to people like this. That's when they win. So you
No,
just
you
show them.
ignore them. No, because we're having a productive conversation with us, not mad little trolls who are just trying to distract you from hearing some actual information. Look in the text channel. I just posted an image which references over 200 verses if you want to do some homework.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem. Now, let's be chill, one at a time. Someone else take over. Side. Who's here?
I
Who
am.
we got
Here.
on voice from the FE side?
You guys ready for Flat Earth School? Say
There we go.
yay.
Nice.
Did that
No,
other
I'm
guy
just-
leave? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well.
Which one?
The guy. That's the main thing for me with the flat Earth theory that comes along with it is that
Not a theory, but yeah, go on.
whatever. It's a theory to me.
Again,
It's still a theory. It's still a theory to me. I'm still kind of like piecing things together. So for me, the major
Sure.
thing is that it always turns to the religious aspect, because that's the only way I could really explain it. Of why would you hide this? It just doesn't make sense. Why does it matter so much to hide it? Would it really crumble all of society for them to know about this? Crumble it? No, I can't imagine that it would crumble society. Okay, wow.
Not
So
society,
now,
it's their system.
It might uplift society instead of crumbling like you thinking. You might be thinking it the wrong way. It might uplift it.
I think it would be fine. I don't think it would change anything. People are so indoctrinated at this point. We could tell them whatever they want, and they believe it. The media is we are so hooked into the media and shit.
Yes,
We could just do
exactly.
it's like zombification.
And exactly, and you know what you're illustrating here? Exactly my point. The reason for this zombification is this relinquishing of our agency to agencies like NASA to tell us what reality is. Yes, the TV, NASA, the government. This is why the globe exists, because they've given you your entire world, right? So they'll tell you anything, and people will rely on it. Now, if people were to find
we
out
need to go
the
back and
opposite
rely
was
on the
true,
church.
do you think they're going to keep listening to those same people? No. And do you think those people want that? No.
I don't know, man. Like it's
Simple
just
stuff. Simple stuff. Anyway, this is not what the argument is about. The argument is about observation and measurement of the surface. Quite the opposite of it's all religious. Yes, it comes back to religion because
I don't have to argue with that. I'm good on that. So
Well, listen. What I'm saying is, it comes back to the creation story because, yes, inherently, what this is about is not some abstract shape of the ground. It's the implications of how it got here that is what's important. It might take you some time to figure that out, but it sounds like you're on your way. So good luck.
So now here's the next thing for you, gentlemen. If we're really down this path of 24 flat Earth, do we also believe in the ice ring?
Speculation. You can't go there.
Speculation. Okay. So the Admiral Byrd thing, we're not there yet.
That's the story. Can't confirm. That's our story. Can't
So we don't
confirm it.
believe that there's something outside of the ice ring.
When it comes to belief, assume we refrain. We go with
refrain.
what we can observe and measure. That's it.
Gotcha. Okay. And then as for the firmament, we don't believe in the firmament either, or no? The waters above.
There's a container because we have gas pressure, which causes us to be able to breathe. If there was no container, then the
Gotcha.
pressure would
Okay, so we
release.
do believe in the firmament. All right, or a aspect of the firmament. Gotcha.
Firmament is the biblical word.
Yes, firmament is the biblical. Correct.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
NASA likes to use that term also.
Okay. So now I don't want to break rules. I got server muted earlier. I'm gonna try to keep it civil. I'm a globe Earth believer. All right. Some of the questions I have, which are as we get higher in altitude, why does oxygen become less and less? And this can be proven by people who have physically gone in higher altitudes. Even athletes who go to Colorado have trouble breathing or performing because the oxygen is a lot lighter at those levels, at higher altitudes. Why is that? If the gas pressure is all contained within a container.
Because oxygen is also flat.
Oxygen's flat?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that one?
So the oxygen comes from the earth in the ground up. So it would be more dense at the bottom and then not as dense up and top.
Oh my
What are you
god.
talking about? What are you talking? Is this guy LARP? You're trolling, dude. Don't listen to this guy.
Where does oxygen come from then?
Gases have no
bro.
shape. Gases take the shape of the container. They don't have inverted shape, and gases are flat. That's stupid.
Very cool.
I mean, it is possible that it could dissipate as it goes up, right? As you go into higher
Well,
levels.
the best explanation for that would be acknowledging relative density. You know, taking like the density tower in fluids. The more dense will be on the bottom, the lesser dense will be on top. You know.
Right, but there wouldn't be a gradient though.
Sure there would. We can replicate gradients inside of a container. We can't replicate gradients outside of a container. Entropy causes it to release until it's neutral.
Exactly, it needs to be contained. All pressure needs to be contained in order to even exist.
But according to you guys, if there's a firmament, it is contained.
Yeah, it is.
It's all.
No, if you're breathing air, if you're breathing air, there must be a container.
Well, your body is the container, and also the Earth is the container. The firmament
No,
don't.
your body is not containing the gases of this realm. No, it's not. Your body is not containing that.
Your body is definitely a container for oxygen, for sure, without a doubt.
I mean, I would agree that you do hold oxygen for a little bit until it finally is turned into CO2.
Well, no, literally, oxygen flows throughout your literal veins and your blood arteries. Like, oxygen is literally a part of your being, of who you are. Like, literally, without oxygen, you're nothing.
Well, air, right? When you breathe air, it's a bunch of different gases. It's not just oxygen. The air is composed of many gases.
But
it's not just oxygen.
Once that air supply is cut off, you no longer live.
Well, there are many gases that are good for you and bad for you.
But to get that gas to rush into your body, right? When you expand your lungs, the air pressure around you, the antecedent to that gas pressure around you is containment.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, like, it's still interesting why it's so it's so much heavier and so much more abundant at the bottom at sea level. And
where is it being produced? The algae at the sea, the forest, the organic matter on the floor is producing gases, isn't it?
Sure, but at the same time, I mean,
so if it's being produced at the ground level, it will make sense that there is more at the ground level.
But why is it not just floating? Why is it not just going up and spreading out throughout the
because
entire...
it's contained.
Okay, again, so it's contained by what though?
By a cycle,
container,
by the firmament dome.
But why is it that if you go higher, up to the firmament, which is up high, you can't breathe oxygen? It's
you have helium, hydrogen, and other gases that rise, right?
Yeah.
Right, they rise up,
right? So
and then you have other gases. And then you have other gases that kind of like stay lower to the surface and stay within the gas cycles, right?
Okay, but does oxygen and helium mix? Like, can they interact with each other? Can they like can they work within each other? Can they coexist around?
Can you
each
have
other?
gas pressure without containment? Can you actually have this in the first place without a container? No.
Well, it depends. I mean, what's that gas they use where you can't see it, but it can still like hold objects? I can't remember what it's called. Hang on a second.
So you can take air and mix it with helium in a balloon, and you can adjust the levels of both of them until the balloon is neutrally buoyant. So yes, you can mix the two, right?
Yo.
It's the same as you could take coffee and creamer and mix them together.
Dude, a balloon is a container, homie.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The
Oh, okay.
question
I
was,
thought you were
can
trying to
mix
say
them?
like gas pressure without a container. And you show
Yeah,
me
no,
a
no.
balloon. Like, dude, that's a container.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But his block is trying to comprehend why we have the gradient.
Okay,
You
so
know?
you have a gas called.
You have a mixture of different gases. You have
We
a
also
mixture of
also
different
have a
waters,
difference of
right?
temperature during the day and the night, right? You have the input
Right.
of the sunlight during the day. The gases get excited, they heat up, and then during the night cycle they cool down. So you have this dynamic system where the temperature and the pressure is going up and down, up and down. So you have a difference on pressure being caused by the dynamic system.
Also, before we go on,
and
and I think you
it's
might
not
be
all
about to
uniform.
mention sulfur hexafluoride, but before we go on to that,
Fluoramide.
have you ever heard of a terrarium?
Well, like the like an aquarium type of situation, yeah, where you have to hold it.
Well, without the water, right? It's just like a
Right, yeah.
plant in a sealed container,
Mhm.
and it creates its own water and gas cycle within the container. Yeah.
Yeah, like a little homemade ecosystem, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's an idea of what is going on here. A contained system with a gas and water cycle.
Okay.
Okay.
And really,
And also
this
that system is sealed, but it also has an input from outside, so it's not isolated. It's a dynamic system that can have energy in and out of the system, like the terrarium.
A closed system.
A closed system. So it's not isolated completely. It can have energy in and out.
So okay, so there is energy escaping through the firmament, but there's energy coming in from the sun. I'm guessing is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, like there is such thing as
Yeah.
what many people would call the Great Rift. The Great Rift is like a kind of the broken part of the firmament. Some people would say, or it's not broken, but it's like I don't know, opened, or it's like the opening of heaven, or
Like
whatever.
the hole in the ozone layer.
No,
Yeah.
it's like the location where the ancient Egyptians said the waters from above came down on it.
Yeah,
it's
the
funny
waters
that-
above came down. The waters above came down
What's-
through the Great Rift. Exactly. Yeah.
What's funny is you guys come in here with your poisoning the well using the Bible attempts, yet when asked to provide an example of gas pressure without a container, you just say, well, that depends, it's complicated, and you drift back into your script.
What script?
So you guys are mocking something, yet you can't give an example of it.
Well, because using the word firmament
he
is
talking
loaded.
about?
Okay, the word firmament is loaded. Okay, because that is a Bible term. That's what he's talking about. Okay, so just use the word container. You don't need to like load the word container and start calling it a firmament or a rakia or a glass dome. Just call it container. That's all you need to do. There's no reason to go into Bible studies with this.
Yeah, but within our physics in this world, we know that the containers hold pressure. I mean, that's just that's just physics. Like that's
Welcome to planet Earth.
Yeah. Like that's just how.
That will make the globe impossible to exist. That's what we're trying to point out.
That's why they had to invent a whole new type of physics to explain the ball. They call it astrophysics. You've got
And
physics
it never
here.
works.
Yeah, you got physics here on Earth. Gas pressure requires a container. You got physics in space. Gas pressure doesn't require a container.
And they're always making excuses to why it doesn't work in reality, but it works out of reality that you will never go to.
Yeah, like here on Earth, objects at rest stay at rest. In space, objects in rest stay in motion. You know, it's like astrophysics. They have everything is contradictory, which is why they can't call it physics. They have to put a little qualifier: astrophysics,
But it kind of works.
astrobiology,
But it kind of works hand in hand.
astronomy.
Yeah.
Sorry. But it kind of
I
works
know.
hand in hand, does it not? Though, like when you talk about
It's
an object
all
at rest
ass.
stays at rest within on like the surface of Earth, you have all these things enacting on it, right? Friction, air pressure. I mean, those are things that we can actually produce and show that we have. You go to space, it's essentially it's essentially like
A
zero air
superfluid,
pressure. It's almost what they would call a perfect vacuum, which I mean,
like a
it's
superfluid. You ever heard of
I've
frictionless fluid?
I've never heard of frictionless fluid. Actually, no, I haven't.
Yeah,
That's
here,
helium
check it out.
4, super what is it? Super helium or something like that?
Yeah,
Liquid
H4.
helium.
Super helium. Let me look it up.
H4.
See, that's why
Yeah,
this
now
topic is
they're
so
claiming that
powerful.
space might be recently they be claiming that space might be that super helium 4 or something like that. That's
Yeah,
what they're saying now.
that's what runs through my blood.
Gotcha. Okay, I see it here.
Radium, super helium, all that stuff runs through right through my blood.
Actually,
'Cause we-
seawater that
'cause we
runs through
literally-
your blood.
Because
Sea
did you guys know
plasma.
that we literally are cosmological homunculi? We literally are a cosmological homunculus. Because within our body is like
Outer space pond scum.
Yeah, it is astrobiology. You like see what happens when you go down these astro lines of thinking. Suddenly now, he's not a human being. He's literally pond scum. Like, dude, you're a human. Okay, let's start there, right? The primordial soup. You're because of astrobiology. No, how about you just use biology? Okay, you don't need to put
No,
astrobiology.
friend. There's no astrobiology. That's not biology. That's mythos.
Oh yeah,
that's
what
their religion.
Yeah, that's the point I was making. Sorry if that fell flat.
Yes. It's just the creation. That's the creation mythos of their religion. That's all that is. Yeah, but I got a question. So like somebody's hot micing. So turn your mic off, bro.
Helio, hot mic.
Is it really Helio?
I just joke. I thought that would get Gemsy a laugh.
I don't know. I've got push to talk on.
Right. So that's fine. But anyway, so we got somebody asked a question about gravity. It comes up a lot in the flat Earth topic, almost as if it matters. But the problem is that the only reason gravity matters in this discussion is because it's been preached for so long in the creation mythos of the heliocentric cosmogony. So they have a creation story that gravitational accretion caused quote unquote giant floating balls to form sometime in the past. And because of that, right, they also present day have gravity, quote unquote, which is radial, essentially directing towards the center of mass, right? So with those two things that are part of the heliocentric paradigm, they're told that gravity is intrinsic to the shape of the Earth. So globes are derivatives of gravity, not the opposite, right? So gravity, if gravity, therefore globe. And that is why they ask, well, what about the pressure gradient? What about this? What about that? Because they think that if the Earth's flat, then there's something wrong with gravity. I'll submit to you, my friends, you can have mass attracts mass. You can even have the bending and warping of space-time. You can have energy density distributions. You can have a linear gravity. You can have all forms of gravity. Still end up with 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards. And the Earth can still be flat. Also, you can have a spherical object inside a container. You can have a flat object inside a container. An object being wrapped around with a container doesn't change the shape of the object. All right, it's simple logic. But If the Earth is flat, it's flat. It's that simple. If the Earth is a globe, it's a globe. It's that simple. So asking like, why is there a pressure gradient, right? That is such a loaded question because it comes with so much baggage from the heliocentric model that's illogical in the first place. The real question is, why is there no curvature anywhere? That's the real question. The real question is, why are we living on a flat plane that's stationary and being told a creation mythos story about ever-expanding universes that farted out of a Big Bang's ass that caused us to become human from biological impossibility, right? That defies all laws of statistics and probability and energy and all of that, right? Why were we fed a creation story that's antithetical to what we actually experience? That's the real question.
So you're talking about like why do we have this Catholicism or this belief? Like you're talking about the Bible. Why do we have this information that's kind of? Is that what you're talking about? I'm sorry if I didn't get it. I'm kind of dumb, but I just want to understand what you were.
Dude, the Bible is not a heliocentric religion, brother.
Right.
The Bible says that God created the heavens and the earth. It says that the earth is immovable and fixed. The Bible says that the sun stopped. Nowhere in the Bible do you find heliocentric cosmogony or cosmology. None of that. You only find that in modern day pseudoscience religious textbooks.
So I guess my question is, when you reference what the Bible says, what do other biblical, what do other religious or Bibles, what do their Bibles say about the earth itself and how it was created?
Oh, you mean the varying religions in the world?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's
the vast majority of them support a flat earth.
Okay.
The actual religions. Very, very few. I think Kabbalah might be one. But the majority of them are flat. Now, don't get me wrong, some of them are kind of like it's flat, but it's in a giant, expanse where a god is carrying the flat earth around in that expanse. Fair. But we all know that the law of non-contradiction is true, and that all religions can't possibly be true if their truth claims are contradictory. So somebody's wrong, right? And by the way, heliocentrism is also a religion. So when we analyze these religions, whether they're true or not, whether the claims within them are accurately match reality or not, when it comes to the globe, all you got to do is just measure the thing and see if it's a globe. I mean, think about it. The Earth, we're standing on it. It's tangibly accessible. The claims about it are that it's covered in 70% water on the surface. We all know that water is flat and level, so much so that throughout antiquity, through all human history, the terms water seeks its own level, water's flat and level, etc., are within those cultures. We know that's our common experience. So if water must have this equilibrium of forces that it achieves, then if water is wrapped around a floating ball, then water must be curving. So it's sufficient to just go out, disprove that it's curving in the manner in which it needs to be the globe in question, and then you disprove the entire paradigm immediately and in totality.
And you guys prove it's not curving because you look out onto the ocean, you see just a flat line. You don't see curve like left to right. And you can't see it going like looking forward. Or at least the claim is you can't see it going forward. I know I've heard some guys in here talk about how what was it, the Black Swan images where you can see the horizon behind the Black Swan. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if the horizon is in the location greater than 10 miles beyond the second oil rig, then the geometry of the globe would be 320,000 miles diameter. Or sorry, radius. And like 60,000, I can't remember, it's 320,000 mile radius. So,
okay.
I mean, the Earth isn't changing size, right? It's one size, correct? I mean, unless we're living in wibbly wobbly world where everything just spontaneously changes its physical dimensions.
I mean,
so the horizon.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I mean,
No,
it's kind of changing every once in a while.
Listen, I said go ahead first. So you go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, it is kind of changing in terms of like its solid structure, like the actual like rock itself. The idea is that it's shifting, it's changing. I mean, we see that with like volcanoes and earthquakes and everything like that. But when it comes to like liquid, the tide is an interesting subject matter in terms of like the fact that it rises and lowers. Like as we transition, it's like the tide goes down in England, it'll go up in the States. So
right.
My question is, like, if you try to physically demonstrate that with like a piece of paper. So you hold the paper flat and then you say, okay, the tide is going out in England, so the paper goes down, and then the tide is going up in the US. The paper on the other side goes up. Technically, it's not level anymore. It's bulged. If I guess if you get my meaning, that's how I kind of look at it in my simple mind, I guess.
All right, so let's say that that's the case. Then how could you ever derive the concept that looking out into the horizon is looking out over a sphere? Because you just admitted that it alters. You also admitted that it looks flat. So how could you derive that it's a sphere from that information? You couldn't.
What I said earlier was based off the fact that we look out to the ocean and it looks flat. I didn't say it is flat. It said it looks flat. But anyways, sorry. I mean,
okay,
I'm
let me update what I said. Let me update what I said to. You look out and everything looks flat, right? So then how could you derive that it's actually a sphere?
The way I think of it is, you guys ever see the picture of the basketball someone took with a macro lens and it looks flat because he zoomed in so close
Well,
to
no,
it?
it doesn't look flat. Actually, if you draw a line over the top of the basketball, you can clearly see an arc.
Bit? Okay.
No, it curves a lot.
Well, okay. So say frame of reference. If you are extremely tiny.
Yep, sure. Hold on a second. We want to use your same example.
Sure.
We want to use the same example with the frame of reference, okay?
Yeah,
the scale of the lens to the basketball. Okay? Nobody has a continent-sized lens. So this is impracticable.
Okay,
it's not a fair target. You set up the laser transit that the laser range. Oh, just